Silva and Fong appeared before a massive door, but the door was not the issue, it was the massive pressure that came from behind it. Silva felt like he would suffocate while standing there. He didn't want to take another step, but a force started pushing both of them. The doors opened, and they were forced into what looked like an extremely massive throne room. There was nothing in this throne room aside from the being that sat on the throne with its head down. All the pressure came from that being. Silva's heart was racing for the first time, he had never felt this tense in his life. If not for the pressure he was feeling, he would have run away for sure. The force pushed them until they stood halfway through the throne room. The being on the throne looked smallish, like a child. "You are finally here," the being spoke. Its voice was small and childish, like a little girl. She looked up at both of them, and the pressure intensified, but Silva still felt tense in her presence. She was a child with jet black hair and 2 horns on her head. She got up from her throne and walked toward them, with black dragon wings and a dragon tail. Her long black gown dragged on the floor as she walked. Silva felt his heart beating faster than normal as she approached. What would he do to get out of this situation? He wanted to activate the Joker of the Abyss, but then he heard the girl's voice in his head. "Don't do that," she said. Her voice suppressed his mana and stopped the activation of the Joker of the Abyss. The Joker of the Abyss was his strongest spell. If that didn't work, there was really nothing he could do. Only her voice could suppress him. She got closer and closer to them until finally, she stood right in front of Silva. She opened her arms, and Silva believed that his end had come. But instead, he felt her arms wrap around him tightly. She buried her head in his chest as much as she could and didn't let go. "The labyrinth of the Dark Dragon has been transferred to you. Do you wish to accept?" "Wait, what the hell? What's this?" Silva asked. He removed the girl from his body and gave her a very confused look. "Did you do something just now?" he asked. The shock he felt now overpowered the fear he had. She giggled and gave him a very cheeky smile. "I transferred the labyrinth to you," she said, as if it were nothing. Fong immediately fell to his butt when he heard that, while Silva looked on in disbelief. "What? Wait, why?" His head was filled with tons of questions. What the hell was going on here? "I'll explain everything you want, but now you must accept the labyrinth and fight the Guardian." "Guardian? What Guardian?" Silva asked. "For me to transfer the labyrinth to you, you must prove that you are strong. That was the reason I sent powerful monsters your way for you to get strong, and that's why I sent Fong. I did all that so that the day you came here, you would be strong enough to defeat the Guardian. You weren't supposed to come here so fast. I was supposed to help you get even stronger, but you wanted to come, so hee. The girl said. "The fuck is hee? You want to kill me? Send me back." "I have a feeling that this Guardian will not be simple at all," Silva said. "Too late. I no longer have control over the labyrinth. I transferred it to you. If you don't accept it, the labyrinth will self-destruct and kill all of us. And if you accept it, you have to fight the Guardian. Those are the only options now," the girl said. "Fuck, this girl just set me up," Silva complained in his thoughts. There was no choice now. "I accept ownership of the labyrinth," Silva said. "Ownership has been transferred to you. Congratulations on your ownership. 50,000 EXP gained, 50,000 SP, 500 SP, x10. Silva nearly passed out from shock at the rewards he got. Maybe becoming the owner was not so bad. Level up, 2 free stat points. 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 Congratulations on reaching level 50. Gift box and inventory. All stat points increased by 2, x10. Level up, 2 free stat points. Level up, 2 free stat points. By the time he finished leveling up, he was at level 55. Silva just stood there with his mouth open. His stats were no longer human. Name * Silva. Race * human, 50%, Dark Dragon, 50%. Legacy * Dark Dragon Legacy, awakened. Magical affinities * summoning, darkness, abyss magic. Mana * 800,000. EXP * 10,000/45000. SP * 700,000. Level * 55. Strength asterisk 690. Defense asterisk 690. Speed asterisk 690. Agility asterisk 690. Intelligence asterisk 690. Free stat points asterisk 6000. Silva had just become strong in an instant. He had so many stat points to distribute that his mouth began to water. He didn't know the strength of this guardian, so he had to get ready quickly. Add 1000 points to all stats. He decided to leave 1000 stat points for emergencies. The sudden spike in his stats caused a massive pain in his body. Silva fell to his knees and coughed up blood. Fong wanted to help him, but the girl blocked him. "Don't. He is preparing for his fight, don't interrupt him," she said. After a few seconds, the pain subsided, and Silva got back on his feet. He wiped his mouth, and with a determined look on his face, he waited for the guardian. Strength asterisk 1690. Defense asterisk 1690. Speed asterisk 1690. Agility asterisk 1690. Intelligence asterisk 1690. Free stat points asterisk 1000. This was what his current stats looked like. A teleportation circle appeared in the hall, and a massive wyvern came out of it. Silva tried to use dragon eyes on it, but for the first time since he got the skill, he couldn't see anything. Additionally, he received a grievous whiplash for trying to peer into the stats of the wyvern. Silva took slow steps back because of the pain that hit him just now. The whiplash was on another level. Silva had one thought in all his minds right now: this was going to be the greatest fight he had fought so far. There was no holding back, he would have to pull all the stops. "Fong, support me to the best of your abilities," Silva said. He took out the Minotaur's rage, his stats increased to about 10,000, but even with this power, he didn't feel like he could handle that wyvern. The wyvern took the axe in Silva's hand as a sign to start. It flapped its wings and shot at Silva so fast that it caused a sonic boom. Fong jumped in front of Silva, summoning all his strength. He came in with a paw attack. The wyvern saw the paw, but it didn't slow down. It opened its mouth and bit into the paw of Fong. Faster than Fong could react, the wyvern used its mouth to throw him so far that he slammed into a wall and cracked it. Silva saw that and it sent shivers up his body. Fong had stats of about 8,000, yet he was tossed like a bag of potatoes. The wyvern looked at Silva and fired a thick stream of purple flames. Silva used the axe to block the attack, but the force behind it sent him flying. He rolled through the ground for a dozen meters before coming to a stop. He got up from the ground as he sensed the wyvern coming from above. He moved out of the way just in time to dodge the wyvern, but the wyvern was too fast and smart. It swung its tail, it crackled like a whip, hit Silva in his chest, and sent him flying once more. Even with all his minds working at full power, he couldn't escape the wyvern. The power of the wyvern simply dominated his in all ways. The wyvern was not ready to allow Silva to get up. It opened its mouth to fire another stream of fire, but before it could, Fong slammed into the wyvern and managed to push it down. Fong had charged himself up with all the lightning he could. It allowed him to go fast enough to gather enough speed to hit the wyvern down. Fong tried to pin the wyvern down, but the wyvern bit deeply into Fong's shoulder and ripped out a chunk of flesh. "Roar!" Fong cried out in pain. He dropped his guard, and the wyvern used that. It pushed Fong off its body and then went in for a finishing bite. Dark blades, numbering hundreds, rushed at the wyvern, disrupting the wyvern from finishing Fong. It used its wings to block the blades. When the blade stopped and the wyvern took away its wings, it saw Silva up in the air, coming down with a powerful slash. The wyvern adapted to Silva's speed and was about to counter, but Silva transformed into his dragon newt form. His speed increased massively, and with the axe, strength ripped from the power. The wyvern as well was terrified by the attack, it got out of the way as fast as it could. The axe hit the ground and caused a massive explosion, a 50-meter radius was wiped out by just that move. The wyvern knew that attack would have killed it. It couldn't allow Silva to gather the strength for another attack. It rushed at Silva and fired a thick stream of flames. Silva summoned all his clones. This was not the time for him to try to do it alone. Aside from the fact that the clones were all stronger than him, there was safety in numbers as well. All the clones used darkness magic to create a large dome that covered them all. The dome was thick enough to block the attack, but barely. Immediately after the stream of flames stopped, the entire dome shattered. The clones all charged in different directions, trying to flank the wyvern. Silva ran towards Fong. He gave him a healing potion, and his wounds began healing up. Fong got back on his feet and charged at the wyvern. Silva used his dragon newt transformation, increasing his strength even more. He needed to get another chance to attack like the one he did before. He could tell that the Guardian was scared of that attack. "OG mind, we have a way that could work in landing a good enough attack," one intelligence mind spoke. "Yes, all the clones should be thinking this as well. You just have to transform, all of you, as you fight you pass the Minotaur's rage around, acting like you will be the one to attack," another mind said. "Yes, and that would confuse the wyvern, and at the end of the day, you will be able to kill it with a surprise blow when it is too confused," another mind said. "I see, that makes sense, then let's give it a try." "Body minds, you will need to give this your all," Silva said. He relayed the plan to the clones, and just like his minds said, the clones also had similar ideas. They all transformed into the dragon newt form. This sudden transformation threw the wyvern off. Fong took that advantage and blasted its head with a thick stream of lightning. The head of the wyvern swung like a pendulum that had been struck. It forced its head to stabilize. When it looked forward, it saw Silva headed its way with the axe. It immediately tried to blast Silva with flames, but Silva threw the axe and then used flash step to escape. This pass and dash method continued until it was very fast and had made the wyvern dizzy and confused. Its fear of that attack landing didn't allow it to think straight. This happened until the perfect opening was found and Silva lifted into the air, with all the power and all the force, and was about to land the hit. The wyvern sensed the attack, but it was too late. The axe dug into its shoulder deeply, so deep that the cracking of bones could be heard as the axe ripped through. The wound was so large that the arm looked like it would fall off at any given time. The wyvern fell to the ground in pain. Silva heaved a sigh of relief, transformed back to normal, and walked to the side of the wyvern. He wanted to land the finishing blow. But in that instant, all his warning bells sounded in his head. Before he could react, the tail of the wyvern slammed into his chest. It hit with so much force that Silva's ribs shattered, and his body shot like a bullet into a wall. The attack knocked Silva out, and that caused all his clones to disappear, leaving only Fong standing. The wyvern got back on its feet, its wounds healed up completely, sealing them. But the aura around the wyvern changed completely, it looked very angry. The eyes of the wyvern glowed red, and it charged at Fong. It wanted to finish Fong off and then handle Silva. Fong stood his ground. He roared and fired a thick stream of lightning. The wyvern countered with a stream of flames that overpowered the lightning. The flames hit Fong, sending him rolling until he hit a wall and stopped. The wyvern walked toward Silva. Now that Fong was out of the way, it could deal with Silva. Fong saw the wyvern. He couldn't let his master be harmed. He channeled all his lightning into his body and used it to dash. His speed caused a sonic boom, and the wall cracked as well. He became like a bolt of lightning as he collided with the wyvern, sending it flying. Though Fong initiated the attack, the backlash he received was great, as he too was thrown into a wall. Both Fong and the wyvern got up at almost the same time. The wyvern shook off the impact of the attack, but the same could not be said for Fong. His head was bleeding, and his body was trembling. He was at the end of his strength, running on fumes, and even that was about to run out. But still, he couldn't let Silva get hurt, he had to do something. He summoned all the lightning he could. His body became like a shining light as the bolts crackled around him. But this was very dangerous, as his body was tearing up. Yet he refused to give up and kept going. He used all that force to charge at the wyvern and slammed into it. This time only the wyvern was sent flying. But Fong was no better. His consciousness was fading, but to his surprise, the wyvern stood back up. Fong tried to stand, to not fall, to not give up, but his body wasn't responding. Then he felt a hand on him and heard a voice. "You did well to protect me, now let me do the same for you," Silva said. When Fong heard that, it was as though a switch in his head was turned off, and he fainted. Summon Fong has reached the level of evolution. Evolution has begun. It seems your sacrifice has paid off, Fong. Just stay there and peacefully evolve, I'll handle this now, Silva said. He walked closer to the wyvern with slow, steady steps. The wyvern felt uneasy and became cautious. The look in Silva's eyes caused it to panic. "Summon all clones," Silva said, and all his clones appeared. "Joker of the Abyss," all the clones called out at the same time, and they all transformed. The wyvern didn't know what was going on, but it knew that when they all transformed, there was danger. It spewed a stream of flames in a circular motion to deal with them all at once, but Silva and the clones pulled cards out of their decks, creating all sorts of defensive items that warded off the flames. Then they charged all at the same time. 2 clones leaped into the air. They drew their cards, and this time it was a Joker card. They threw the cards past the wyvern, and immediately upon passing the wyvern, they teleported to where the cards were. The Joker card allowed the Joker to teleport to where the card was, and so they used it to get close to the wyvern. Then they took out other cards that transformed into weapons. They all landed their attacks, and deep wounds showed on the head of the wyvern. After the first time Silva had used the Joker, he tried to find out more about it, and with the help of the system, he was able to get the information he needed. The Joker of the Abyss was a being with an infinite amount of cards, but he only had a 20% chance of pulling what he needed. But with Silva's 10 times buff, he had a 200% chance, which meant he could never pick what he didn't want. Every draw from the deck would be something he needed. With that in mind, he could pull out any legendary weapon to fight here. The Joker was his greatest strength. Even though that dragon girl was able to stop him from using it, this wyvern couldn't. And so, now he would go all out to finish the wyvern. But even with the Joker activated, the wyvern was shockingly able to land some hits on the clones, sending them flying, but the wounds had begun gathering as they used all manner of cards to attack. The wyvern was too preoccupied to notice that Silva had transformed into his dragon newt form and was holding the Minotaur's rage in his hand, charging up for an attack. All of a sudden, all the clones distanced themselves from the wyvern. The wyvern got confused as to why, but when it looked up, it saw Silva coming from above with a powerful attack. The wyvern knew there was no dodging that. The axe was about to hit the wyvern's head, but a powerful force suddenly stopped the attack. Silva didn't understand what stopped him. He thought it was something the wyvern did, but as he looked at the wyvern, he saw it bowing. "Congratulations," the dragon girl said. She ran up to him. She had been watching the fight, and it had kept her on edge so many times. She was happy that Silva still managed to pull through. "Did I win?" Silva asked. "Yes, that force that stopped you was the labyrinth. It couldn't allow you to just kill one of the strongest beings in the labyrinth. It would be the same thing as killing your own forces," she explained. "It is as she said, my lord. I was utterly defeated by you. I acknowledge your power." The voice of the wyvern boomed through the hall. Silva looked at the wyvern and then the girl. Even though he had won, there were a ton of questions on his mind. She noticed that, so she tugged on his hand and pulled him to the throne. She sat him down there and then stood in front of him. "You have a lot of questions, so I'll start by introducing myself. I beg you to just listen and ask me questions after I have finished the explanation," she said. Silva nodded. He wanted an explanation, so he had no issues. "My name is Elsa, the last descendant of the Dark Dragon, and also the ruler of this place. You humans call it a labyrinth. The Dark Dragon created this place as his home, but due to his powerful aura, it caused monsters to spawn here. For many years, he lived here with all the other Dark Dragons of his family, but soon he died. Even I don't know the history of how he died or how the whole tribe died out. All I know is that my mom died some months after birthing me here. All that I know is what she taught me during the few months she was with me. She told me that I have to watch this place as the ruler and wait for the return of the ancestor, the Dark Dragon. She told me that he could be from any race, but he would bear the power of the Dark Dragon, and that no matter where he was, his destiny would pull him here to become the master of this place. I stayed here for over 100 years waiting for the person she spoke of, but for the past 100 years, no one of that identity came. But then, 12 years ago, I felt a strange energy, one that connected with me. Could this be the bearer of the power that my mom spoke of? I didn't know, so I decided to watch. I watched you for all these years until the day I was certain that even if you weren't the person she spoke of, you had something to do with the person. And so I made it so that the humans would find this place, and then finally one day you came in. That was when I started aiding you to get stronger," Elsa explained as best as she could. "I see, I understand all that you said. I don't know if I am the one your mother spoke of, but I know that I have a connection to the Dark Dragon, as I received his power. Humans have something called a legacy, where they inherit the power of beings that once lived in this world, and I inherited that of the dark dragon, Silva said. Then it has to be you, and now since you have the power of the ancestor, you are basically my father, Elsa said with a broad smile. What the flipping hell did you just say? How did you come up with that logic? Silva asked. Did this dragon go senile from staying underground for too long? Well, you are basically the dark dragon, the one that gave birth to the whole tribe. Of course, you are my father, she responded. No, that logic feels like it was picked from a rubbish heap. There is no way I can be your father, I'm freaking 12, and you are well over 100 years, Silva said. Elsa looked at him with teary eyes and then burst into tears. She wailed so loudly that it pierced Silva's ears. What the hell is this? I can't even stand against her. She is far stronger and older than me, yet she is crying because I said I'm not her father? Silva thought. Elsa didn't stop, she kept crying until Silva could no longer take it, so he walked over and hugged her. I'm sorry, you can call me father if you want, Silva said. He had to force those words out of his mouth, it wasn't easy. Immediately he said that, she stopped like a tap that was turned off. A smile appeared on her face, a very cheeky one. Hee, yay, I won, she said and skipped around. This was the second time she had played him. He let out a sigh and just gave up. What was the point of arguing? Elsa, I want to use dragon eyes on you to see your stats. Am I allowed? Silva asked. No, your strength is too low. Even if I allowed you to see it, you would still receive a backlash that would kill you, Elsa said. Is that how great the gap between us is? She must be out of this world strong, Silva thought. Then what about Wyvern, sir? Can I take a look at him? Silva asked. Yes, you should be able to safely look at his, and since he is your servant now, he won't be hiding it from you again, Elsa explained. Silva looked over at the Wyvern. The Wyvern bowed its head in response. Guardian Wyvern. LVL 20, evolved. Strength * 25,000. Defense * 25,000. Speed * 30,000. Agility * 25,000. Intelligence * 20,000. Silva nearly screamed at the stats of a being that had evolved. He subconsciously looked at Fong, wondering how Fong's stats would look. Now that everything was handled, Elsa started explaining how the labyrinth worked. The labyrinth is one massive living construct, and it is now connected to you, Father. I don't know how, but the labyrinth is self-sufficient, it uses the life force and bodies of all the beings that died in the labyrinth, Elsa said. So what you're saying is that it consumes the beings that die to sustain itself, and then the extra humans that die here will be consumed so that the labyrinth will grow, Silva said. That's basically all there is to it, Elsa replied. Then what about the time when it was hidden, the period when the labyrinth was not open for people to enter? Silva asked. It's self-sustained, with my help, that is. Once every few days I release my aura, and the magic particles spread through the labyrinth, creating more monsters. So the number of monsters is always up. The labyrinth consumes the older monsters whenever I release my aura, paving the way for the younger ones to take control. That has been the path followed for all these years. But now that the labyrinth is open, I don't need to do it, because the humans that die here are enough resources to sustain the labyrinth and create new monsters, she explained. I understand, but I have one question. Aside from being in charge of all the monsters, what other gains do you have as the owner of the labyrinth? Silva asked. That's simple. The labyrinth accumulates all the energy it absorbs, and then once a month, it uses it for what is needed, and also gives 1% of the energy to the owner, basically increasing the strength of the owner. I know that 1% seems very low, but when you look at the size of this labyrinth with over 50 floors, the energy it gathers is not little. So 1% is still a massive amount, Elsa said. Silva didn't feel bad about the 1%, because for him it would be 10% due to his 10 times buff. He could barely hold in his smile, he tried his best to control his emotions. So what task do I have now that I am the leader? Is there anything special for me to do? Silva asked. No need to worry about that, Father. I'll be the one to handle it for you. I understand that you have to get stronger and do certain things, so I wouldn't want you to be distracted. The only reason I handed over the labyrinth was because it was to be yours, but I have no issues continuing the work for a while, Elsa said. Silva subconsciously patted her head when she said that. He felt relieved, because he really needed to train more. But when he looked at the face of Elsa, she had a triumphant smile on her face. Silva didn't understand why, but he felt like he was played again. But before anything else, father, you need to know the main monsters that live in the labyrinth. The wyvern you fought is one of the weaker ones, actually, Elsa said. What the hell? Weaker? Silva asked in shock. He couldn't believe that this labyrinth would have monsters stronger than the wyvern. A bright light shone in the labyrinth, and then 7 figures appeared, all bowing their heads. There were 6 of them plus the wyvern, making 7. These were all the guardians of the labyrinth, the strongest of the monsters in the maze, but calling them monsters didn't seem proper, as some looked humanoid and very intelligent. From the left was a half-spider, half-human. She had pretty white hair, and her upper human body was bare, revealing her ample chest. She had a seductive glint in her eyes, something that would make men fall for her even if she was a spider. It took a good amount of mental fortitude for Silva to resist. My lord, my name is Celix, an arachnid and the 4th guardian, she spoke and bowed once again. Her voice was completely sensual, sending shivers up Silva's spine, but he tried not to let it show. Nice to meet you, Guardian Celix, and thank you for having me as your master, Silva said. It is my pleasure, she responded. If you will allow me, may I see your strength? Silva asked. Most definitely, my lord, she agreed readily. Silva activated his dragon eyes on her. Guardian Arachnid, Celix. Level 40, evolved. Strength * 40,000. Defense * 45,000. Speed * 50,000. Agility * 55,000. Intelligence * 50,000. There was only one thing on Silva's mind when he saw this: if this was the guardian he had fought, he would have most definitely lost the battle. And according to her, she was only number 4, which meant there were 3 stronger than her. Silva became eager to see their strength. You are pretty strong. I feel if you were the one I fought, I would have never won, Silva said to Celix. Your praises are wasted on me, she responded and let out a giggle that made Silva's body heat up. If I want to keep my sanity and body, I better keep my distance from Celix, Silva made a mental note. If he wasn't careful, he might find himself banging this arachnid. The next guardian was the Minotaur. He stood at over 10 feet tall, with a massive axe on his back. What's your name? Silva asked. My name is Zack, my lord, the 6th guardian here, Zack introduced himself. Silva went through the same procedure and checked Zack's stats. Guardian Minotaur, Zack. Level 25, evolved. Strength * 30,000. Defense * 30,000. Speed * 25,000. Agility * 20,000. Intelligence * 20,000. Zack seemed to be a monster focused on strength and defense, while his speed and agility fell short of the others. The next person was one that didn't sit well with Silva. It was a small girl, around 10 years old, with fairy wings on her back. She looked the smallest, but Silva felt a terrible aura coming from her. He didn't know why, but he was about to find out. Before Silva could even ask the fairy for her name, she introduced herself. I am Lily, the fairy, the 2nd guardian. Second? Silva couldn't believe that she was the 2nd guardian. Alright, Lily, nice to meet you, Silva said. She smiled back at Silva, but the smile set his mind at unease, he didn't know why. He went ahead to try using his dragon eye to see her stats. Guardian Fairy, Lily. Level 80, evolved. Strength * 100,000. Defense * 100,000. Speed * 100,000. Agility * 100,000. Intelligence * 100,000. Magic * 10 million. What the hell? Silva couldn't hold himself back from shouting. Her stats looked like something a child writing a novel would do. All the stats were the same, aside from the fact that they were all 100,000. Her breath alone would crush Silva, and here he was standing as their leader. He suddenly felt a mountain of pressure press down on him, it became harder to breathe. Then there was the magic stat. The dragon eyes didn't normally show magic, but in her case, it did, and the number was simply absurd, 10 million mana points. Even Silva, who was proud of his mana, couldn't come close. He was simply at 800,000, while she was at 10 million. While he thought about how absurd this was, his eyes moved to Elsa. Elsa had said that he wouldn't be able to see her stats. Lily had such high stats, yet he was able to see Lily's stats. If this was the case, it simply meant that Elsa's stats were much higher than Lily's. This was a wake-up call to Silva. He was a frog in a small pond. He was considered the strongest in his town, yet look at the beings he was facing. I have to be cautious from here on out. If this labyrinth has such beings, it simply means there are several like them all over the world, and even more powerful ones as well. If I act too rashly and draw attention, they'll see me as a growing threat and take me out easily. I have to keep a low profile, just enough to not catch their eyes. Lily, your magic, it's out of this world, Silva said. Indeed, my magic is second only to Lady Elsa's, Lily said. That statement made Silva wonder about Elsa's strength again. He looked at Elsa, and she gave him her innocent smile. After Lily was the wyvern. They had already met, but Silva didn't know his name yet. Since Master has seen my strength already, I'll only tell him my name, the wyvern said. I am the seventh guardian, Wyvern Kratos. Silva nodded to the wyvern and then looked at the next person. It was an orc, but he looked like a human man aside from the horn on his head. He had a smile, but his muscles still trembled with power. My name is Maru, the fifth guardian and an ogre. I look forward to working with you, he said. Guardian Ogre, Maru. Level 40, evolved. Strength * 35,000. Defense * 30,000. Speed * 35,000. Agility * 35,000. Intelligence * 35,000. Now, all that remained were the third guardian and the first guardian. The third guardian was a snake lady. She was half snake, half human like the arachnid, with glistening black and green scales. She carried the same sensual air. Silva was beginning to think this was something common to demon humans. My lord, my name is Jade, the demi-leviathan guardian, she said with a smile, but the smile made Silva fear for his manhood. Just like with Celix, he decided to stay away from this snake. Guardian Jade, demi-leviathan. Level 70, evolved. Strength * 90,000. Defense * 100,000. Speed * 95,000. Agility * 95,000. Intelligence * 90,000. Her stats were almost as absurd as the fairies. She was indeed powerful. Now, it was time for the main event of the day, the stats of the number one being. He looked completely human, aside from his longer ears and glowing red eyes. His skin was pale as paper, and he had sharp canines. My lord, I am Drake, the vampire guardian and the number one guardian. I'll be the one to be by your side for most of the time, Drake said. Silva wanted to try using his dragon eyes, but Drake raised his hand to stop him. Just like Lady Elsa, I advise you not to attempt to see my stats. It may not kill you, but the backlash will most definitely keep you bedridden for days, Drake explained. He is correct. His power is not simply higher than our little fairy Lily's, it is so high that it would take all the guardians to fight him, and they would still lose in the end, Elsa said. You praise me too much, my lady, Drake said. Another overly powerful being. I am curious, but I shouldn't be reckless. Thank you all for accepting me as your leader. You are all very powerful beings. I am not close to being worthy of being your leader, but here I am. So to that end, I promise that I'll do my utmost best to get stronger, to become someone worthy of being your leader. I'll need your help to that end, so I hope we can work well together, Silva said. The whole thing had been a very stressful and great experience for Silva, but he had to head out at the end of the day. He left Fong in Elsa's care and teleported to the 10th floor before making his way towards the upper floors. Now that he was the owner of the labyrinth, he could teleport wherever he wanted in the labyrinth, and the monsters would also not lay their hands on him unless he willed it. These were all pretty good perks, but now he could no longer kill these monsters for EXP, because they had basically become his army. As he headed out, he made it to the 6th floor, and there he came face to face with Lucas and his party. When Lucas spotted Silva, his face changed into one of anger immediately. It was evident that he was still pissed. But now, Silva was no longer interested in Lucas, because he had come to the labyrinth and had seen beings that went beyond the normal concept of power. To him now, Lucas was an ant, not worth even stepping on. His pride as a dragon would be hurt if he brought himself so low as to fight this ant. So, because of that, he paid them no heed and headed on his way, but as he was about to pass, Lucas raised his sword to block him. "I challenge you to a duel, tomorrow at the guild's arena," Lucas said. "I won't be coming," Silva said and continued on his way. "Be careful what you choose, Silva. I may not be able to trouble your existence, but I know you will leave this town soon, and then Mike and Quinn will be in my hands," Lucas said. Silva paused when he heard that threat, and he flashed a smile at Lucas. "I see, so that's how you play. Well, after tomorrow, no one will have to worry about you," Silva said and walked away. He wasn't angry at what Lucas had said, it was just an ant taking opportunities, there was no issue with that. But still, tomorrow, the town would lose its strongest for sure. Silva didn't have plans to show mercy. He left the labyrinth after a while and headed back into the town before it got dark. He headed straight home. On his way home, he felt a presence, no, even more than one. With his powerful mind, he sensed over 20 cloaked people running through the town. Seems they are making their move. "I should discuss with Reyes after the fight tomorrow," Silva said and headed inside. From that night till the next day, the word of the duel spread faster than wildfire on dry leaves. The duel was scheduled for noon, and no adventurer wanted to miss it, in fact, no one wanted to miss it. The guildmaster had to loan a projection crystal from the mayor. It worked like a normal projector, but it projected large holograms into the sky. This one was so large that the whole town would be able to see. It also produced the sounds that it recorded. The smallest crystal would be set inside the arena to capture the fight, while the bigger one projected. This was just how big of a deal the two well-known B-ranked adventurers' clash was. When it was time for the match, Silva decided to go late by over 10 minutes. Talks that maybe he ran away from the fight filled the arena as everyone waited for Silva. Finally, Silva arrived in casual clothes, not armor. He got to his place in the arena and faced Lucas, who was all armored up. In his hand was his giant sword, ready to go. "I thought you would chicken out and run, but instead, you came to me empty-handed to insult me," Lucas said. "Just shut up and let the duel begin," Silva said. The referee saw that they were both ready, and so he raised his hand and brought it down to signify the start of the duel. "I will make you cry, kid. Your strength has gone to your head for far too long," Lucas said. The rage in his eyes could not be hidden as he kicked off the ground. He charged like a mad bull, yet his movements were precise, with the proper intent. Anyone could tell that his movements were a life's worth of training, slowly accumulated and burned into his body. Sadly, to Silva, who stood on the opposite side, it was nothing but a bore, so boring that he yawned loudly and smacked his lips after. Everyone was taken aback by this. Silva was clearly not taking this seriously. Did he have a death wish? This was the strongest adventurer in this town, after all. Reyes, who was watching from his office in the guild, could already tell that Lucas had lost the fight. Silva, though he looked bored, was already watching Lucas and plotting the quickest way to take him out, but Lucas was too preoccupied with his rage to see the truth. Lucas was filled with rage when Silva did that right in front of him. He couldn't hold himself back anymore. He activated his most powerful technique, the sword glowed blood red. Lucas swung with all his might. The blade moved so fast that the normal eye would not be able to see. Silva threw a casual punch at the incoming blade, and when his fist collided with the blade, an explosion happened, and a figure shot like a bullet in one direction and was lodged very deep into the wall. Of course, that person was Lucas. Immediately when Silva's fist collided with Lucas's sword, several things happened. Before the sword shattered, a massive force was passed through the sword into Lucas's arms, shattering the bones inside like they were all made of crackers. The sword shattered, and the particles were all pushed toward Lucas because of the force of the punch. They stabbed several places in Lucas's body, leaving him with several holes. The last thing that happened was that the force from the punch slammed against Lucas's chest, cracking and breaking several ribs, and then sending him flying. Lucas hit the wall, and that caused its own set of injuries. When he fell to the ground, he wasn't awake. Heck, they didn't even know if he was alive. But Silva had made sure to leave him alive. This town still needed their strongest. Silva wouldn't be here for too long. All eyes shifted to Silva, who stood casually after destroying the strongest. No one knew how to feel at this moment, so they didn't react at all, just stood confused. Silva left the arena without looking back. Today, he showed a little bit of his power for the sake of a warning, and also to attract attention. Sure, he said if he overdid things it would be an issue, But he also wanted to be trending news that would ring in the ears of the Duke. He had a little revenge plan, after all. After my talk with the Viscount, there is nothing of notice in this town, the only thing would be the labyrinth. And since you said that the first time you saw him was at the labyrinth, it is possible that it had something to do with the labyrinth, Ray said to Silva as they sat in the office. But they have also been moving around town. I sensed them the other day. They are planning something, Silva said. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. There was a barrier forming around the town. There is an issue right now, Guildmaster, Silva said and got on his feet. Immediately, an adventurer burst through the door, his breathing was heavy, but he tried to still speak. Guildmaster, about 10 cloaked men were found around the town. They activated some sort of magical circle, and now a barrier is forming around the town, the man relayed. It makes sense now. They must have been studying the town as well as drawing this circle in order to trap us inside. Then they can go to the labyrinth for whatever they have to do, Reyes deduced. It must be very calculated because Lucas is still healing, and all other rank B adventurers are also within this town as well, Reyes pointed out again. So they ensured that anyone that would relatively be a threat is inside the barrier, and they can move unhindered and do what they want, Silva said. He looked at Reyes, and Reyes nodded. The both of them dashed out of the office and headed into town. The streets were filled with people, all looking at the barrier that had formed over the town. Silva took out his sword and leaped high into the sky, slashing the barrier. It rippled violently but didn't break or crack. Silva landed back, he looked at Reyes and shook his head. It is tough, too tough, he said. But this time all his minds were working in parallel to find a way out of the situation, and in less than 5 seconds, a general idea was made. Silva would use Dragon's Eye on the barrier and find the weakest point, then he would gather his strength for a powerful attack. I have a plan that may work, Sir Reyes. Get the adventurers and the Viscount's personal army ready. Once the barrier breaks, we will all be heading to the labyrinth, Silva said. Reyes didn't question Silva, he simply nodded and moved along. He ran as fast as he could. Silva activated his dragon eyes and took a look at the barrier. He ran around the town, watching for the weak point, until he finally found the place where all the energy converged. He took out his sword and sent a full power stab to the exact point. The entire circuit of the barrier and the formation collapsed and imploded, causing the entire barrier to break down. Silva didn't go to search for Reyes or anyone else. He started running towards the labyrinth at full speed. That place belonged to him now. He couldn't let someone just waltz in. When he got to the labyrinth door, he saw the mutilated bodies of the adventurers that had come out to the labyrinth. It was not a pretty sight as their innards were slashed out and their blood painted the ground. Their eyes were wide open, frozen in a state of fear and panic. That meant the people that killed them surprised them and then dominated them. Silva walked around, closing the eyes of those that still had full heads. After that, he walked to the door, taking one last look back, he entered the labyrinth. As soon as he stepped foot in the labyrinth, he teleported to the throne room. As soon as he appeared, he was jumped by Elsa in a bear hug. "Daddy," she yelled out as she grabbed him. "Daddy? That's a new one," he said to her. "I'm trying out new ways to call you, that's all," she said. Silva caressed her like a child and headed for the throne. The guardians that were there all bowed to him as he passed by. He sat on the throne with Elsa on his lap, and then he spoke. "I am very sure you already know that some set of people came into the labyrinth. Is there a way for us to monitor them?" he asked. "Of course, Master," Drake said and snapped his fingers, and every floor of the labyrinth appeared in the air in holographic form. So many views to one single floor, nothing could possibly hide from his eyes, all 50 floors. He saw a view that had people in cloaks walking, and then he pointed to it. "That one." The hologram came closer and became bigger. The cloaked people were about 100, all armed, and they looked strong at the very least. "So you all are the ones that caused all this havoc," Silva said. He looked up at the guardians and spoke. "These people have genuinely made me angry. They trapped my town and killed several of the adventurers from my town. I don't know what they want in this labyrinth, but I want them to get one thing for sure: pain, suffering, and torture. I want all 100 of them to feel despair, and I want their leaders to all beg for death but not get it. So I'm asking all of you for the help I need to do this and to make them suffer very much," Silva said. "You don't even need to ask, my lord. We will carry out your will, Drake said. I hope I'll get a reward after this, Jade said and licked her lips, sending chills up Silva's spine. Yes, anything that I can give, as long as it doesn't require my body, just for safety, Silva said. She frowned and stuck out her tongue. So she wanted my body. Scary, Silva thought. If I may ask, am I allowed to torture them how I want? Lily suddenly asked. The expressions of all the guardians turned to dread, even Elsa let out a nervous chuckle. Sorry, there was a mistake some chapters back, Maru the Guardian is not an orc, he is an ogre. Silva sat on the throne watching the group of 100 cloaked men walk through the labyrinth. He observed them closely. They had many powerful members that handled the labyrinth monsters, taking little time to take them out easily until they reached the 6th floor. As soon as they got there, Silva initiated the plan. Selix, lead your arachnids to the 6th floor. I want you to start by causing disarray in their force. Ensure that you take enough so they can't fight. Also, you'll be there, but not to engage, just to use your powerful aura to cause them fear. I want them to scatter in all directions. That way, we can start the real hunt, one by one, Silva said. Selix bowed her head and teleported from the hall, and so the game began. The cloaked men walked through the 6th floor unhindered, like a powerful wave wiping out everything in their path. But suddenly, the man at the front raised his hand, signaling them to stop. He tried to peer farther into the darkness. And as he did, the darkness stared back. Several glowing red eyes, too numerous to count, appeared. They started hearing the crackling of hard endoskeleton legs on the rocky floors heading their way. It sounded like an army in heavy boots. Finally, the spiders, half the size of humans, appeared, with some far bigger than that as well. Their number was in the hundreds, about 200 of them, all there, ready to tear this group of 100 limb from limb. To top it off, Selix, who was at the back, decided to release her aura for a bit. It was like a mad wave that washed over the cloaked people. It poured fear directly into their souls, weakening their resolve to fight the arachnids. They all turned tail and started running while the arachnids gave chase. Only 5 could stand, and they yelled at the others to maintain formation, but the others were too far gone in fear to listen. These 5 who stood were the leaders of the group, but it was still evident they were scared as their bodies kept trembling. But since they didn't run, Selix ordered them to be brought in, all 5 of them. The arachnids swarmed them, and even though the men fought as if their lives depended on it, they were outnumbered 10 to 1. There was no winning. The 5 were all dragged into the darkness, while the remaining arachnids gave chase to those who had fled earlier. The master knew this would disrupt them. Just putting fear in their hearts has thrown their entire formation into shambles, Selix said, looking at the men getting dragged away. I have a feeling the master will give them to Lily for questioning, Selix said. The thought of Lily torturing the men gave Selix chills. Selix appeared in the hall again, with all 5 men behind her. They had been tied up with spider webs, so thick and tight they had trouble breathing. Silva looked at them and tried to sense the unique energy he had felt from the first cloaked man, but none of the 5 here were the right person. So he didn't come? He must have sent these ones here, Silva thought. He got up from the throne and walked over to the 5 of them. I'll try my best to save you from the pain that will come if you refuse, so I'll ask this once, tell me the details of your plan and all about your organization, Silva said. He told Selix to remove the webs covering their mouths. She did as instructed. But as soon as she did, they all started chanting something at the same time. Selix quickly covered their mouths again. What were they saying? Silva asked. I don't know, but as soon as they started chanting, their mana began gathering at their core. It's probably a self-destruct spell of some sort, Selix explained. So I take it they don't want to tell us anything, then, Silva said, frowning at them. It's your fault for what's about to happen. Don't blame me, blame yourselves, Silva said, and then looked at Lily. I want to see your torture abilities that everyone here is afraid of. We have to get the truth out of them, even if it means breaking their spirits and souls, Silva said. Lily nodded, grabbing 2 of the men while Silva took the other 3. Watch over the remaining people who scattered, Elsa. When I come back, we can continue having fun with them, Silva said and headed out of the hall following Lily. Do you think the master will be able to stomach what he'll see during Lily's torture session? Jade came close to Elsa and asked. Don't worry. Father has the mental fortitude of the first dark dragon. He won't be fazed by this, Elsa said, assuring them. she still had her doubts in mind because Lily had a level of brutality that no one else could reach. Silva and Lily walked through the hallway as she led him to her torture chamber. "Master Silva, I have something to tell you," Lily said. "Yeah? What is it?" Silva asked. "Well, my fairy power is called foresight, the ability to predict the future. Because of my mana, I can see futures up to tens of years ahead. The issue with my ability is that the farther into the future I look, the more parallels are born," she said. "Parallels? What are those?" he asked. "Nothing is ever definite in the future. Parallels are other paths that can be taken. There are an infinite number of parallels, and the farther you look into the future, the more parallels are born," she said. She glanced at Silva before she continued. It seemed there was something she was leading to with this discussion. "These parallels are all things that can happen, one of them will happen, but the probability of any one happening is equal across the board. The reason why I'm telling you this is because I looked into your future. Basically, I used my foresight on you, seeing some years into the future. There were over 100 paths that you could take, but there was something similar about them. In most of them, you destroy the world and then end up dead, killed by someone you love. I've tried to get a clearer picture of what I'm seeing, but there is a force blurring out some details. In most of the futures I see, you become a terrifying dragon, you rip through the planet and destroy all. The Guardians fought by your side and all died, even Lady Elsa. We all fought and died for you, but in the end, you let someone you love end your life. That is why I want to make this clear to you right now. If you want to lead us, then lead us without emotions, cast aside all those feelings, because I refuse to die for someone who will waver from his course after others have sacrificed for him. After we die, after we give our lives, the least you can do is carry out the course that killed us. I may not be able to see the details of the future, but I hope that you will listen to what I have said." Lily finished what she had to say and looked forward. Silva paused. He stared at Lily's back as she walked. All sorts of thoughts filled his mind. This was news on a whole different level. What would make him destroy the world? What would make him risk the lives of all the Guardians and still die in the end? And who was the loved one that killed him? Question upon question filled his mind, but he decided he would not overthink it. There was no point in beating himself over what he barely understood. He carried the men and followed Lily, but as he was about to enter the torture room she went into, a message came through the system. "Congratulations on getting some information toward the task given to you by the goddess Ophelia. You are on the right path to understanding your function. 1000 EXP, 500 SP. Silva was happy after seeing this. It meant all the things that he had been doing so far were not off track. He had finally made progress as to why the goddess sent him. With a smile on his face, he walked into the torture room, but that smile immediately changed into shock. The walls were filled with all sorts of blades and torture equipment. There were also shelves with bottles of chemicals and lots more. Lily snapped her fingers and the men all started floating. They got suspended mid-air, even the ones that Silva was holding not too long ago. "Let's get started," she said in a calm, clean voice. One of the men floated down to her side. She undid the spider webs, but suppressed the man's ability to speak completely. "Master, do you know what happens when two conflicting mana meet in the mana vein of a being?" Lily asked. "No, not at all. I hardly know about mana veins in the first place," Silva responded. "Then I'll teach you as we go along," she said and ripped the clothes off the man, leaving him completely naked. Mana veins are what carry mana around the body of a being. Your veins develop after your mana core is fully established. The mana that you absorb and also generate is fixed to match your own mana. Even in the case of mana deficiency, you have to slowly digest it into the core and then let the core charge it up. But when the mana is directly infused into the veins, it collides with the mana of the person and causes unimaginable pain. This is also amplified when the person has a very high mana capacity. I noticed that this particular man has the highest mana capacity, so I decided to try this method on him. Now that's not all. What I explained to you is what happens when I infuse human mana, but fairies tend to have one of the most potent mana. And then there is me, who even among fairies still has mana potency out of their league. What will happen if it is my fully potent mana that this man gets?" she asked and then infused her mana into the man. Right after, the man's veins bulged, his body trembled, his eyes went blood red, and his skin turned a deathly purple color. Arghahar! His screams echoed through the room. He shook violently in pain, but she used magic to restrict the space around him. so as he forcefully shook in pain, he was cracking the space and it was ripping his body all around. Still, his voice didn't come down, he yelled and yelled, writhing in pain, his blood poured from all the wounds, pooling on the ground. Black, thick blood seeped out of his mouth, nose, and eyes, even the pores of his skin started bleeding. He shook and screamed until his voice sounded like a wild goat, a puddle of blood and vomit formed under him, he even pissed and shat himself right on the spot. Silva watched this horrendous scene, amazed by how brutal and ruthless this cute-looking fairy girl was. Even with all the pain that this man was going through, not once did her face flinch, there was only a slight smile on her face that had been there since the beginning. She finally stopped infusing, giving the man a moment of peace, but at this point, he started to look more dead than alive. You see, master, when the mana infused is as potent as mine, the pain caused can break the mind in seconds, Lily said. Lily used magic to heal the man, bringing him back to the optimal state, but even with his body healed up, it couldn't take away the horror he felt, that was forever a part of his soul. Now you can ask him any question, I doubt that he will try anything, Lily said and took a step back for Silva. Silva came close to the man. The man looked at Silva like he was the devil, this 12-year-old to whom they called master. This 12-year-old watched him get tortured without flinching. What sort of mind would you have to not be fazed by such a sight? Alright, answer my questions honestly, or what you felt will just be the tip of the iceberg. Do you understand me? Silva asked. The man nodded as fast as he could. He didn't want it, he couldn't take that pain. No, he would rather sell his soul to this kid than feel that torture anymore. I will tell you anything you want, please, I'll tell you, the man said. Good, what's your name? Silva asked. My name is Aaron. I am from Blacklight City. I was born and I grew up there, Aaron spoke in a rush. What is the name of the organization that sent you all here? Silva asked. We are called the Dark Blade. I was asked to join a few years back. They offered us a good life as well as a good life for our families. All we had to do was follow. It was like they brainwashed us into certain beliefs, and the beliefs were tied to the ancient demon race, the man said. Ancient demon race? What is that? Tell me more about it, Silva asked. I don't know more, that's all I know. We were asked to raid this dungeon to scout because our leaders believe that a demon king candidate will be birthed in this labyrinth. I don't know what all that is, but that was the information that we received. Nothing more, we are simply a scout team, the man said. Ancient demons, and a demon king candidate, all this information, and you have nothing more on them? Silva asked again. I don't know, please, this is all that I know, Aaron said. What about your leaders, what do you know about them? Silva asked. I'm sorry, we never get the chance to see any of them. We are outer members, only the inner and core members know the leaders of the Dark Blade, Aaron said. This makes you very useless at this point, and I am guessing the rest of you only have the same information, Silva said and walked toward the door. Lily, I leave them in your care. Break their minds and feed them to the monsters, Silva said and left the room. As soon as he left the room, he heard the guttural screams of the men. He didn't care though, he kept walking toward the throne room. After today, he finally understood why the other guardians were wary of Lily's torturing. There was something that Silva also noticed, the guardians were well versed in the things of the world to a certain extent. Silva believed that, unlike the other monsters, the guardians were not all born here, and if they were born here, they took time to learn a lot of things. That's understandable, since they lived for over hundreds of years. Even if they were underground, they would still have gone out a bit or met with adventurers inside the labyrinth. But all that aside, what was troubling Silva now was the talk about the ancient demons and the demon king candidate. This was the first time that he was coming across talks about the demons. He had to find the answers. He got into the hall and all the guardians were still there, and as usual, Elsa ran and hugged him. Daddy, did you get the information that you needed? She asked. Not much, but I came across some very vital information, something about ancient demons and demon king candidates, Silva said. Elsa paused when she heard that, her face changed into a serious one. If those people are here for any reason concerning demons or demon kings, then it is a very serious thing, Elsa said. Is there something I need to know? Silva asked. Yes, there is. There is one more place in the labyrinth that you need to come into, she said and then looked at the guardians. Drake, you come with me. The rest of you should go and capture all those cloaked men and cage them until Daddy is back. The issue at hand is more important, so we will have to keep their punishment aside and just capture them. Is that okay with you, Daddy? Elsa asked Silva. Yeah, it seems the issue is really serious, and I also want to know what the demon stuff is about, Silva said. The other guardians bowed their heads and teleported to capture the intruders that had been scattered all around. Elsa led Silva and Drake to the back of the throne. She placed her hand to infuse mana into the wall behind it. Lady Elsa, is it the library? Is that where you are taking us? Drake asked. Yes, there are things Daddy needs to learn, she said. Library? Silva asked. The walls lit up, showing a large magic circle, and then the wall opened like a door. They walked into a hall more massive than the throne room. It was filled with books, equipment, crystals, and all sorts of things, even gold and all sorts of precious items. When Silva saw this, his mouth was left open. What the hell is this? I was planning on showing Daddy later, after he became accustomed to the labyrinth. This is the library. I know there are a lot of things aside from books, but that is the name it was given. I told you before that all I know is from my mummy, but that was kind of a white lie, Daddy, because I got knowledge from here. All the dragons that ruled here since the Dark Dragon, these places house their knowledge, and their resources were stored here, Elsa said. Since the dragons have lived for so long, we have information about the demons and much more, but for now, I want you to see what the ancient demons are, Lily said. She flew into the air and took out one of the several books on the shelves, then she flew down and handed it to Silva. Silva took the book and then took a seat. He opened it up and started reading. Gods exist, and they watch over all life. They are believed to be the ultimate form of life. But not all gods are good and gracious. In fact, many are terrible and have no care for other lives. These are regarded as the evil gods. Evil gods are gods that have fallen from their initial grace and goodness and have taken it upon themselves to reap the souls of all life. In many places, they are referred to as devils, but they are just evil gods. However, evil gods are as important as gods. A god is a being that lives eternally, and so, it becomes hard over eons to keep helping races of lesser beings that refuse to listen. If there were no evil gods, gods would have no opponents, and as such, the boredom would lead them to try to create an evil that would challenge them. The lesser beings would bear the brunt of the destruction, and the god would fall, to become an evil god. Then again, are evil gods truly bad, and are gods really good? To a lesser race, they may want to see it that way, but no, they are neither truly bad nor good. The only difference is one seeks to keep the balance, and the other seeks to destroy it. It doesn't matter if destroying the balance will save lives, the god will not allow it. At this point, is he a god anymore? Is he good or just selfish? A mere mortal may never understand what an evil god is or what a god is because gods and evil gods revolve around a single law called order. A law that is said to be before the gods, a law by which they all take their standing and make their decisions. Due to all this, a god can't disrupt order to save anyone, and to combat this, they created the races of angels and demons. Every world and every dimension has its own type of angels and demons. In this world, the goddess Ophelia made the ancient demons and the celestials. She did it with the help of an evil god, whose record no one knows. These two races became the holders of balance. They battled for as long as they lived, and they couldn't defeat each other. This became the new order. But soon, by some mysterious means, the order was destroyed, as a new, extremely powerful race came to be and aided the demons. The dragons, and then all other beasts, started aiding the dragons and the demons as well, and this offset the balance. Because of this, the only race that chose to help the celestials were the humans, and this created a mighty disorder. This disorder became something that the goddess had to fix. And so, she created two realms, the abyss and the heavens. She sent all the ancient demons into the abyss, and then she sent the celestials into the heavens. She wanted the normal races to be separated from the two major races. But that was far from the end, because from the realms of heaven and the abyss, the celestials and the demons reached out. This brought about the creation of the heroes and the demon kings. The heroes were humans chosen by the celestials to bear their will and be the keepers of order, whereas the demon kings were chosen by the demons. In every generation, an equal number of heroes and demon kings are born, and this is what has kept the peace for every generation. Any generation where the heroes or demon kings are fewer than the other, a great war will break out, and the stronger side will dominate until the next generation comes. A demon king can be from any race that is not human, whereas the heroes can only be human. This new system is what has regulated the peace and has allowed order to be retained. No one knows how long this will stay. Silva closed the book. He had gotten the information he needed for now. He looked at Elsa and spoke. Those men said that they came here because there was a demon lord candidate here. What does that mean? Silva asked. That would mean a new generation is starting, and the search for the hero candidates and the demon king candidates will start soon. These people might want to offset the order. If there is really a demon king candidate here, then it would make sense. If they got him or her, they would be able to make the humans have a headway by killing him, or help the demons by supporting the demon king candidate, depending on their plans, Elsa explained. The first dark dragon was a demon king, known for his powerful abyss magic. During his reign, he rose to become the first demon lord. A demon lord is a being almost as powerful as an ancient demon, or more to be honest. He offset the balance, even with equal numbers of heroes and demon kings. He led the other demons, and during that time, humans were heavily subjugated, Drake said. For humans to still survive, how come? Silva asked, considering they were only one race. That's because half of the world is made up of humans, and they keep giving birth. Elves have low birth rates, the same as dragons and other races. Only beings like goblins can keep up, but female goblins are rare, so goblins kidnap women to have their children. But with how weak they are, it is hard for goblins to make a lot of children because they are killed in large numbers, Elsa explained. You have learned information about your function from Goddess Ophelia. You are on the right path. There were a lot of thoughts in Silva's head at this point. This whole demon, celestial, and other stuff had really confused him. So, do we know who the candidate is? It can't just be a random monster, it has to have something special, Silva said. That answer is already there, Master. There can only be two options, you or Lady Elsa. But Lady Elsa has been around for over 100 years. If she had any prospects of being a demon king, she would have been selected in the past generation and not now, Drake said. So what about the Guardians? Silva asked. No, the Guardians have lived even longer than Lady Elsa, we watched her grow. So it can't be us as well. The whole thing started during the range of your birth, and with you carrying the legacy of the first dragon, and also being a half-dragon, it makes you the perfect candidate, Drake said. Silva was unsure how to react. He had the thought that it could have been him, but he wasn't sure that was possible. But now, Drake was pointing out some good facts. You have unlocked one level to the task of Goddess Ophelia. You may now receive a message from her. A notification came on, and then a hologram of Goddess Ophelia appeared massively in the middle of the room. Drake and Elsa bowed immediately when they saw the goddess. Wait, you can see her? That shouldn't be possible, Silva said. I allowed them to see, because I believe that they have a vital role to play as well. They are also your comrades, they won't speak of what happens here, right? Ophelia asked. You can't be making rash decisions like that, Silva argued back. Ha ha ha, well it has already been done, she said with a smile, and then her face turned serious. It took you less time than I thought. I expected that you would take some years to get this first message, but it seems that the legacy has sped the process up. What I want to say is that you have always been destined to be one of the next demon king. When I gave you the legacies to choose from, all were from former demon kings that have died or left this world. So no matter what, you would have become one, and then your task would have been simply to become a demon king. But it seems something unexpected happened ever since you picked the Dark Dragon legacy. The laws of order refuse to let me give you details all at once, so you must seek it out like you have already started. Your journey is no longer just to be a demon king. No, it is more than that, far, far more, and the stronger you grow, the more your task is changing bit by bit. Your presence has impacted the order, and if you don't complete the task, all order will shatter, and what comes next is something I can't tell you. Either way, I'll still be there to guide you through as best as I can. Also, don't try to get the task done by force and speed, just live your life at a steady pace, and you'll be shocked at how fast you will get it done. This is all I can say for now. Ophelia waved at him and disappeared. To think Master would be acquainted with the goddess, Drake said in reverence. Stop it, you'll make it awkward, Silva said. You have gained a new title, Demon King Candidate. Perks of the title, Order of the Demon King, infuse fear into the hearts of those of lower levels and 10 levels higher than you x 10. It comes with a perk. This isn't so bad after all. Master, now that we are certain that you are a candidate, it is best that I warn you. Begin to build your army, as great and as strong as possible, because things may get very dangerous from now. The other thing is that you must keep your status a secret from humans. If they ever find out, it could spell the start of a war, one that will not be easily handled. And you are far too weak now. It would be bad for a war to start. Aside from humans, you must keep that status away from beasts alike. If the current demon kings hear about you, they will get their hands on you and force you to serve under them as training. You will lose your free will and everything, Drake warned. Silva could tell from his tone that this was a serious issue. He made a mental note to listen to what Drake said. Daddy, you have the summoner ability, right? But I noticed that you use it only partly. If you use the true power, you can build a bigger army, and even train beings that may become as strong as the Guardians, Elsa said. You just gave me an idea. If I make the Guardians my summons, they will be 10 times stronger, Silva said. That won't work, because, again, you are too weak. No matter who you are, it is impossible for a normal being to tame an evolved being, Drake said. Daddy, back to what I was saying. Let me tell you about the other side of summoning. So far, all you have been using is the taming subbranch of summoning. There are more types, like golem summoning, spirit summoning, undead summoning, and more. If you can learn how to do that, with your mana capacity, you will be making an army in no time. You also need close confidants in the human world. The Guardians can't be with you always, because even if they suppress their mana, if a powerful person sees them, they will know. So your summons can be your close confidants, moving with you and watching over you, Elsa said. I understand, but let's take things easy for now. Even if I am a candidate, I'm only a candidate. No one knows what will happen just yet, and we still have Darkblade to deal with, Silva said. Silva informed the Guardians to leave as many of the intruders alive as they could because now that he knew about all the types of summoning, he wanted to try them out, and one of them was undead summoning. He went through the system and found a spellbook on undead summoning. He needed bodies for this to work. He returned to the hall where over 70 remaining men lay there like bags, completely tied up with spider webs. The first thing I have to do is completely kill them. Until they die, I can't use them, Silva thought. He pointed his hands at them and used a dark spell. Hands of Darkness. Several black hands came out and started choking all of them. In less than 5 minutes, the mass murder of over 70 people was complete. Silva didn't bat an eye or even show any emotions. Immediately after they all died, he activated the summoning spell, causing a massive magical circle to appear under all the men. Black smoke seeped out of the circle and into the bodies of all the intruders. It took some time, but all the intruders got up on their feet, their eyes glowing purple. Congratulations, you have created undead summons, zombies. 2000 EXP, 1000 SP. Zombies? That's cool, Silva said. He looked at all the zombies. They all lined up and bowed their heads to Silva. Drake, handle them, maybe send them to one of the floors to serve as beasts, Silva said. It was time for him to head back to the town. Suddenly, Silva felt a huge rise in mana movement in one direction. He looked over in that direction and saw that it was where Fong was. The mana kept gathering until Fong finally woke up. The first thing Silva noticed was that Fong was much bigger than when he started the evolution. There were no other changes to Fong, aside from his size and the stronger aura he carried. Silva decided to check his stats right away. Name, Fong. Race, Thunderstorm Tiger. Level, 1, Evolved. Strength, 10,000. Defense, 9,000. Speed, 9,500. Agility, 9,500. Intelligence, 8,000. Silva was shocked by what he saw, but he knew it was because of his 10 times buff that it was this high. Still, having a summon like this was awesome. Fong noticed Silva approaching him. He bowed his head in respect to Silva. You've done well to get this far, Fong. You have my commendation. Stay in the labyrinth for a while and train with the Guardians. Get accustomed to your strength. Silva immediately gave him some instructions. As you wish, Master, Fong said. Alright, I'll be on my way. See you all later. Take care of Elsa for me, he said and teleported out of the hall to the 50th floor of the labyrinth and went out from there. The reason he chose the 50th floor was to ensure he wasn't spotted, since it had lesser traffic. When he stepped out of the labyrinth, he noticed that the voices of the killed adventurers were no longer there, and there were some armed knights by the labyrinth. When they saw Silva, they all pointed their spears and swords at him, completely surrounding him. "Who are you?" one of the knights asked. "I'm Silva, a B-class adventurer," Silva said. "Ha ha ha ha." All the knights burst into laughter when Silva said that. Silva could tell that these knights weren't from the town, so they didn't know him. "Look, kid, we aren't here to play. Tell us who you are, or we will have to arrest you," the knight yelled again. "I have my adventurer's card here. I'll show it to you," Silva said and was about to remove it, but his attention was taken away by the flash of a sword headed for his head. He took a step back, and the sword missed ever so slightly. The knight had attacked him. If not for the fact that he was Silva, he would have been knocked out. "You think we are joking, you brat?" the knight yelled. "What sort of unreasonable event is this? If you only let me show you, we can avoid all the commotion, and if I'm lying, you can simply arrest me," Silva said. His patience was at its limit. He looked at the man with dragon eyes, and that was when he noticed a dark, sinister energy twirling in the man's mind. That had to be the energy controlling this man and causing him to be this unreasonable. Silva then sensed a presence watching them some distance away. When he looked, it was the cloaked man. "That man again," Silva said. He looked at the knight. Even if this man was being controlled, he wasn't going to let this slide. This was because that energy was not truly controlling the man, it was enhancing the man's emotions. All the man needed to do was take a deep breath and control his emotions, and that energy would dissipate. But no, he was too pissed off for some reason, and now seeing a child who claimed to be a B-ranked adventurer made him angry. His emotions were enhanced, and now he was lashing out at Silva. He could control this situation, but he chose not to. "What are you all standing there for? This is an order. Arrest this brat. Don't hold back. If he resists, beat him up," the knight said. The knights didn't understand why their boss was acting like this, but an order was an order. They all charged at Silva at the same time. Silva quickly checked their stats, and they were all about 50 in average stats, the highest had stats of just 60. Seeing this, pissed Silva off to no end. Why would ants try to arrest him? He decided to show these idiots the difference between a mountain and an ant. He remembered a reference from his favorite Asian fantasy novels. They stood before Mount Tai, but they didn't know. Discord is up, come and join the SSS ranked Reincarnation Dark Dragon League. Silva didn't even use any weapons, all he did was let his aura loose. The man exploded, slamming into all the knights and throwing them in all directions. The captain looked at this in shock, but the refusal in his head did not allow him to make the wise decision. He drew his sword. "You bastard, I'll show you your place," he roared, but after taking one step towards Silva, he fell to the ground and trembled. The bloodlust that Silva released broke the man down, forcefully clearing his head, and the knight finally understood that he stood before his death. Still, Silva had no plans to kill. He had taken over 100 lives today, it was already too much, adding more would be going overboard. Aside from that, killing the Duke's knights would not end well, no matter how weak they were. "What's going on here?" A knight in black armor came from the forest, Reyes was also with him. When Reyes saw Silva, he could already tell what had happened here. Reyes bent over and whispered into the knight's ear. The knight's face changed to shock and then quickly back to normal. He walked to Silva and bowed his head. "I am deeply sorry about what the acting captain did. We were informed that there was a B-ranked adventurer inside the labyrinth, but we didn't know what you looked like. I'm sure this idiot jumped to the conclusion that you were lying and attacked you. I'll make sure to punish him," the knight said. He was being controlled, a strange energy was clouding his mind, but it's gone now, Silva said. Still, there is no excuse. A knight allowed himself to be controlled, that is already an act worthy of death, the knight said. It's not like he had any choice, the person that clouded his mind was far stronger than him. Silva thought. He glanced over to where he had seen the cloaked man, but the man was long gone. All of you, get up and head back to Ribist. Await your punishment there, the knight said. The knights groaned in pain and stood up, helping their vice-captain, who was acting captain. He could barely stand on his own. The knight in black looked at all of them and wondered. This child took out all of them, and it doesn't look like he had any issue doing it. It doesn't even seem like he fought. How is that possible? Silva, you've been in the labyrinth for so long. Tell us what happened. Reyes went straight to the point. I went as deep as the 10th floor. The people that entered had overestimated the strength of an A-ranked labyrinth, so they were all killed. I found some drops, and some were human-related drops, which leads me to believe that they were killed. We can't be certain, but to be sure, the labyrinth needs to be explored further to find out, Silva said, lying as easily as breathing. Then the best thing would be for us to talk to the Viscount and also inform the Duke. We should gather a party of A ranks down to B or C ranks from the city and the town, the knight said. That makes sense, we should get to that quickly, Reyes agreed. Silva started regretting telling this story, because he was certain they would want to put him in the party that would raid the labyrinth. Sigh, the things I have to do to look normal, Silva thought. Since they were done for now, they headed back to the town. The town had calmed down, and everything was all right. Okay Silva, we both will head to the Viscount's mansion. You can do what you want until we contact you, Reyes said and left with the knight. Silva let out a heavy sigh and decided to check the guild before heading home to rest. He walked into the guild, which was rowdy as usual, and then he saw Quinn sitting with his party. They seemed to be celebrating something, so he headed there to find out. Hey, Silva, nice to see you here, Rock called out to him. When Roxy heard Silva's name, she got up from her seat, ran up to him, and grabbed him by the hand. Silva, welcome, come join us, she said and pulled him to the table. She sat him beside her and clung to him. Let go of Silva, he just got here, Rock said to Roxy. Shut the hell up, he isn't complaining, Roxy said. That's because he doesn't want to hurt your feelings. I'm not as kind as he is, Rock said. It's okay, Rock, it doesn't really bother me, Silva said. Silva looked at Tara and nodded in greeting to her, and she nodded back. So, what's the cause of the celebration? Silva asked. Two things really, Rock said. First, Quinn is now a B-ranked adventurer, and second, Tara is as well. And with 2 B-ranked adventurers, we took the test for the B-ranked party, and we passed, Rock explained. That's awesome, you guys are really moving up fast, Silva said. Hearing that come from you sounds like sarcasm, Roy pointed out. No, I'm serious, Silva said. We know you are, but then again, your speed is like 10 times our speed, so you understand, Roy said. Silva just smiled and then looked at Quinn. Congratulations, bro, Silva said. Thanks, Quinn replied. Now we're in the same rank again, Silva said. You're only there because you don't want to go up, Quinn said with a small laugh. Silva gave a nervous laugh. What his brother said was actually true, he didn't really want to go up, well, not yet. So, tell us about the labyrinth. We heard that you went in to chase after those people, Quinn asked. Yeah, but I stopped at the 10th floor and came back after not seeing them. A team may be set up for a full exploration to check things out, Silva said. How is preparation for the academy exams coming along? There are just a few more months until the exams, Silva said as he walked up to his sister, who was sitting at the dining table. Yes, I've been reading as much as I can and also practicing. I've ended my apprenticeship, so I don't have to go for magical training anymore. That reminds me, brother, I heard that you will also be going to the academy, even though you are under the normal age, Leah said. Yeah, for certain reasons, I decided that I'll take the test as well, but don't worry about me, I'm preparing too, Silva assured. I don't believe that. You are always adventuring, I haven't seen you study much for some time. I know you read a lot, but you haven't read the academy-related materials, and as your big sister, I have to ensure that you do. So from today, you'll have to come home earlier. We will study together at night before we go to sleep, Leah said. Silva wanted to refuse, but he could see that there was no way out of this. His sister's eyes were resolute. Alright, I'll do that, but for now, I have something to attend to. I'll be back before night, Silva said and left. I'll make you see me that way, no matter what, Leah thought as Silva left. Silva decided to head to the labyrinth. He left the town and was on his way, but then he felt something calling to him. His minds all went to work and pinpointed the location and the person. When they saw the figure, they all said at the same time. It's him. The cloaked man stood a distance away from Silva, facing his direction. But there was no malice, no killing intent, it seemed he wanted to talk. Silva decided to meet with this fella. He walked to the man, and when they were only meters apart, he stopped. "I take it that you are here to see me?" Silva asked. "Interesting indeed," the person spoke in a distorted voice. "Stop being creepy and tell me what you want," Silva said. He also tried to use dragon eyes, but something was disrupting it. "You are the one we are searching for. I can sense it from you. At first, I wondered how someone as strong as you could be born here. I thought you would hinder me from finding the Demon King candidate, but it seems you are the one. I tried to control the prophecy, but I couldn't," the man spoke. "What prophecy?" "Tell me," Silva said. "You will know in time. As it stands now, you have grown too knowledgeable and powerful for me to kidnap anymore. It is pointless for me to try anything. I understand that you have the whole labyrinth as your army. If I started a fight with you, it would not end well. So for now, I'll retreat from this town, but I'll be watching closely. Be careful on your path, you are on a path worse than hell itself. In time, you'll understand. Remember, I'll be watching, and the day you slip up, I'll have you to myself," the man said and vanished into a black cloud of smoke. Silva stayed put for a moment, trying to arrange his thoughts. This was the person who had terrorized the village quite a bit and had also caused Mike's predicament. Yet when he stood before him, there was no longer any hatred or bad feelings. Rather, Silva felt it was important to take the man's words to heart. Something was definitely happening. "I have to go to the academy. Everything will start from there. The dreams have not stopped, even after the new message from Ophelia, and that means that place is still the place to go," Silva said. This town also didn't have any avenues for him to grow stronger. He needed to go to the city and stay in the academy. He was sure he would find better ways to grow stronger, faster. After the discussion with the cloaked man, Silva decided not to go into the labyrinth. He just wandered through the forest, going deeper and deeper while thinking. After some time, he heard the sounds of people, swords, and magic. The smell of blood filled the air. He decided to check what was happening. When he got there, he saw that a small battle was underway, as goblins and hobgoblins had raided a caravan. The goblins were over 30, and the caravan had a few knights and mages fighting. But that was not what caught Silva's attention. No, it was the beastkin who caught his attention. She was a wolf woman, wielding a mighty sword and swinging it around like it was nothing. If not for her, the goblins would have won by now. Silva decided to check her stats and see what they were like. Demi-beast. Level 60. Strength * 490. Defense * 420. Speed * 500. Agility * 500. Intelligence * 550. Her stats shocked Silva immediately. It was hard to come by stats like this, and her level was even higher than Silva's. She was a warrior, and a powerful one at that. From the way she swung her sword to the way she moved her body, it screamed of years of experience. But even so, the battle was overwhelming, as more goblins poured into the battlefield, and this time they even brought 2 giant goblins with strength around 200. The 2 goblins carried a massive tree bough. One set it on the ground, pulled the string with the arrow, and another held the bough. When the wolf lady saw this, she tried to charge at them, but the goblins kept getting in her way. The 2 goblins fired the arrow, and it headed straight for her. With its size, it would rip her apart. But just as the arrow was about to hit, a dark blade struck the arrow and exploded it into bits. The wolf lady was shocked when the attack that was to end her was destroyed suddenly. A figure landed right in front of her like a knight coming to her rescue. Well, this was from her point of view. She had lived a life where she was alone and never helped, so the feeling of someone saving her was all new. But when she saw who stood in front of her, her feelings changed to panic. This was a child, and he would die if he got hit. "Stay back, it's too dangerous," she yelled, but Silva had already charged at the goblins. He didn't waste a single breath on the hobgoblins or normal goblins. All he did was use darkness blades to take them out as he ran. His targets were the 2 giant goblins. The 2 goblins saw Silva headed for them and decided to attack first. One lifted up the bough and swung it like a bat at Silva. Silva leaped into the air and landed on the bough, then ran up it. With his sword in his hands, he jumped from the bough. The goblin tried to catch him mid-air, but Silva slashed the hand off in one move and then came down with a stab into the head of the goblin, killing it. The second one was overtaken by rage when it saw its brother dead. It made a clenched fist and swung down at Silva, who was still on the head of the first goblin. Silva leaped out of the way, and the fist of the goblin crushed the skull of its brother. The goblin was momentarily shocked at what it had done. In its rage, it had caused its brother more harm. Silva took advantage of the momentary pause and made his way to the back of the goblin. He jumped up to the head and split the goblin clean in two. Now that the two giants had died, the remaining goblins tried to run off. Silva summoned his clones, and they chased after them, killing the rest. And just like that, the battle that would have claimed the lives of all these people ended. Everyone who survived looked at Silva with mixed emotions. Should they be happy that they were saved, or should they be wary of the 12-year-old that just massacred all the goblins with a straight face? Silva ignored the others and made his way to the wolf lady. She subconsciously took a step back, her mind terrified at how Silva killed all the goblins. "I am not going to hurt you," Silva said with an innocent smile. He looked just like an ordinary child. But to the people here, they became even more wary of him. He controlled his emotions and expressions so well that if you saw him, you would never believe that he did such a thing just moments ago. "Take this." Silva took out a healing potion and handed it to her. She looked at it closely, a bit skeptical. "If I wanted you all dead, you would have already been dead. You don't have to worry about anything being wrong with it," Silva said with a smile. The wolf lady accepted the potion and drank it. Her wounds started healing up, and energy returned to her body. "Thank you. I'm sorry for being rude to you even after you saved us," she said, bowing her head to him. "You said, save us?" "Actually, I had no plans of saving anyone other than you," Silva said. The hearts of all those there tightened when they heard that. "I would have simply watched this whole thing happen if not because of you," Silva said. She looked at him with a confused face. What was Silva saying? "I guess you guys will be better off heading to Ribist, my hometown." "It is closer to here," Silva said to the others and pointed in that direction. "But miss, I want to talk with you, so I'll delay you a bit," Silva said to the wolf lady. She didn't know what he wanted to talk about, but she agreed. After the others finally took what they could and all said their thanks to Silva for saving them, they headed for Ribist, leaving Silva and the wolf lady alone. "Dawn, my name is Dawn," she said in an awkward manner, as if she didn't have much human interaction. Demi-humans in this time and age were sold as slaves in certain towns and cities, often after wars and great suffering. All Silva really knew about it was that they were pushing for the abolition of slavery and returning the enslaved demi-humans to their home countries. This was information he got after he entered the political sector. "My name is Silva. I'm an adventurer from Ribist," Silva said. Dawn looked at Silva very closely. Her eyes went all over him like a scan, and she couldn't help but ask. "Sir Silva, how old are you?" she asked. "Drop the sir talk." "I'm 12, getting to 13, he said. "Seriously?" she asked in shock. She could tell that Silva was powerful. There was no way a 12-year-old could be this strong, but she decided not to pry. "So, tell me, Dawn, where's your home?" Silva asked, but as soon as he did, her face went sour. He could tell there was a story behind that face, and he wanted to know, but he couldn't outright ask her. "You don't need to tell me if you don't want to," he said. "No, you saved my life. I owe you my life at this point." "I'll tell you," she said. They found a place to sit, and then she started recalling her past. Dawn was from the Grey Wolf Beastkin tribe, but she was an outcast due to the fact that she wasn't a real beastkin. Her mother was from the tribe, while her father was purely human. It was hard for two different races to have a child, but not impossible, and she was an example of that. Because she was different, she was seen as an outcast, and it all worsened after her mother died, assassinated. She lived her life in the tribe from hand to mouth, struggling and pushing daily. She trained and grew stronger to gain their recognition, but nothing worked. Until finally, she was exiled as an outcast, just before the war started. Humans raided the tribe and killed everyone, taking the children as slaves and the women as toys. She was too late. When she returned, the tribe was gone, and she was the last survivor. She had nowhere, no one. She was all alone. A little girl inside the body of an adult, trying to find her footing in the world, but where would accept her? She became an adventurer, and even there, she was scorned and looked down upon by humans. Many tried to take advantage of her, and because of that, she bloodied her hands with their blood. This was her story that led up to this point. This story was that of a lost girl seeking out where she belonged. To Silva, it served as an opportunity. He stood up and stood in front of her. She looked up, wondering what he was doing, but then she saw a smile on his face, one that was assuring and confident. Remember I said I only helped because of you? Because when I looked at you, I saw a warrior. Even in the face of hardships, you fought. You could have easily left all of them here and gone your way. You could have escaped with your strength, but you wanted to prove that you weren't an outcast. You wanted to be accepted. So you stood your ground and fought to the end. Isn't that right? Silva asked. Dawn stared at Silva. She lost control of her tear ducts, and tears began pouring. This grown lady started crying like a child, as though all the pain she had forcefully sealed away since birth had just broken free. She couldn't hold herself back anymore. She sobbed and cried. Silva placed his hand on her shoulder. Are they worth it? Are all those idiots that have looked down on you worth the pain? Even as you bore so much, they still don't respect you. They don't know how much effort you put in, they overlook that and treat you how they want. I think you've carried enough pain for a lifetime. I admired you, and that's why I saved you. So, will you let me continue saving you? Let me be there to stand and be someone that truly accepts you, because I understand you, Silva said and took a step back, bringing out his dragon wings and claws. Dawn was shocked when she saw it. She never expected that Silva would be part dragon. Silva transformed back to normal and came closer. Unlike me, you can't hide your physical sides, but with me, you wouldn't need to hide it. And there are a ton of people I know who would accept you and take you as family. So, will you let me help you and keep saving you from yourself? Silva asked and stretched out his hands. I know I'm an asshole for playing with her emotions and using that to get her to sign a contract, but I'm telling the truth. If she comes with me, she won't need to feel like an outsider anymore. Silva tried to clear his little conscience. Dawn looked up at Silva's hand. She hesitated a bit, but then she gave in and stretched her hand. Silva took her hand and started the summoner ritual. The ritual went as planned, and the mark appeared on her body. You have gained a new summon, Dawn. Congratulations. Dawn felt her power increase all around. This was the 10 times buff that Silva had. She felt 10 times stronger. No, that was the wrong statement, she was now 10 times stronger. She looked at Silva with confused eyes, and Silva responded. I told you that I'd keep saving you, right? What you got just now is the first part. In case I can't save you, I've given you added strength to fight as well, Silva said. He hadn't finished talking when Dawn leaped up and hugged him, pushing them to the ground. They stayed like that, and she whispered into his ear. Even if it means burning the world, I would do anything to stay with you. At this point, the child in Dawn had taken over. Her physical age was about 18 to 20, but right now, that scared kid in her head was in control. She had found someone who would accept her and be there for her, something she had never had, and like a child, she didn't want to let go. Silva let them stay that way to get it out of her system, and after 5 minutes, she got up. Silva got up as well and smiled at her. Now that we have an agreement, why don't we hunt down the goblin tribe that attacked you? You need your revenge, after all, Silva offered, his moods already searching for the location. Her demeanor changed after Silva offered that. It turned into that of a bloodthirsty warrior. She picked up her sword and nodded at Silva. Let's eradicate them, Dawn said. Okay, mind. The location has been found. You can proceed, Mind 2 contacted Silva. Alright, let's go, Dawn, our first battle together, Silva said and dashed in one direction. Dawn followed, running just behind him. She kept glancing at him from time to time, and she would smile every time. Normally, it would take days and months to make someone trust you, but by pulling some strings and playing with emotions, Silva did that in less than an hour. But it wasn't all him. Dawn had been actively searching for acceptance for over 20 years, and many people had tried to use her. She could basically smell deceit by now, but from Silva she couldn't sense any deceit, just pure certainty in his words. The goblin tribe was located at a very large tree in the forest. Small mud huts were littered everywhere, while there was a massive hole in the large tree, making it look like a cave. Silva looked at Dawn and asked, "Are you ready to bring them to the ground?" "Definitely," she responded with conviction. She wanted to end these goblins more than anything right now. "Alright, then let's move," Silva said, drawing his sword and charging into the tribe with Dawn following. A goblin spotted Silva and Dawn and immediately screamed to signal the tribe. It finished shouting and tried to run, but a sword had already passed through its chest, killing it. Silva had long turned off his notifications because it wasn't worth hearing them. Even with his 10 times buff, his level was way too high now. The goblins all came out and started their attack. Silva wanted to move, but Dawn cut in. "Leave this to me, Silva," Dawn said. She swung her blade, and goblins were split in two. She was like an unstoppable typhoon, sweeping through the area easily. She was incredibly fast, and in less than a minute, she had killed all the goblins. Finally, the ruckus reached inside the tree, and several giants came out, all of them as huge as the ones Silva had killed. But this time, it wasn't the same. She was 10 times stronger than before, but for safety, she decided to use her magic. Her blade lit on fire, creating a flaming sword. Silva saw this and was shocked. You needed a high amount of mana to do something like this. The idea to try this out with dark magic came to his mind, and his thoughts started simulating how it would work when he needed it. She swung her sword and fired a large flame arc. The arc hit the first giant and cut through it cleanly, continuing to kill the one behind it. She dashed at them at a speed they couldn't keep up with, slashing through the rest and killing them like they were nothing. Now that she had killed all the goblins, all that was left was to check inside the tree. Silva led the way, and she followed. As soon as he entered, he felt a powerful bloodlust and saw 2 red eyes looking at him from the darkness. Silva used dragon eyes to find out the stats of whatever it was. It had stats over 400 and was level 60 as well. The only way for that to be possible was if it was a goblin king, and just as he presumed, it was a goblin king, charging at him into the light. It held a large dagger firmly, its mana wrapped around the dagger, making it sharper. It leaped into the air to attack Silva, but Silva used the skill he got, fear. His eyes glowed. The goblin king froze in midair. It used some sort of technique to stop its movement, landing and leaping backward. "What are you?" the goblin asked. "Oh, so you understand human language. Then this should be easy. I have wiped out your entire tribe, but there is a chance of survival for you. Become my summon now, or I will kill you. You should already feel that you can't kill me, right? There's a voice screaming at you not to fight me, better listen to that voice," Silva said. The goblin king stared at Silva. The fear skill had been turned off, but it was still intimidated by Silva. Silva saw that the goblin was still reluctant, so he let his aura and bloodlust seep out. The goblin king began shivering because of this, its body moving on its own as it bowed its head. "I need to build an additional force, that's what Elsa told me, so you'll make a great addition," Silva thought. He activated the summoning, and it worked without issues. "Congratulations, you have gained a 3rd summon. Do you wish to name your summon?" Silva looked at the goblin and asked, "You don't have a name?" "I don't have one, master," the goblin said. "Fine, your name is Galen," Silva said. "Thank you, master," Galen replied. This was the easiest subduing Silva had done, but it made sense. He was simply subduing a weaker creature. Galen was too weak to cause him any stress. The only reason he didn't force Dawn, well, that was because she was a beautiful lady. Who in their right mind would force a beautiful lady into anything? Galen felt a surge in his strength when the 10 times buff kicked in. He looked at Silva in surprise. "That's a little gift to make you stronger," Silva said. Galen slammed his head on the ground in respect to Silva. He was forced just moments ago, but now all his anger faded away. Who cares if Silva killed his tribe? The tribe was to grow his strength anyway. Right now, he just hit a height he never thought was possible. "I, Galen, swear to be your humble and faithful servant till death," Galen said. "No need to be dramatic," Silva said, and then he looked at Dawn. "I hope you'll forgive me for sparing him." "I know you wanted to kill them all," Silva said. "Please don't apologize, Silva. You already allowed me to destroy their tribe. You honored my selfish desire. From the looks of things, he will be useful to you, so I have no issues with it. But if he ever gets rude to you or tries for your life, I'll kill him on the spot," Dawn said as she leaked killing intent that frightened Galen. Lady Dawn, be rest assured that I am fully a servant of Master now. I hold no grudge over the dead goblins, Galen said. How can a goblin have this sort of vocabulary? Silva asked while looking at Galen, trying to figure it out. Master, that is because I was captured by humans from a young age and was with them for several years, Galen said. Silva decided that it would be best if they returned to the labyrinth first, before he headed back to town. He introduced Galen and Dawn to the guardians and Fong. Dawn and Galen were shocked to see such powerful beings calling Silva Master, but they got used to it after a while. Silva decided to head back to town, and the only person that came with him was Dawn. She was an adventurer, and she had also been with the caravan that was destroyed, so it made sense that she would return to the town. As soon as they arrived at the town, an adventurer informed them that the guild master was waiting for Silva. So Silva and Dawn headed for the guild. Dawn walked close to Silva, so much so that their shoulders brushed. Silva looked at her many times, but whenever he turned his head, she would look away, so he decided not to think about it and just keep walking. Before they got to the guild, they came across Quinn and his party, who were headed toward them. Hey, Silva, Quinn greeted. Roxy, who was at the back, saw Dawn and how close she was clinging to Silva. It was as though a wire in her head snapped. She was about to run up to Silva to hug him, that way she could push him away from this beast-man. But as she tried to move, Rock grabbed her hand and shook his head at her. She glared at him, but he refused to let go. I heard that the adventurers from the city have arrived. The massive raid will be set for tomorrow. You should get some rest, Quinn said. I understand. I just have to meet with the guild master first, Silva said. They exchanged some more small talk before they parted ways. As Roxy passed by, she stared daggers at Dawn, but Dawn paid her no heed. It seems that girl likes you, Silva, Dawn said as they walked. No, it's what I'd call knight in shining armor syndrome. I saved her, so she feels somewhat indebted to me. Her mind transcribed that as feelings for me. I don't believe it's true feelings, Silva said. But you did the same for me, Dawn muttered. Did you say something? Silva asked. Nothing, Dawn responded. They got to the guild, and Dawn waited for him in the hall while he went upstairs to meet the guild master. I heard you saved a caravan from a goblin raid, Ray said as he poured some tea into 2 cups for them. Silva stretched out his hands, took his cup, and sipped from it before placing it down. Yes, we also exterminated the tribe, Silva said. Oh, is that so? What about the bodies? Those can get you some good income, Ray said. Oh, I forgot all about them. I didn't find them important. But you can send someone to go get them. It's not been long since we killed them, Silva said. Sigh, I can't believe you just killed all of them and left them there. I'll send some people after our talk. You see, Blacklight sent 3 A-ranked adventurers and several B-ranked. As it stands, you are the strongest adventurer in this town, and so we need you to be the leader. Lucas will also play a role since he is head up, but he will answer to you, as well as all the other B-ranked and C-ranked adventurers that will join. I know that the city adventurers will want to boss around, but I believe you will be able to handle them, Ray said. Alright, but I think we also have an ace. I helped out an adventurer called Dawn, a beast woman, Silva said. Oh, I believe I have heard that name. She is from the Grey Wolf tribe that is no more. I heard she was an A rank, though because of her race, she is looked down upon, Ray said. Good, you are well informed. She is going to help me in this, so that means we have 1 A-ranked adventurer with this town. With her help, handling the city adventurers would not be too hard, Silva said. Normally, I would ask how you got to know her, but at this point, I don't believe there is anything you can't do, Ray said. You overestimate me. Well, if that's all, I'll take my leave and prepare for the raid, Silva said and got up. He left the office, and Ray's watched him leave and then let out a sigh of relief. What sort of aura is this? For a child to be able to pressure me just by sitting near me, what has my life been for? Silva went down and saw Dawn standing with her sword and 2 men on the floor, badly beaten up, with a few broken tables and chairs. The adventurers stared at her in shock. What happened? Silva asked out loud. That stupid bitch you brought in just went on a rampage, one man said. Silva looked at the man with bloodlust, and the man fell to the ground and coughed up blood. What the hell are you doing? Another person asked in anger. He lied to me. There's no way she would have fought all of you unprovoked, so tell me what happened. Silva said and released his aura. The whole room became heavy, even Ray's upstairs felt the pressure. The attendants could not take it anymore, so they spoke. Those two men disrespected her because she was a beast man and also tried to sexually harass her, the attendant said. So because she is from a different race, you all watched someone talk to her anyhow and try to mistreat her. And when she defended herself, you all stood against her, trying to pin the blame on her. There are despicable creatures, and you all fall into that group. You decided to be racist and side with your people even when they are wrong. You are all filth far beneath the shit of a dog, Silva said. He grabbed Dawn by her hand and took her outside. They left the guild, and Silva headed for an inn. He got a room for Dawn and decided to stay a bit and talk to her. But as soon as he entered the room, she followed behind and hugged Silva from the back. Silva was shocked as he felt her body press against him. Even with 10 extra minds working in parallel, he couldn't calm down. Dawn, he said. Please, just for a moment, she said. Thank you, she repeated. It seems I underestimated the effect of loneliness in her heart, Silva thought. I said I'd save you, right? The next time they lay their hands on you, or talk to you, I'll kill them, slowly torturing them till death, Silva said. When she heard that, she tightened her grip on him. After a while, she let go. Both of them sat on the bed, and Silva started talking about the raid tomorrow. The labyrinth belongs to me, but the town doesn't know that. They believe it's a group of people probably still in the labyrinth. So tomorrow, the raid will be happening, and I want you to be there with me, Silva said. You don't need to ask, I'll surely go with you, she replied. But the labyrinth doesn't really have anyone inside, right? Yet you're allowing them in. What's your plan? She asked. Information gathering. People from Blacklight City are coming. They have some A ranks, and A ranks have information that normal people can't access. I need all the information I can get before I head for the academy in a few months. So while they're all there searching for non-existent people, I'll slowly carry out my plan, Silva explained. He spent the rest of the time explaining the details to her until night came, and he decided it was time to leave. But as he got up, Dawn grabbed his hand. She looked up at him with eyes that begged him to stay. Silva couldn't see the mature woman anymore, all that was there now was a child that wanted someone with her. I'm still a kid. Spending the night in the room of a woman doesn't sound right, Silva said. Please, just this once, she said. Silva stared at her. The man in his body screamed at him to stay, overshadowing the small voice that tried to tell him to leave. Whatever, man. Fuck it. Whatever happens, happens. No regrets, no looking back, Silva decided. So they lay in the bed, and the night came. Dawn snuggled up to him, sleeping like a little lamb. On the other hand, Silva was heating up. There was a wolf lady right next to him. In his past life, everyone had a fantasy about a cat lady, a wolf lady, or something like that. They may not say it, but everyone has definitely thought about it. And now, here he was, living that fantasy. He couldn't control his body. He heated up from the stimulation and slowly closed his legs to stop his little friend from poking out. He cursed the rapid development of children in this world. Unlike Earth, 14 was considered adulthood here, and children grew faster due to mana. Silva slowly passed the night without a wink of sleep. His eyes were wide open as he watched Dawn sleep. From time to time, she muttered something in a cute manner and held on to Silva tighter than before. Her tail would wag from time to time and hit the bed, while her ears perked up and down quickly in random patterns. As she slept, she was the epitome of cuteness, and Silva was barely holding on to his sanity. Underscore 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 underscore. The day of the raid finally arrived, and all adventurers of B rank and many of the C rank were getting ready to go. Silva and Dawn also got ready and left the inn. As they walked, Silva noticed a spring in her steps, like she was lighter and full of energy. I guess she hasn't been resting well enough for some time, Silva thought. The raid would start when the leaders of the Ribis Town Adventurers and the Blacklight Town Adventurers leader arrived at the labyrinth, along with the people raiding. As for Ribis Town, the leader was Silva, and since they all knew Silva and what he was capable of, they had no issues with it. The same could not be said for the Blacklight City Adventurers, because when they saw Silva arrive at the labyrinth, one of them tried to chase him away. Why? Why do fools keep coming my way? Silva asked out loud in a tired voice. The adventurer got pissed and wanted to attack Silva, but he felt lots of killing gazes on him. He looked at the ribbist adventurers. They were all looking at him with murderous intent. The leader of the blacklight group came forward. He wore black armor with a two-handed sword on his back. His hair was white and flowing all the way to his back. He had a well-carved face. Silva was sure that this man would be a very popular model if he was from Earth. Silva didn't fall behind look-wise, actually. It was hard to find a person as good-looking as him, but he wasn't aware of this, he just lived his life. From how the adventurers reacted just now, should I presume you are the leader? The man asked as he stepped closer to Silva. Dawn placed her hand on her sword and was ready to draw. If this man did anything careless, his head would roll. The man glanced at Dawn and then frowned. It seemed he knew who Dawn was. Yes, I am the leader, B-ranked Silva, he introduced himself. The blacklight adventurers started talking when they heard this. They kept talking about how Silva must either be lying or have some sort of secret. Silva could already feel some envious gazes on him. These were the ones that would fall prey first. Well, my name is Orion Looksworth, an A-ranked adventurer from Blacklight City, the man said and stretched out his hand for a handshake. As their hands locked together, Orion started adding pressure, like he was trying to test Silva's strength. Silva frowned. Did this idiot even know what he was doing? Dawn was right there beside him, there was no way she hadn't noticed what he was doing. Taking into account the character that Dawn had started building, she would kill anyone that touched Silva. And like he said, he could sense her emotions raging up. Silva decided to disgrace Orion a little, and so he squeezed as well. Orion felt a sharp wave of pain. He tried to hold a strong face and remove his hand, but he couldn't pull it out. He looked at Silva, who was smiling at him. This brat. How dare he? Orion was fuming with rage. Next time, be cautious, Silva said, released his hand, and walked away. The other adventurers could not really see what happened, but the stronger B ranks and A ranks knew, and thoughts had started sprouting in their heads. What was Silva's strength? How did he acquire such power? Was it possible to steal that strength? Silva was aware of the blooming envy, and like before, that was what he needed. He met with Quinn, whose team was here as well. Since they were a B-ranked team, they had to come too. When Roxy saw him, she ran up to him and hugged him, but then she saw Dawn behind him, and their eyes clashed. Sparks flew as the two looked at each other. Dawn would have no issue with another woman having feelings for Silva, but she hated the fact that Roxy was evidently hating on her and trying to get Silva all to herself. That can't happen. Dawn would rather let the world burn than lose Silva after finally getting someone that she wanted to be with, and the person accepted her. Silva noticed the tension and decided that he would make something clear to them before he entered the labyrinth, or else, Dawn might just kill Roxy. He whispered into Roxy's ear. If you think you'll be the only lady I'll be around, you are sorely mistaken. Even if they aren't for love, I'll have to be with them for political or personal reasons. I'm telling you this now so that you don't go getting mad over what you can't control. If this is too much for you to handle, then you can always forget about me, Silva said. It was as though a bomb exploded in her head when she heard the last line, you can forget about me, her heart tightened. She knew it was impossible to tie Silva down, but she wanted to try at least. But now it was Silva telling her that it wouldn't work. She was conflicted, she tried to resolve her thoughts. Silva pushed her off him a bit and looked her in the eyes. When you are certain of what you want, tell me, all right, he said, then left her. He knew what she would choose, but he hoped for another result. If she kept loving him, she was digging a hole for herself, because Silva was unpredictable, and this may lead to some painful situations for her. Silva met Quinn and gave him a clear warning. No matter what, Quinn, stay with me in the labyrinth, you and your party. You guys have to stay with me, do you understand? Silva asked. Quinn didn't know why Silva was saying it like that, but since it was Silva, there had to be a reason, so he decided to follow Silva's instructions. Then, we're in your care, bro, Quinn said. Right now, they stood with over 100 adventurers from the town and city, consisting of C ranks and B ranks that came from Ribbist. And then B ranks and A ranks from Blacklight City. In all honesty, this wasn't a raid but a flex, and the Blacklight City adventurers were only here to bully, but Silva was ready, very ready for them. It was finally time to go in. Silva called all the B-ranked adventurers from Ribist. They were mostly men, but about 6 were women. They all surrounded him, even Lucas, who had been beaten up badly that day. He refused to look Silva in the eyes. "Alright, most of you already have parties, and your parties are here, so I need you guys to lead them in small groups. Also, just for today, allow anyone who wants to join your party. There are some solo raiders here, so assimilate them into your party if possible. They will all follow you, while you follow my orders or Dawn beside me." Silva pointed to Dawn. He watched closely to see their reactions toward her, and sure enough, some of them looked at her in ways that pissed him off. Silva marked them, about 5 men in total. To think the women didn't even look at her badly, but some idiots did. He would hand these men over to Lily for sure. She is an A-ranked adventurer, and she will be helping me today, so her orders are only secondary to mine. You forfeit your life if you disobey her in this raid, and I mean that, Silva said and used his killing intent to pressure them. After the small talk, they all stood in front of the labyrinth and walked in. The group of over 100 started their march. As soon as they entered, Silva started receiving updates from the lowest floor. Elsa and the others were watching and working. Silva was sending them information about the people he would like dead to feed the labyrinth, those he wanted kidnapped and tortured for information. And those that looked at Dawn with eyes they shouldn't have. Those ones were set to simply suffer eternal pain. The remaining amounted to about 60 to 70 people. From that amount, he needed to make it more real, so 20 would be heavily injured, while the rest would suffer minor injuries all over. The first few floors were a walk in the park for a mighty force of over 100 people. They easily walked through, killing the monsters as they went, but as soon as they stepped into the 6th floor, Silva started heating things up. The group decided that they would rest on the 6th floor, as there was a large area. They had been inside for 4 hours now, so rest was needed for the weaker members. Since the beginning, the adventurers from the city kept casting looks at Silva and Dawn. The 2 of them were the odd ones out, a kid and a beastman. But Silva didn't have an issue, the whole thing was about to fall apart anyway. It was time to unleash the power of his dungeon. As they camped there, a heavy amount of bloodlust reached them, and from the darkness, 4 mighty minotaurs walked out holding massive axes. The whole group got to their feet when they saw this. These minotaurs were considered peak B-ranked monsters. And their rage mode would be able to kill an A rank, so they needed to stop them fast. "All mages, get ready to attack from a distance," Orion yelled, but only his mages answered. Those from Ribist waited for Silva to talk. "Dawn, Quinn, and Lucas, take 1 minotaur out each," Silva said and charged at one himself. The 3 of them did as he said and started charging at a minotaur. Because of them, the mages that were about to attack stopped. If they attacked, they would hit Silva and the other 3. Lucas drew his sword and took a step, his body phased, and when he appeared, he was in the air behind the minotaur. He slashed off the head cleanly. Quinn was fast on his feet. He waited for the minotaur to attack, then dodged. The axe struck the ground, and Quinn stepped on the shaft and leaped into the air. He spun around and slashed the minotaur's head off. Dawn got within 10 meters of the minotaur. She took out her sword and threw it. It dug into the head of the minotaur, throwing it back and slamming it against the wall. Silva didn't do anything special. He just leaped into the air and punched the head of the minotaur, turning it into meat paste. "Sorry that I had to use you 4 to make this look real," Silva said in his mind. He already knew that quite a few monsters would be lost in this stupid thing. "What the hell are you doing?" Orion barked at him. "What I came to do, take out the monster and raid the dungeon," Silva said with a nonchalant attitude. "You brat, you think you are something special?" Orion asked. "Well, I became what it took you 3 decades to become in just 12 years. Of course, I am special." "Oh, you think I don't know about you? I did my research. You were stuck at B rank for many years. You became a B rank at the age of 30, and that was still considered good, but you are a noble, and such speed was pathetic for a noble of your status. So you turned to drugs and potions, forcefully pushing your strength to A rank, and now you have been stuck there for years, unable to advance. When the discussion of the raid came up, you quickly used your position as a noble to be chosen because you believe that this is where you can advance. Pathetic," Silva said with spite in his eyes. All this information he got from the Viscount. He asked the Viscount to look into the family of whoever was sent to the raid, and Orion was from the Luxworth barony. As such, the Viscount easily got the information he needed and gave it to Silva, and now Silva was using it against him. "You filthy piece of shit." Orion roared and drew his sword at Silva. He charged him like a bullet and slashed at Silva's neck. But then, a blade blocked his attack. He looked up and saw Dawn had blocked him. She was very pissed. She pushed his sword back and sent a kick to his chest. Orion flew and slammed into the wall, and this triggered a fight. Both sides collided, the people of Ribist versus the city. But this was all phase 1 of the plan Silva had set up, because now that tension was high, working together could no longer happen, and the monsters could finally roll in. Close to 50 Minotaurs headed their way, the stampede shaking the ground, but because of the fight, they didn't notice until it was too late. Orion tried to bring back order, he yelled, but nothing was working. That was when he realized that his voice was being suppressed. He looked over to Silva and saw Silva smiling, and that was when he knew he had messed up. They all messed up the moment they stepped in here. There was no choice, he had to run now. But as he took a step, he stepped on a rock that activated a pitfall. It was quite wide, and so close to 10 people fell into it. The A-ranked adventurers knew they had to do something fast, but Silva didn't want the chaos to stop like that, so he used his skill, fear, to cause them to scatter in all directions. The Minotaurs gave chase, eagerly pursuing the adventurers. Their job was to lead them down to the lower floors. The reason Silva had triggered that initial fight was so that if Ribist adventurers and Black City adventurers found themselves together, they would be unable to rely on each other and would cause each other harm. Now, only Silva and Quinn's party remained. They had stuck to him, just as he told them to. They too had run into a corridor, and 3 Minotaurs were chasing them. "You guys go ahead, Dawn, and I will take care of the Minotaurs," Silva said, and he and Dawn turned back and headed for the Minotaurs. Quinn didn't question it. Even he could fight the Minotaurs, but his legs just kept running for some reason. When Silva and Dawn headed back, he created a clone to meet Quinn. The clone would tell them that Dawn had gone to help the others. After making the clone, he and Dawn teleported to the throne room. As soon as they appeared, Elsa ran up and hugged him. "Daddy," she called out. Silva tried to hold himself from falling. "Has everything been set up?" he asked. "Yes, Master," Drake said. Silva walked to the throne and sat down as a massive hologram screen showing one side of the labyrinth appeared. There were over 10 people on screen. They had run away from the Minotaurs and were now closer to the entrance of the 7th floor. 3 of them were from Ribist, and the rest were from Blacklight City. About 4 of them were marked with red dots over their heads, those were the ones who looked at Dawn with eyes they shouldn't have. He would be starting with this set and having some fun with them. Underscore 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 underscore. The Minotaurs are definitely coming. We need to find a way out. We can either take the risk of entering the 7th floor or fight them, an adventurer said. No, you are wrong. We can sacrifice you and your 2 companions. You Ribist C ranks should be the ones to die first. If you die for our sakes, we can get away from here and survive, so better do it, the strongest of the Blacklight City adventurers said. What the hell are you saying? You want us to die so that you can escape? You bastard, are you even human? The man snapped back. You 3 don't have a choice. You either fight us and get forced into being the sacrifice, or you comply, the man responded. Who said they didn't have a choice? Are you perhaps the owner of this labyrinth? Silva's voice boomed through the space. All 10 of them could hear him, but he wasn't there. Who the hell are you? Show yourself, the Blacklight City adventurer said. Immediately after, a massive force slammed him to the ground and pressed him down until the ground started cracking. Who told you that you can raise your voice here? Silva asked. He stopped the force and allowed the man to take a breather. Listen closely, all of you. 4 of you here must die for certain, and that's simply for a crime you committed. So I'll show you the 4 people, and the 6 of you must subdue them in any way possible, but ensure they are alive. When you succeed, hand them over to my friends who have surrounded you. The adventurers looked around and saw that they had been surrounded by Minotaurs, and these ones were bigger and stronger than the ones that chased them, 10 in number. An average B rank can take care of a Minotaur, just as Quinn showed. Well, that's somewhat bullshit. You need to be experienced in fighting them to be able to kill them quickly. The reason why all the adventurers really ran from them was due to fear, induced by Silva. But as for these minotaurs that stood here, they were 3 times the strength of the other ones. There was no way this group of 10 could survive them. The group felt fear when they saw the minotaurs, they felt like melting into the ground. My friends here serve 2 purposes. If you refuse to subdue the 4 that I will show you, my friends will attack and kill all of you. If you do as you are told and hand over the 4, they will spare you and leave. Then you 6 must head to the 7th floor. Now that all that has been laid out, let us begin. In 10 seconds, the ones you must subdue will be shown to you. Silva finished what he had to say and started counting 10 seconds in his mind. When it hit 1, a holographic light shined over the heads of 4 of the Blacklight City adventurers. The remaining 6 immediately knew what this meant, and the air became tense. The 4 that had been chosen took their weapons and entered a defensive stance. They started retreating slowly from the others. You guys can't do this. We are from the same guild and city. Let's take out those ribust idiots and fight the minotaurs ourselves, one tried to persuade. I don't think you understand what you're saying. Even if the rest of you gang up against us, you can't win against those minotaurs. I have a family, and so I will not just die here. I'll have to hand you over to them. That's the only way that makes sense. Who's with me? The C-rank adventurer who had been arguing with the other adventurer spoke up. Even the remaining 2 adventurers from Blacklight knew this was the only option, so they drew their staffs and swords. It was time to subdue. You bastards. Fuck all of you. Betrayers. Motherfuckers. The 4 that were chosen yelled out, but things had already been set in motion. An earth mage made the first move to capture them. The earth gripped the legs of the 4 and tried to stop them from moving. The others immediately attacked to make the best out of the opportunity. The battle of 6 versus 4 raged for 5 minutes, with both sides taking damage, but the 4 were taking very heavy beatings. One lost his leg, the other his hand, another his eyes, and another half his face, but they had to keep fighting if they wanted to walk out of here. In the end, 4 of them were knocked out and handed to the minotaurs. The minotaurs left immediately after they got the 4, just as Silva promised. The 6 that had subdued the others found places to rest, their bodies covered in their blood and the blood of the 4 they fought. But in the end, they managed to survive. What they did here may weigh on their conscience for life, but at least they were alive. Though, Silva had no plans to let them rest. Now head to the 7th floor. The 6 adventurers had no choice but to drag their wounded bodies to the 7th floor. They didn't know what awaited them, but it was far better than disobeying that voice. The minotaurs took the 4 that had been knocked unconscious. They took them and teleported all the way to Lily's Hall, where they would wait for the others and their punishment would begin. Since Silva had dealt with the first group, he shifted his attention to another group that had run back to the 5th floor. That group was trying to get out of the labyrinth. They consisted of 3 C-ranked and 2 B-ranked adventurers, with 1 B-ranked being a lady. As they ran through, making their way out, Silva was pissed at the fact that they were working together. He wanted chaos between both sides, yet these 5 had put away their differences to work together. He couldn't let that slide. Aside from that, one of the B-ranks was marked as a person that looked at Dawn, and that simply meant he would have to endure the torture as well. Underscore 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 underscore. The group of 5 ran as fast as they could, but suddenly, a being appeared in front of them, a half-snake, half-woman. She had black hair and black scales. This was one of the followers of Jade, the Guardian. When they saw her, they all came to a stop. They immediately pulled out their weapons and got into battle positions. I'm not here to fight you. I am only here to offer you a way out, she said. Why would we believe a monster, and why can you talk? One of the adventurers asked. Is that really important now? I have a way to let you get out. If you don't want the method, I'll have to kill all of you now, she said. Her bloodlust spilled out of her and suffocated them. This was to let them know that they weren't on the same level, and that she could kill them whenever she wanted. The idea registered in their heads, and they gave up. If there was a way to escape, then they would try it. They'd rather take the risk than go up against this monster that was evidently stronger. But not all 5 of them had this idea. One B-rank drew his sword and charged at the snake lady. She smiled when she saw him. He slashed at her, and all she did was use her tail to block the attack. She then used her tail like a lance and stabbed through his chest, killing the man in one hit. His body fell to the ground limp and then disappeared, leaving a crystal. She picked the crystal up and ate it, then gave a refreshed smile. The remaining 4 shivered at that sight. They had just witnessed total domination, and one of them had died. Now only 3 C ranks from Ribist and 1 B rank from Blacklight remained. Now will you all listen to me, or will I have to make another example, she said. We will do what you want, just tell us, the lady came forward and said. You could see the panic in her eyes, she didn't want to die here. Alright then, it is simple. All you have to do is pick the odd one out. When you find the odd one, suppress him or her. If you fail to find the odd one, all of you die. You have 1 minute, she said, and then disappeared. Odd one? What could that mean? One asked. The B rank looked at all of them. He observed closely, and then his eyes landed on the woman. She had to be the odd one, right? There was no other way. She was the odd one. She was a woman, so she was the only one different. He drew his sword and pointed at her. She is the odd one. She is the only female here. That makes her the odd one out, he said with certainty. What are you saying? That makes no sense. You can't just say I am the odd one, she argued. His theory does make sense, one of the C ranks agreed. I can't argue with it. You are the only difference here, so you will have to forgive us, the third guy said and pointed his sword at her as well. She raised her staff for protection, ready to cast a spell at the slightest movement. The rage she felt was evident on her face. The minute passed and the snake lady appeared again. She looked at them all, pointing their weapons at the woman, and then she smiled. Should I take it that this is the decision you have made? She asked. Yes, she is the only odd one out, the B rank said. Sigh, such stupidity, the snake lady replied, confusing all of them. You ganged up on her, because she was a woman. You failed to use your brain just because you felt that was the right answer. Did you even try to find any other answer? No, you just acted how you wanted and chose her based on gender. Truly stupid. She is from the same place as you, and that man is the outsider from another place, isn't he? He was the odd one out, she said, pointing at the B rank. Now, as per the agreement, I'll give out death. She moved, her body like a flash, and in seconds, the heads of the 2 men flew off their shoulders. She wrapped her tail around the B-ranked adventurer, squeezing him until he went unconscious. She looked at the lady, who was shivering in fear, but then she turned around and dragged the man into the darkness. The lady stayed put for 5 minutes, unable to move, until she gathered herself. She got up and ran as fast as she could. She didn't know why she was spared, but now was not the time to ask questions. The same thing was happening all over the labyrinth, but Silva decided to shift his focus from the small fries. He decided it was time to pull in the big dogs. All the A ranks, 3 in total, to the last floor where he was. These were the ones that had the information he needed. There were 2 swordsmen and a beautiful lady mage, the 3 of them were the A ranks that were sent. Silva teleported them into the main hall, while the other adventurers were out there in the labyrinth, going through hell. Orion looked up when he appeared, and his eyes could not believe what he saw. Lined up from left to right were terrifyingly powerful beings standing. Their aura at full blast, crushing his soul inside his body. And on the throne sat a man and a little girl. The man wore a cloak, covering his face, so he couldn't tell who he was. But then his eyes went to Dawn, who also stood there. As soon as he saw her, he got up and pointed at her. You traitor, he yelled, but immediately, the hand that he used to point at her was severed. It flew into the air and fell on the ground with a loud thud. Orion looked at his hand in shock, and so did the other A-ranked adventurers. Orion may not be very strong, but his hand was cut off without anyone moving, they couldn't even tell who had done it. Silva removed his cloak and spoke, you shouldn't be noisy when you are in someone's place. That is annoying. The 3 of them looked at Silva. They knew him, he was the leader of the Ribist adventurers. What was he doing here? I have to say thank you, Orion, because of you, I was able to ignite the first phase of the image to cause chaos. I have the special ability to induce fear, but it becomes easier when there is already tension. So I threw you a bait, hoping that you would take it, and you did. With that set in motion, I was able to take who I wanted, kill who I needed to kill, and punish, Silva said. You bastard, why would you do all that? How can you be so cruel? Orion yelled. Such a great question. And now to the answer. We all live as puppets, under the rule of the strong. Your sense of ethics and justice is all skewed to fit your selfish beliefs. You fight other races, you enslave beast men, you hate all those that are not similar to you, yet you raise a flag of justice. Is justice only for when it fits your needs? The hundreds of beast men you walk past daily in slave markets, don't they deserve the justice you wave around? Silva asked. Orion frowned and balled his fist in anger, but he couldn't argue back. The mage lady stepped forward and spoke. Why should they have any justice? They are all filled with the blood of demons. It is the task of humans to stop the demons, she said, showing her conviction. Silva frowned when he heard that. He looked at her and spoke. You stand here, and right before you are several races that aren't human, yet you opened your hole of a mouth to say they don't deserve justice? He asked, his eyes glowing red. The lady shivered uncontrollably under his gaze, she could hardly keep standing. Silva transformed into his dragonute form, he looked at them and asked. So tell me now, do you think I have no right to justice, now that you know who I am? Do you believe that I shouldn't walk the same road as you? Well, don't answer, because even if you do, I won't believe what you say. He transformed back to normal and then walked towards them. The reason I can be this cruel, the reason I can act this way and take lives without batting an eye, is because I was wired this way. Yup, I was wired not to care. I was wired to be a menace to all humanity, to become a being that would go straight for my goals regardless. But even with that, I work with a simple system. You have to either do something to me for me to kill you, or you have something I need and want to take from you. Even with all the evil that I bring, I still protect what I hold dear and care for those that I love. So I'm not all bad, but I am still pretty nasty. And I'll show you that nasty side if you don't stop trying to activate that crystal in your palm, Silva said to Orion. Orion froze when he was caught. The crystal was the size of a fingernail, how did Silva still find out about it? Silva saw the look on Orion's face, he couldn't hold back his laugh. Ha 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 ha, did you really think I wouldn't see it? Or the spell that the mage lady has been secretly casting, or the ring that man behind you has been trying to activate? Seriously, you all look down on me far too much, so I'll have to take you down a notch. So for that, I offer you a way out. The three of you must defeat Galen, my summon over there, Silva said and pointed to Galen. If you manage to win against him, you will be teleported out, no questions asked. But if you fail, you're gonna see hell. Now, no time to waste. Galen, take over, Silva said and walked away. Galen bowed his head. He took his dual daggers and walked into battle. He weakened his aura to deceive them, so that they would believe they had a chance. Silva just wanted to give them hope, allow them to dream, and then crush it, over and over again. He would ensure that he radically damaged their spirits. Galen was only the first stage, many stages came after, and he would engrave into them how weak and useless they were. Wait, my hand, how will I fight without it? Orion yelled. Silva turned around and looked at him. He stared at him for a while, then spoke. Lily, heal him up. Lily did as he spoke, and Orion's hand regenerated. While Orion was getting happy that his hand was back, Silva spoke again. All of you have one opportunity to ask for healing, and sadly, Orion has used up his opportunity. There will be no healing for him from here on out, Silva said. Orion froze when he heard that. How was that fair? Silva didn't tell him. How could he have known? But he couldn't voice his thoughts. If he did, he would die. Now begin, Silva gave the go-ahead. Galen slammed his foot into the ground suddenly, his body shot forward like a rocket, so fast that the three could not react. When he stopped, he was right in front of Orion, about to slash him in two. The mage quickly cast an earth spell that created a wall to block the attack, buying Orion enough time to step away. The wall did little to stop Galen though. His blade cut through with ease. He pushed forward and chased Orion, going for another slash. Orion had to think quick. He parried the strike, but the force behind it was too much for him. His shoulder dislocated, and he was sent flying into a wall. The other swordsman tried to take advantage and attack just as Orion was sent flying, but Galen was alert. The man slashed at Galen, but Galen parried it easily and stepped in. He used a second sword to slash down diagonally. The man looked at the blade coming towards him. He couldn't dodge, it was way too fast. Just as he was about to give up, a fireball slammed into Galen's hand and pushed it back. Oh, a dual mage. This may be interesting, Silva thought. With Galen pushed back, the man was able to retreat and recollect himself. Orion had also gotten up. He popped his shoulder back into place and got into his stance. I will not go down like this, Orion said. His sword shone brightly with a yellow light, and his aura changed. So he has light affinity, a very terrifying affinity, but against Galen, it's like a candle flame, Silva thought. Both of you cover me, I'll take the lead, Orion said, charging at Galen at top speed. The mage cast a streak of flames that Galen had to block. She did it to block his view, allowing the other swordsman to get behind Galen. The man went for a stab, but Galen spun around and blocked it. The plan was now in place. With Galen's back to Orion, he could attack. Orion leaped into the air, his sword shining brighter. He stabbed down right at Galen's neck. Galen smirked when he saw this. Even when he was a normal goblin king, these A-ranked adventurers would have a hard time with him. So now that he was 10 times stronger, they were nothing. He stomped his foot on the ground and gave a wall-shaking roar. The sound penetrated the ears of the three of them. Their eardrums were torn, and they bled from their ears. Orion could no longer complete the attack. He fell to the ground and covered his ears in pain, his brain ringing continuously. Is this all? Is this the end of your struggle? Galen asked in an insulting tone. They can't hear you, Galen, you destroyed their ears, Silva said. Oh, I see. Then there is no point in talking, Galen said, but before he moved to finish them off, the mage and the swordsman raised their hands and yelled. We would like to use our healing now. Silva smiled and signaled Lily to do it. She healed them, and they were able to stand good as new again. The mage took out a potion and fed it to Orion, but then she felt a deathly pressure on her, causing her to shiver. No need to get angry, Elsa. I didn't tell them not to use personal items. She hasn't broken the rules, Silva said while patting her on the head. Okay, Daddy, she responded and withdrew the pressure, allowing the mage to breathe well. After taking the healing potion, Orion was able to stand again. He got on his feet and carried his sword again. I hope your second try won't be as pathetic as the first one, Galen said, then dashed towards them. The mage was quick. She cast an earth spike spell, causing spikes to shoot out of the ground, but Galen either dodged or cut through them. He was like an unstoppable monster, his speed didn't reduce even once. Orion used his sword again, but this time, he also used a technique that added to his speed a bit. He charged at Galen. When he was just a few steps from Galen, he tried to jump to the side, but as he did that, he saw Galen's eyes trailing him, and then his arm and blade as well. Orion used what energy he had and blocked the blade. The impact shattered his sword and sent him flying into a wall, leaving a crack in the wall. Galen turned his attention to the other swordsman. He charged at him as well. The swordsman tried to move, but Galen was already there. As a last-ditch effort, the swordsman activated his technique, Lightning Sword, and tried to use it to stab Galen. Galen parried the attack and then headbutted the man, immediately sending him to the ground, unable to move. Now all that was left was the mage. But when she saw the other two were taken out, she broke down. She fell to the ground, shivering. I guess that's enough for round 1. You 3 lost, so I get to choose the rules of the next game. And it's a simple game of telling the truth. You lie, you die, Silva got up and said. Silva allowed Lily to take over the questioning, just asking them basic questions about things in blacklight, and certain information only an A rank would know about. After he finished that, he used his SP Dark spell that allowed him to enslave people. He put it on all 3 of them and healed them. He still had use for them and their connections, so he let them leave. Right now, all 3 of them knelt before him in the throne room, their heads down, their egos vanished. They only existed to serve Silva now. Now, when you head up, the other adventurers are going to have a lot of stories about taking monsters and things like that, and we can't let word of that get out. So, the story behind what happened in the labyrinth is that you met a monster on the 20th floor that was very powerful. A floor boss, and he caused severe hallucinations, which led to everything that happened so far. Currently, 30% of the people that entered here have been killed or captured for personal reasons. The remaining have either trauma or injuries, but they have all started returning to the surface. They've had enough of adventuring, and I told them to go finally. But they have all passed through hell, because I forced them to keep going deeper and fighting both monsters and amongst themselves. Well, all that aside, you are to do as you are told and report to me. Also, carry out the instructions I gave you in Blacklight City, Silva said. He activated the teleportation and sent them to the upper floors. Alright, that concludes the raid issue. I had fun, Silva said. He got up and walked towards the door. Lily, come and show me what we worked on, Silva said. She bowed and followed him. They entered a large room, and inside were over 10 people tied up. They were the ones that he had caught to torture. Lily, you like carrying out experiments, right? Make sure to use them to the best of your abilities. After saying that, he left the place. He met up with Dawn, and they went back to the upper floors. He waited for an opportunity and then got his clone to go ease himself. Then, he switched with the clone and came back. 5 minutes later, Dawn also arrived. You are finally back, Dawn, Silva said, acting like he hadn't seen her in a while. I managed to help those I could, but the situation in the labyrinth is dire. We should head out fast, Dawn said. I agree. There is no point in us staying here, we would be seeking out death, Quinn said. Underscore 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 underscore. Stepping outside the labyrinth, the surrounding area was filled with adventurers everywhere. The wounded were getting treated, and the others just sat in quietness. Reyes was also there. When he saw Silva, he walked over to him. Thank goodness you are still alive, Reyes said. Why are you here, Guildmaster? Silva asked. An adventurer told us what happened in the labyrinth. She told us that everyone was in danger and that many people had died. So I rushed here, and by the time I came, the ranks were out, and they explained the issue of the hallucinations that initiated the panic. As of now, I get that 40 people are not yet back, and we don't know what state they are in. It's useless to go and search for them, given the size of the labyrinth, Reyes explained. I know this is not the right time to say this, but I am certain some of them have died, Silva said. Kid, I know it all too well, but I have the duty to stand as the hope for the adventurers that have been battered by this labyrinth. Even if I know that most have died in there, I still have to keep the hope up, Reyes said. Silva didn't say anything more. He turned to Quinn. I guess we had the lucky side, the monsters we faced weren't too strong, Silva said. No, you just went and killed everything, Quinn said. Sigh, I forget that my clones are 10 times my strength, Silva thought. Silva. Quinn. Leah called out from a distance. She ran their way, huffing and puffing. Silva and Quinn ran to meet her halfway. If she ran all the way here, then it must be something serious. What is it, Leah? Quinn asked. Mike has woken up. I went by your house to get something, brother Quinn, and I saw Mike sitting up. I got Mom and Dad to stay with him while I ran here to call you guys, Leah explained. Mike? He woke up? Quinn asked to confirm. He looked at Silva, and Silva nodded. Let's head back home. Dawn, come with me, Silva said. Quinn left his party, and they headed back to town. Silva carried Leah in a princess carry since she wouldn't be able to run at their speed. Leah didn't expect it when Silva picked her up. Her face went tomato red, and she tried to hide it. They ran to town nonstop and made it back in just a few minutes. They headed for Quinn's house and entered. When they got to the room, Silva saw his mom and dad seated beside Mike, and Mike was just sitting quietly. Mike looked up slowly and saw his brothers and sisters, but his eyes mostly stayed on Silva. Mike started moving, trying to get up. His dad tried to hold him down since it had been a while since he was in a coma, and there was no way he had the strength to stand. But Mike was adamant, so his father helped him up and helped him walk slowly to the front of Silva. Mike looked Silva in the eye for some seconds, and then bowed his head to Silva. Sorry, he managed to mutter, and then his legs gave out. His father caught him quickly and carried him back to the bed. Months flew by after the issue of the labyrinth. The Viscount did all the paperwork, and everything was settled. It was written off as the work of a monster in the labyrinth. Nothing really changed, because similar things had happened in the past. Sacrifices are made to undertake the workings of labyrinths, and this was taken as one of those sacrifices. Silva, on the other hand, had made it to level 60. The energy he received monthly from the labyrinth was turned into EXP, and the amount was not small. Name * Silva. Race * human, 50%, Dark Dragon, 50%. Legacy * Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities * Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana * 1,000,000. EXP * 1, 000/50, 000. SP * 1,000,000. Level * 60. Strength * 2000. Defense * 2000. Speed * 2000. Agility * 2000. Intelligence * 2200. Free stat points * 100. Since the town had no stronger monsters for him, he decided to channel his energy into studying with Leah and getting ready for the entrance exams. ____________________________________________________________________________________________________________ During this time, Mike had become quieter and very diligent with his sword training. Ever since he could walk again, he trained as hard as he could. He also decided that he would become an adventurer in Blacklight City rather than stay here. So, of all the children, only Quinn remained in the town. The time for the exams had come, and it was also the day that Mike would be leaving. He decided to stay until Silva and Leah were leaving, and then he would leave as well. The carriage waited outside their house, one specially prepared by the Viscount because his daughter, Faye, would be heading for the exams as well. Faye had been very active in her attempts to get Silva to look her way, but he kept escaping her grasp. She was no longer doing it because her father asked. No, this time she seriously wanted Silva, and those feelings had started blooming not too long after they went to Blacklight. Silva, Faye, Leah, and Mike got into the carriage, and immediately, it was already an issue. Both Faye and Leah decided to sit beside Silva, and when they both sat down at the same time, they stared daggers into each other. Silva, on the other hand, slipped out of the chair and sat down with Mike. The faces of the girls turned sour immediately after he moved. "You should sit with them," Mike said. "No, they're all right there," Silva replied. Mike didn't say anything more. He just gazed out of the window as their journey started. Silva looked outside the back window. He watched his parents wave at them as they left. It had been 13 years since he died and was reborn in this world, and for the first time, he was leaving Ribist for an extended time. He was about to start the next phase of his journey at the academy. He somewhat looked forward to the academy, to see kids his age and to see what the academy had to offer. Though he doubted that whatever they taught would really impact his life, still, you never know. The carriage left the town, and soon, the town was out of view. Silva had sent Dawn ahead of him a month ago to prepare certain things with the help of the 3A ranks. Their names were Orion, Trez, and Jane. These were the ones he tortured the hell out of in the labyrinth. They had helped Dawn establish a few useful networks and certain establishments that Silva would need. As for Fong and Galen, they were training in the labyrinth, but whenever he needed them, he could use the new shadow summoning spell he had learned. It was a darkness spell that created a shadow portal to a person who had been marked, allowing the person to come to you instantly. __________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Many times now, Silva had thought about just letting his clone go to the academy for him, but he didn't see any reason to do that, and there was always the risk of exposure. So, at the end of the day, he decided that going himself was the best. He also wanted to see that sly woman, the head of the academy. He could sense that she was far more than meets the eye. The other reason why he wanted to go was because of his mother, the only one he wanted to meet. He wouldn't rush, but he wanted to stop by to see her. Even if it was from a distance, he wanted to see her again. As for the Duke, it was way too early to think about vengeance. The Duke was a powerful man, an evolved human, and had a massive personal army. If Silva went all out and used the labyrinth and the Guardians to fight, he could secure victory, but the loss and sacrifice would not be worth it. _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ So, what do you plan on focusing on in the academy? Maybe sword techniques and stuff, Silva said. What? But your magic is much better. I've seen it and heard about it, Faye said. You clearly know little about Silva, and that's why you spoke like that, Leah said. What the hell does that mean? Faye asked. It means Silva isn't really interested in the academy or what they have to teach. He will probably just listen to what he thinks is important and throw away the rest. That's why he just said anything that came to his mind when you asked him that question, Mike spoke up while still looking outside. To think Mike could read me to this level, Silva thought. If you do that, you will fail, Faye said with concern. Do you really think there will be any test that will prove too hard for Silva? Aside from his absurd power, over the months, I discovered that he has a photographic memory. All he needs to do is glance at the material once or attend class once, Leah said. It is not photographic memory, it's just because I have 10 extremely powerful minds, Silva thought to himself. Faye looked at him in shock when she heard that, and he just gave her a silly smile in response. The journey to Blacklight City went without issues, and they arrived after a day. After a security check at the gates, their carriage was allowed into the city. The carriage made its way to the Adventurers Guild first to drop off Mike. I guess we'll see you soon, Mike, Silva said as Mike got down. Yeah, take care of Leah for me, keep her safe, Mike said. You know I would burn the world for her safety, Silva replied. Mike nodded at him and then turned to enter the guild. The coachman started moving again, this time heading for the academy. Will Mike be all right? Leah asked. Yeah, he will be fine. He'll probably become a well-known adventurer in the city. I don't think there's anyone who puts as much effort as he does, Silva said. After that, the carriage fell quiet as the anticipation for the exams built up. There was no time to rest or anything, the exams were right away. Silva, on the other hand, was busy editing his stats. He tried to use the status hide skill that he got long ago, but there was an issue. The skill refused to allow him to reduce more than 1,000 of his strength, even when he upgraded it. It refused to let him go lower than 700, so all his stats reflected 700. That was peak A-rank stats, maybe even S-rank. He did all he could to suppress this, but it wasn't working. Why can't I edit my stats? Why won't it let them go lower? Silva asked. The law of order has refused it. The system actually responded, but that law of order was bullshit. What the system was saying was that Ophelia might have caused this. If she was the one, then it meant she wanted him to be just about that strong in the academy. The reason was unknown, and he had a feeling he wouldn't get the answer even if he asked. Sigh, if this is part of her task for me, I'll just play along, but I can already sense the troubles coming my way, Silva said to himself. The carriage finally made it to the academy. They all got out and took time to admire the magnificent building. Even on Earth, no university or college could compare to this grand building that stood before them. Silva was actually surprised. His perception of the academy changed. It might be possible for this place to teach him some things from the looks of it. They all took their luggage and went inside. Based on the academy rules, you came with your things before the exam, because if you passed, you would be admitted straight away and start living there immediately. If you failed, you carried your things home in shame. They walked through the gates, along with many other young people their age. As soon as they passed the gates, they saw some adults directing the kids. They followed and finally ended up in a large hall, with over 5,000 seats, and it was more than halfway full. The admission percentage of this academy was very low, as it took in about 500 students, and there were about 5,000 examinees. A very competitive issue at hand. More and more kids kept entering until the hall was filled up, and the doors were shut. The hall got darker, and a spotlight turned on stage. A man in a suit walked to the center with elegance. His cultured movements were complemented by his white hair and handsome face. Welcome, all of you, to the first stage of the examinations. Your journey to becoming a student has already begun. You will be passing through 5 exams in total, 3 of which are practical and 2 theoretical. Right now, you will be taking a theory exam. All of you will be isolated using a special spatial magic that has been built into this hall. You will have an hour to finish your exam, and the people who pass will move on to the next exam. The rules and regulations of the test will be explained when you are inside the isolated room. But for extra emphasis, all questions differ from person to person, so if you have already planned a way to cheat, it will not be possible. Also, the space detects any sort of mental or telepathic communication, and if you are caught, your entire exam will be over. This exam covers the topics that the Academy released a year ago for this year's exam. You have all had an entire year to get ready, so no excuses. The man finished talking. He didn't allow questions, he snapped his fingers, and all of their minds were transferred to isolated spaces. Underscore 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 underscore. Inside his isolated space, Silva was at a desk, waiting for the exam. A small floating square appeared in front of him and started explaining the exam to him. You have an hour to complete the exam. If you haven't answered everything in an hour, you have failed. You are not to pause for more than a minute. If you pause for more than a minute in your writing, you have failed. You can't skip any questions and come back later, the questions must be answered in order. If you skip, you have failed. There is no erasing of answers. Whatever you put down is twisted as the answer. When you finish, the exam will be marked immediately and scored. You will be told if you passed or failed. If you pass, stay in the hall after returning. If you fail, immediately leave the hall after returning. The cube made the exam paper and a quill appear. You may now start. The timer appeared in the cube and started counting down. Most of these rules are just to weed out the numbers. Following the rules may be even harder than the rest itself, Silva thought as he picked up his quill and took a look at the question paper. Silva read through the paper, and as expected, it was all from the materials that he and Leah had studied. With his memory, solving it was no issue, so without much thought, he started writing. He blazed through the questions like they were nothing. In less than 5 minutes, all 100 questions were done. He placed it down on the table and looked at the timer, only 5 minutes had gone by. I am done, Silva said. The cube came close to him, scanned the paper, and scored it. Perfect 100. You have passed. The cube said, and Silva was transferred out of the isolated space. He looked around the hall, everyone else still had their eyes shut, still taking the exams. The only person that was awake was the man who had spoken to them before the exam. The man noticed that someone was awake. He looked at Silva with shock. Is he already finished? It has only been 5 minutes. No one has ever finished in such a short time. No, maybe he failed. He will soon get up and leave the hall in shame, the man thought. But after a while, Silva still didn't move. This can't be. How can he be able to finish in such a short time? No, he probably just got lucky and passed. I should check his score and see. The man took out a piece of paper. Only one score was recorded there, so that had to be Silva's. What? 100? How is this possible, a perfect score? He said out loud, then covered his mouth afterward. He looked at Silva with suspicion. A perfect score, and he finished in record time. He looked at the name, all it held was Silva. That meant he wasn't a noble, since he didn't have a family name. How could a normal commoner get such a score? The man decided not to worry about it too much, since he couldn't understand what was happening at all. He stayed watching Silva, while Silva played with his fingers as he waited for the others to finish. After 5 more minutes, the first 2 people finished, and after them, the first fail was recorded. Finally, Leah finished, and she caused the examiner another shock. She had finished in only 12 minutes and scored 98. She was a genius, such a result could only be achieved by a genius. The examiner refused to categorize Silva as a genius. He felt that there was something suspicious about Silva. It was possible that Silva had found a way to cheat, and until he found out how, he would keep his eyes on Silva. More and more people started finishing, and they began leaving the hall in huge numbers, those that had failed. They kept their heads down. Not being able to make it through even the first round was a great disgrace to them and whoever was backing them. After the time ended, out of over 5,000 people that came to write the exams, only 2,000 were left. The exam had weeded out 3,000 candidates. The Viscount's daughter, Faye, had also made it through, though she used half of the time to finish. Congratulations to all of you who have managed to pass the first stage of the examination. It doesn't matter what method you used, you still passed, the man said and looked at Silva, as though telling Silva that he was on to him. Silva gave a smile in return and then looked away. He didn't care what this man thought, it didn't affect him in any way. Now, you have 10 minutes before the next exam. You will be led to the next hall when the time is up. It will be a practical exam, so get ready, the man said and left the stage. The hall immediately burst into noise, celebration, and more. They had managed to pass through the first stage, and that was worth being happy about. Faye came closer to Silva. She sat so close that her breasts, which were still forming, pressed against his arm. Silva, what did you get? I'm sure it was really high, she said. Tell me yours first, Silva said, playing along with her. He did his best not to think about the soft feeling on his arm. I got 81. Pretty good, right? She asked, flashing a smile. That's all you got? I got 98, Leah came to burst her bubble. Faye's face changed to a pissed-off expression, sparks flying as Faye and Leah stared daggers at each other. I got 100, Silva said, breaking up their fight with one word. They both looked at him in a confused way. Did they just hear him correctly? Are you serious, brother? Leah asked. Yeah, the exam was really easy, Silva said. Only you would say that, Faye said. She folded her arms and pouted. It was just memorization, nothing special, Silva said. Again, only you would say that, Faye said. Don't worry, brother, I'll beat you next time, Leah said with conviction. Give it your best, I won't make it easy for you, Silva said. Me too. Don't leave me out of it, Faye said. I thought you were mad at me just now, Silva said. Well, I'm no longer angry, and I want to try to defeat you as well, Faye said. Alright, give it your best. If either of you can score higher than me in any exam, I'll do whatever you want for a day, Silva said. Just those words served as heavy motivation for both of them. They decided they would give it their all until they couldn't push anymore. The examiner returned to the hall and took the stage again. Alright, your next exam has been set. You'll all follow me to the next room, and the exam will be held there, the man said and walked through the door. All the students got up and headed to the door, but there were quite a few of them, and Silva bumped into someone by accident. It turned out it was his brother, Oliver Terran. Oliver looked at Silva and recognized him. The defeat that day was engraved in his head, he could never forget it, it had haunted him. The disappointed look his father gave him that day, the crushing realization that he could never be stronger than this boy. All that anger boiled in him, yet he couldn't act on it. Sorry, I was in a rush, Silva said with a smile and started walking past, but his sister, Sage Terran, the twin of Oliver, held Silva by the hand. You bumped into a noble, you should apologize, she said. Sigh, let go of me. I am an advocate of gender equality. I don't mind bashing your face in right now, Silva said. His eyes showed that he was not joking, it was like a predator looking at prey. Sage flinched back in fear and let go of his hand. Silva walked by without sparing a second glance. Everyone there watched the scene in shock. It was evident that Silva was a commoner, yet he spoke so rudely to the daughter of the Duke. After that, everyone cleared a path for Silva. It was clear they shouldn't mix with him. Inside the second room, it was a very large room, capable of holding all of them with enough space to spare. When all of them were inside, the man started explaining. This room is a full obstacle course, and only those who make it to the other side will pass. You can try several times, as much as you can, until the time is up. The speed and efficiency you use to get through will determine your score. All of you will start at the same time. Now, be warned, the pain you will feel will be real, 100%, though you can't die and will only be transported to the start after getting hit. But you will feel the pain, the man finished, and like before, he didn't allow time for questions. He snapped his finger, and over 3,000 wooden dolls appeared, holding swords and staves. Aside from that, there were several magical circles laid out on the ground, and some were hard to spot. As for what they do, they were yet to find out. Alright, begin, the examiner said. All the candidates rushed in, all wanting to be the first. But a few stood back, the Terran twins, as well as several others. Leah and Faye stood with Silva, they understood why he didn't move. Rushing headfirst would simply cause more harm than good. Out of the people that were waiting a bit, Silva saw a few that caught his eye, a girl with sky blue hair and a slim sword, a boy with blazing red hair, and another girl with jet black hair. He could sense their concentration, they were waiting for the best time to move. Faye, Leah, you guys should start moving, Silva said. They both nodded and dashed into the course. Silva walked in at a steady pace. He could feel the gaze of the examiner on his back, it was evident that this man was watching him closely. By this time, several hundreds of candidates had failed and had to start over. No one had made it through to the halfway point. A doll ran up to Silva at full speed to attack. It swung its blade, but Silva sidestepped, dodging it with little effort. He sent a punch to the head of the doll and shattered the head in one blow. Everyone who saw this was shocked, even the examiner. These dolls would require powerful techniques and spells to break through, but Silva just punched it. His action upset the balance of things. Those that were waiting back felt pressured to move, because if they let Silva, he would be first. Even the three that Silva had been watching started moving. They charged through and started battling. Leah, on the other hand, was moving with caution. She used her eyes to probe and find formations, which allowed her to dodge them. As for the dolls, she simply engaged them from a distance, freezing them and shattering them. Her speed was second only to Silva, who was basically walking through the whole thing. This led to higher panic from those that were near them. They had to move faster, but the dolls were very strong. The dolls would fight them and push them into a formation that would kill them and send them to the beginning. Many of the candidates refused to even get up after getting sent back. The pain they felt had traumatized them, they didn't want to feel it again. The time limit for the exam was an hour to get through, and after 10 minutes, no one had made it past the halfway point except Silva. The closest to the halfway point were the Terran twins, Leah, the red-haired boy, the girl with jet black hair, and the one with blue hair. It seemed Silva had judged them correctly, these were the ones who were the geniuses of this set. Faye, as well as many others, were also keeping up and fighting diligently. Their speeds could be considered very fast, but they still fell short of that of the geniuses. That was just how cruel the world was, a genius would have an easier path in everything, as long as they put some effort into it. As time went on, the sounds of explosions, swords, and the cries of the candidates filled the air. More and more gave up, they couldn't handle the pain, but those that were stronger kept pushing. Silva finished his exam after 12 minutes, which was another record time for this particular exam. All he did was use his mana to destroy the circuit of any formation that came his way, while pulverizing any doll that came his way. When he finished, he leaned against the wall and started watching the others that were coming. He wanted to observe those three and see what sort of abilities they showed. When the three felt his gaze on them, they looked at him, filled with anger that he had made it first. But that wasn't the worst part, the fact that he got the first position, and yet he had a completely calm look on his face, meant that it wasn't a struggle for him at all. And that pissed them off even more, it acted as fuel that made them want to go faster. The examiner could no longer take it, there had to be something wrong with Silva. He needed to go to the director. But he had to wait until the time was up, and when it was, only 1,300 had made it through and would go to the next round. The examiner asked them all to wait while he ran to the director's office. He got there and knocked on the door. Without waiting for an answer, he opened it and went in. The director, Matilda, sat on her chair as if she had been waiting for him, and when he came in, she spoke. "I knew you would come, Elias," she said. "Director, do you already know what's happening?" he asked. "Well, I can watch the exams from here, and also, I already knew that he would be part of the exam," she responded. "Who is he?" "Is he really 14?" he asked. "He is 13, one of the younger people to enroll," she dropped a bombshell on Elias. In actuality, the exams are nothing for him. "It's barely a formality, to show the others what they would be facing as competition," she said. "How come?" "I'm still not understanding this," Elias said. "Haven't you heard the story going around about a B-ranked child, one who is the strongest adventurer of his town?" she asked. "Oh, I have heard of that. I always dismissed it as an exaggerated story." "Are you telling me that it's true and that boy is the one?" he asked. "Actually, that story is underestimated. I have done my best to watch that child closely. His strength is at the very least much higher than what people say. I believe he should be above level 50 by now, maybe far higher, and he also has a legacy, and I am sure it is an A-rank legacy," Matilda explained. "That boy is a commoner, yet he has all this? Is there a need for him to take the test?" "It may weaken the morale of those around," Elias said. "Let him be. Anyone who can't take it is not worthy, they should all leave." But Silva aside, that girl who came with him is his sister. She is also a talented person. Her genius in ice magic and combat style is admirable, and she got the second highest in the first test. She is really special. Even among the geniuses that showed up this year, she is still shining. Matilda spoke about Leah. If you call her a great talent, then what about her brother? What do we call him? Elias asked. A monster. He is a monster that is growing too fast. There are a few reasons I had him come to this academy. The first is simple: with him as a student, the prestige of the academy will rise as long as we use him as our trump card. The second is that we have to watch him and create countermeasures against him just in case. This academy is to be his prison, with eyes on him as much as possible. We have to try to temper his spirit and ensure that he doesn't go off track. Because I have a feeling that by the time he is fully grown, this world will not be able to hold him. And if that happens, we can only hope that he is on our side, and that's why we have to watch him, Matilda explained. Then why not just kill him? It would be better that way, Elias said. The disadvantage would be too much if we tried that. I am 100% sure that he would escape from any death situation. You may not see it, but that boy is sly. He has the mind of an adult, and he is very sinister. He will definitely have a way to escape. If he escapes, do you know what will happen? He will go and get stronger and then come for us. That is why we have to just watch him and get him on our side, she explained. I see. I'd like to hear more later, but I have to return to the exams, Elias said and left the office. Matilda stood up and walked to the window of her room and stared out. Silva, what really are you? She asked. The next exam was a combat-type test, where students would fight against their upperclassmen in the third year. They got into the arena and saw over 100 upperclassmen waiting for them with their weapons and staves. The examiner stood in front of the candidates and started explaining. For this exam, you have to face off against a third-year student and run the clock out to win. You can also win by defeating them if you have the abilities. Each person gets 2 minutes. It may look small, but remember that those you are fighting are stronger than you and have more tricks than you. They can take you out in ways you have never known, and that would be considered a fail. As for the way you'll be entering, I have this. He pulled out a box and placed it on the ground. Pick a paper from inside. It will randomly assign your number, Elias explained. Everyone went over and picked their number. Silva got number 300, Faye got 79, and as for Leah, she got first. Is that good luck or bad luck? Faye asked. I guess we will find out, Silva said. Leah walked to the stage with her staff. She waited for the third-year student who would battle her. The third year got on the stage. She was a girl, she looked a bit older than Leah, but not by much. She held a wand, which meant she was mostly a mage. The examiner climbed the stage as a referee. He raised his hand and brought it down to signal the start. Immediately, the third year waved her wand and cast a spell. Flaming turret wave, she called out, hurling over 30 fireballs at Leah. She wants to end this quickly, Silva, who was watching, said. Leah reacted as fast as she could to the incoming attacks. She stamped her staff into the ground, causing ice to spread out and form an ice wall. The fireballs hit the wall and exploded. The wall was destroyed, leaving only steam, but it managed to block the attacks. You use wordless casting, seems you are good, the fire mage said as she prepared for another attack. But Leah had trained with Silva a lot, and she knew not to allow a strong enemy to be the one to keep attacking. Ice mist. She cast a basic spell that was easy to cast and fast as well. It created a lot of mist that blocked the vision of her opponent. With that, she changed location, running to the side. This spell had 2 uses, it was used for obscuring and detection. Now she knew exactly where the flame mage was, and she immediately attacked, firing an ice lance in that direction. But the flame girl seemed to be experienced as well. She was able to sense the attack and counter with a heavy flame explosion. The explosion cleared away the mist and allowed them to see each other. Leah was already ready with another spell, another ice lance. She fired the ice lance, and it hurtled through the air at crazy speed. The flame mage tried to counter, she was about to cast her own spell, but then the lance shattered into pieces and scattered. Only to reassemble behind her and go for the hit. She spun around as fast as she could and used a powerful flame spell. Flame burst. Because of the close distance, the flame explosion hit her as well, and it pushed her to the side. But since she was basically a flame mage, her resistance to fire was higher than the average person, so she recovered immediately and got up. When she got up, she saw Leah running towards her. She was a bit startled because mages normally fight at a distance. But not Leah. Silva and Quinn had given her a good amount of close combat training. The flame mage cast a fireball at Leah, but Leah stamped her staff, and an ice pillar formed underneath her, throwing her into the air. From up there, she took aim and fired an ice lance at her opponent. The flame mage cast a flame wall and used it to block the attack and serve as coverage for her to retreat a bit. The people watching this fight were shocked, both the third years and the candidates. The two looked evenly matched, even though Leah was just a first year. Her battle sense and judgment were amazing, but that was what you get when your brothers were amazing adventurers. Aside from the occasional adventures with Silva, Quinn also helped her out, and so she was well experienced. Leah landed on the ground and dashed at the flame mage again, but this time, the flame mage wasn't ready to allow her. "Flame pillar," the flame mage called out. A formation appeared in front of her and shot out a powerful stream of flames. Leah came to a quick stop. She spun her staff around, and ice formed to the flow of her movement as she spun with the staff, creating an ice coffin around her. The flame smashed against the ice coffin, melting it at a crazy rate, but the ice coffin kept remaking itself just as quickly. The two countered each other, and Leah was safe until the spell was over. She broke open the ice coffin, but she didn't allow it to melt. She shattered the ice coffin into small ice blades and fired all of them at the flame mage. "This kid is crazy, she's pushing me so hard," the flame mage thought before she lifted her wand above her head. She brought it down at full speed while yelling a spell. Flame wave. A massive wave of fire exploded, destroying the ice and heading for Leah. Leah didn't flinch. She pointed her staff at the incoming flames and said in a calm voice, "Ice wave." The exact opposite of the flame spell. They clashed at the center, and the ice overpowered the flames due to the mana difference. But the remaining ice wave was not able to hurt the flame mage. It was just a cold breeze. Those who understood what had happened were shocked, because the flame mage had just used an advanced spell, and Leah, who was just 14, also used one. In this world, there existed a hierarchy of spells and techniques alike. There were the basic spells, the common ones that most mages used. Next were the advanced spells, which were rarer and more expensive. Aside from that, the learning time was far longer, and it also posed a risk to the mage. Then there were the epic spells, the legendary spells, and then the arcane level spells. Above that was a spell rank that humans could not use alone, chaos rank spells. Even among these ranks, they were split into low, mid, and high. As to how Leah knew the spell, it was simply because Silva had gotten a few for her, from the library in the labyrinth. It had spells up to arcane, some of which were way too powerful for him to even attempt. There were even chaos-ranked spells for all elements there, about 30 chaos spells in total. If people found out about that, they would raid that labyrinth with every soul they had. That was just how powerful arcane and chaos spells were, the same with arcane and chaos techniques. When he gave her the spells, he expected it to take far longer, but all it took her was a couple of months to learn them all. She was indeed a genius, and this battle was proof. Even the examiner was shocked. It was normal for third years to have advanced spells, but Leah wasn't even a student. She glanced over at Silva, wondering what Silva would have in stock. "I forfeit the match," the flame mage said after that attack. She had the feeling that if this dragged on, she would face a horrible defeat. And so, just like that, Leah, the first person, had passed the exam excellently, with a win. Leah's fight had helped increase the confidence of the candidates, but it also made the third years stop holding back at all. And for the next 10 people, all that was recorded were losses upon losses. Even the flame mage that Leah had defeated returned to the stage multiple times and took out her opponents with malice. It became evident that the test was not simple, Leah was just strong. Time slowly went by, and finally, a person of interest came on, the red-haired boy. His battle was against a swordsman like himself. The swordsman used lightning, while the red-haired boy used flames. Their swords crossed in an epic battle that lasted until time was up, and he passed. But from the looks of things, he wasn't happy at all. He was unable to pull a complete win like Leah had done, and that made him pissed. Soon after, it was Silva's sister, Sage Terran, who claimed the stage. Her affinity was metal and earth, she manipulated the metal she created and caused barrages of attacks. Her opponent was a wind spearman, so he deflected the attacks while making his way toward her. But the daughter of the Duke was a genius, even better than her brother. She used an advanced spell that created metal golems to fight the spearmen. The golem only held against her opponent for 5 seconds, but that was all she needed to cast her next spell. When the molecules of a substance vibrate faster, they create energy, in other words, heat. This energy would try to evaporate, but what happens when you forcefully suppress it and then release it all at once? That was exactly what she did. She compressed the highly volatile mana molecules under a thin sheet of spherical metal. She hurled it at her opponent, who had just taken down the golem, and when he tried to block it, it exploded and threw him across the stage. This was what happens when a genius is born into the house of one of the most well-known mages, Duke Terran. She had access to knowledge that normal people or lesser nobles could only dream of. Even Silva was intrigued by how that spell worked. It was evident she had made the spell herself. Seems my sister is actually more useful than my brother. She also kind of looks like mother. But still, she loves her dear brother, and I have a feeling that I'll be clashing with Oliver soon. With that spell, she was able to knock down her opponent, and then she held her hand over him, threatening that if he moved, she would finish it off. I forfeit, the third year said, and stood up. This was the second win so far, that was not by draw. She stepped down from the stage, her face looked calm, but under that calm face, Silva could tell there was an enormous amount of pride. She looked at Leah as she passed, in a way that said, "You are not the only one capable of winning." More and more fights happened, with people lasting less and less time before losing. The third years were all seriously fighting and taking out the candidates. The jet black-haired girl also had her fight. She used some sort of dark flames. It seemed to be a merge between fire magic and dark magic, which meant she was a dual elementalist. But sadly, she wasn't able to defeat her opponent and only waited out the clock. Her dissatisfaction was evident. Soon after, Faye had her fight as well. With her swordsmanship and fire control, she was able to wait out the clock as well. After her, Silva lost interest in most of the following fights until it was finally his turn. When he stepped up, the whole place became quiet. The candidates knew what had happened, and so they wanted to see what Silva would do. Silva was not planning to hold back. Since the goddess only allowed him to hide some of his strength, that meant she wanted him to use the strength she allowed him to show. And that meant he would be fighting this person with a strength of about 700, and after using dragon eyes, this person had a highest stat of 100. Honestly, was this even a match? His opponent was a swordsman as well. He held a two-handed sword and was ready for Silva to make the first move. Silva smirked and pulled out his sword. He stood open, like he was inviting his opponent. His stance was very provocative, and he did that on purpose. The guy saw this and was pissed. Who did this first year think he was? If only the first years knew. The examiner looked at this match. He already knew the outcome from the information he got from the director. He let out a sigh, silently praying for the third year about to face Silva. The third year could not take it anymore. He charged at Silva, wanting to finish this quickly. Silva got pissed as well. He was the cause of this issue, but his pride as a dragon was hit when this weakling came at him with such rage. He punched the stage and caused it to explode, pushing the guy into the air and leaving a small crater. He leaped into the air and then used the flat side of his sword to swing at the third year. The third year also used his sword to block, but it was sheared immediately upon contact with Silva's sword. The flat side of Silva's sword slammed into his stomach and sent him to the ground. He hit the ground with a bang and passed out for a second before waking up. He got back on his feet as fast as he could and saw Silva already standing and waiting. Silva pointed his sword at him, dark mana wrapped around the blade and moved to the tip. Dark bullet, Silva fired a shot that could destroy a head. The dark bullet passed by the ear of his opponent. The third year froze in fright, knowing that he would have died just now. I forfeit, he tried to give up, but Silva was already right in front of him with his blade to his neck. Silva bent in closely and whispered into his ear. Next time, be careful, or I'll have your head. The threat was backed by heavy bloodlust, so much that the third year couldn't stand. He fell on his butt, shivering. Silva walked down from the stage, and those around shifted to make way for him. Not only had he dominated and won, but he had also brought his opponent to their knees. He had utterly and completely defeated this third year, and this would mark the first day of the long-lasting issue that Silva would have with the third years, and the school entirely. Elias could only watch what had happened in shock. This was not normal. Silva wasn't supposed to be here. With his strength, he could take on the fourth years hands down. The exam continued until everyone had finally fought, and after that, only 1,000 students remained. Today, you will all rest because it is already late, and tomorrow, the final 2 exams will be held, and 500 of you will be sent home, Elias said to them. They left then to a temporary dorm, where they would stay the night in preparation for the exams the next day. The male and female sections were separated, so Silva couldn't see his sister, or Faye. The rooms all had 2 bunk beds, so 4 people could sleep in them, but his roommates hadn't entered since the rooms were shared. When they were called for dinner, they all went into the massive cafeteria. Silva got his food and headed for a seat, and when everyone that was on the row saw him, they all got up and moved away. Silva didn't mind. He sat down and started eating. He didn't even bother looking for his sister. Seems like everyone is scared of you, Silva heard a voice from behind him, though he had spotted the person long ago. It was the redhead, one of the ones that Silva tagged as geniuses. You don't mind if I sit, right? He asked and went ahead to sit down. Why aren't you scared? Silva asked, not looking up. Because I'm not ignorant. You aren't going to just lash out at me for no reason, and as long as you don't do that, I am safe, the redhead said. You seem pretty sure about that, Silva said. By the way, I'm Michael. I'm a commoner from this town, so we are kind of similar, Michael said. I see. For a commoner to have your sort of strength and abilities, that's quite something, Silva said. Huh? Why are you talking like you aren't one? In fact, you aside, that girl with you, who is she? Michael asked. My sister, Leah. What do you want with her? Silva asked, but it sounded more like a death threat. No, I don't have anything to do with her. And also, is she really your sister? He asked. Yes, why? Silva asked. Well, I guess you guys don't look alike at all, aside from the hair color. Even the face and other things, Michael said. I know that already. Get to the reason why you brought her back up. Geez, man, you speak so maturely. Are you even my age at all? Michael asked. No, I'm a year younger than you, Silva replied. Holy crap, you're 13? Michael said in shock. Yes, so what? Nothing, bro. I was just shocked. Well, back to your sister. How is she that strong and good, or does awesome run in the family? He asked. No, she worked hard for where she is. Sure, she was blessed with great talents, but she still worked hard to get here, Silva said. Alright then, to the important thing, what are you? Michael asked. Silva furrowed his eyebrows. He stared at Michael with eyes that could break the strongest of hearts. Michael, you should really learn not to dig into people's information. Death is a really scary thing, you know? Silva said. Michael could feel the bloodlust choking him. He had to use his mana to try and regulate it so that he could breathe a little. Silva stopped the bloodlust and then transitioned into a small smile. Sorry about that. It's just that I can't answer those questions, Silva said. I understand. Forgive me for asking. Now, the last thing before I go is that I want us to have a small agreement. I can already see the hierarchy that will form when we get into the academy. There will be the Duke twins, the blue-haired girl who is a noble of high standing, and then the one with jet black hair, who is also a noble from a prominent family. I guess you already know, but those are the main powerhouses, and the system will be built around them. But now there's you, your sister, and also the daughter of the Viscount that is with you. Along with me, we can make our own power hold. We can push until we become the top of the hierarchy, Michael explained his offer. The first thing that I'll say is that I am amazed at how much information you have about all of them. How did you get it? Silva asked. That's simple. They had all lived in this city months prior to the exam, and with a little digging, I found out about them and gathered information on them. As for Faye, that one I know, because I asked around and found her name. She's pretty powerful and talented, Michael explained. Your plan seems foolproof, but there has to be one thing made sure. You will work under me and not as an equal. If that is not good enough for you, I'll create the top hierarchy by myself, and trust me when I say, no one can stop me. Michael could tell that Silva was not joking and that there would be no compromise. He also hated the fact that Silva wanted him to be under him. But what could he do? Silva possessed the strength he needed. He, as a commoner, was limited, but with Silva, he would be able to move higher. Not only did Silva have strength, but he also had connections, like the daughter of a viscount. A viscount may not be too high, but it was still a very good thing. Alright, I agree to that. Let us pass the exams tomorrow and start the plans needed, Michael said. After that, they both ate their food and returned to their rooms. Silva's roommates for the night finally returned. They all tried not to look at or talk to Silva because everyone was actually scared of him. Sukap didn't care, though. He lay in his bed at the top bunk and was drifting in his thoughts. Soon after, his main mind went to sleep, as well as half of the other minds. This was the method Silva used to ensure that he got enough rest while still being actively vigilant. Sure, 5 minds were an overkill, but Silva was known to overdo things. Underscore 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 underscore. The next day came faster than anyone wanted, with just 1,000 people remaining. 500 would go home today. And the tests for today were all basic, a written test, and then a strength test. These last tests were just to weed out the remaining people, nothing special about them. Today, Elias was not the only one here. He brought some young assistant instructors with him to help with the final aspect of the test. The first test was an open-air written exam. Stone slabs were set as chairs and tables, and everyone took a seat. The instructors shared the question papers, and the test soon began. Silva solved his exam at a steady pace and was done. He got up to submit at the same time as his sister Leah and the blue-haired girl. Huh? How the hell did they match my speed? I didn't even waste a moment on any question, Silva thought as he walked to submit. Leah looked angry, though, and Silva could understand why. She wanted to beat him so much. She put all her effort into the exam, yet she couldn't. The blue-haired girl, on the other hand, had a calm expression. She didn't look at Silva even as they submitted at the same time. She just stood and waited for what the instructors would say. The instructors handed the papers to Elias. He used a cube to scan them, grade them, and then announced the scores aloud for everyone to hear. Silva, 100 points, standing at first position. Leah, 99 points, standing at second position. And Rachel, 98 points, standing at third position. Tisk. Rachel clicked her tongue and frowned when her score was announced. It was the first time Silva saw her show emotion. The other students, on the other hand, started to panic. How could anyone be scoring that high? Some were even angry at Silva because how can anyone have it all? He was strong, and he was crazy smart. Was the world even fair anymore? You 3 stand to the side, wait for the exams to finish, Elias said. So Silva and the 2 girls moved to the side and waited. After an hour, the exams had finished. Many people submitted before the time was up, Silva included, while some weren't done even after the time was up. In the end, only 600 made it through. 400 candidates had to leave. The pain and sadness they felt was unimaginable. After coming so far, they still ended up failing. The remaining 600 candidates would head to the strength test in the next yard, and 100 would head home. This was where the real tension was. As the candidates moved, an instructor came to Silva and told him that Elias wanted to see him. Silva followed and met with Elias at the table where they had submitted. You called for me? Silva said when he got there. About 4 helping instructors were there as well. It's not a big thing, but I'd like for you to take the next test last. Allow the others to have their turn first, before you test last. The reason is that I have a feeling that if you take it first, the results you get may cause the candidates to lose heart. At this point, tension is crazy high, and something like that would affect them negatively. So I hope you understand, Elias said. The instructors there wondered why Silva was being told this, because they hadn't seen the past tests, but they would understand after this test. Silva looked at Elias and let out a sigh. Alright, I understand, but there better be a reward for the inconvenience, Silva said and walked away. Sir, how could you let him talk like that? He speaks so proudly, like he knows he will get into the academy, one instructor said. Elias just sighed and then let out a chuckle while looking in the direction Silva left. If he doesn't pass the exam, then no one amongst the candidates will pass as well, Elias said. Underscore 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 underscore. Inside the next yard, there was a large, metallic-looking beam at the center and a magical array around it. Elias came in with the instructors and walked to the center. Now, most of you already know that this academy focuses mostly on strength. We make combatants. Even if you want to be a healer or anything else, in this academy, you first have to be a fighter. Those that want to be only healers go to medical academies and such, but this academy tries to make a few things. We try to make soldiers, warriors, great adventurers, and such. But we will not throw away those that want to chase other fields. And that is why this beam is here at the center. Hit it however you want, you can use magic, physical force, or whatever. You can even use healing magic, it all works the same. The beam will take the energy you give and give out an output. That is the strength test. The strength test started with everyone doing what they could to attack the beam. Whenever they did so, their number would appear above in holographic form. So far, the highest attack was just a little over 100. Finally, Michael walked to the beam. He drew his sword, engulfing it in flames, and sent a full-powered slash at the beam. The numbers rose until they stopped at 180. The first to reach that high, the candidates burst into talks about his strength. It was simply amazing. His action seemed to be the start of the competition, as Oliver went up next with his sword as well. He stabbed while it was engulfed in flames, and his score rose to 170. Now, this number was crazy high, and the other candidates were amazed. But to Oliver, this was pathetic, he could not best a commoner. Even his sister, Sage, gave him a frown, and that broke him more. Sage was a girl, and she couldn't really inherit her father's properties. But their father had told Oliver that if she continued to be better than him, she would take over, and he would make sure of it. After Oliver, the jet black-haired girl also attacked the beam with her black flames. The explosion caused was very powerful, and her numbers rose to 185, making her the highest as of now. Soon, Rachel, the blue-haired girl, also walked up and attacked the beam. She got 184, making her the second. Faye also had her turn, but she got 150. Though that was high, she couldn't reach the geniuses. Finally, Sage took the stage and went to attack the beam. Using her metal magic, she formed a spear and struck the beam. Her number rose madly, creating the newest high score that the Academy had seen in a while. She got 195. The number caused a shock through the entire field, and even the instructors could not believe this. Her brother, Oliver, balled his fist tightly to try and control his rage. Sage looked at Leah in a provocative way as she left the center. For some reason, she had chosen Leah to be her opponent. Leah decided that it was time for her test. She walked to the beam and pointed her staff at it. Ice Serpent. She used her most advanced spell, which caused an ice snake to form, over 20 feet long and half a meter wide. It shot through the air and slammed into the beam, freezing the spot and causing an explosion-like sound. Her numbers began rising and quickly passed 100, and then 150. It went all the way up and stopped at exactly 200, making her the new high scorer. The entire field went into an uproar. How was this possible? How could there be such a power gap between them all? The person who was hurt the most by this was Sage. She felt like she had lost, not just the competition, but her pride. She couldn't take this, she was the proud daughter of the Duke. After the place calmed down, the others started taking their exams as well, but few came close to 150, and many stopped at less than 100. Finally, the last person took his test and got just 100, but before their minds could calm down, Silva walked up. When everyone saw him, they realized that he was yet to test, he who had shown crazy power. It was now his time to test. All eyes were drawn to him as he walked up to be the last person. Sigh, I don't know why the goddess would want me to be a show-off, but alright, I'll keep it easy and still keep it amazing, Silva thought. He was aiming for 300, as that would be amazing enough, but the system had other plans. Mission update, score not less than 500 in your test. A dragon can't be seen on the same platform as humans. Show it to them. Rewards, full dragon wings transformation. Dark flame breath. Abyssal flame breath. Penalty, deduction of all stats by 90% for 6 months. The fuck, you've got to be kidding me. Silva didn't expect the system to play such a move against him, showing him irresistible rewards and yet a terrible penalty. The rewards were too good for the mission, and the penalties were too heavy for the mission. It seemed that the system wanted to force him into the show-off plan right off the bat. Silva took a deep breath. He didn't have a choice in this. He drew his sword and swung at the beam without any special technique or anything. He wasn't sure how to gauge his strength to ensure that he got 500, but he felt using 30 or so % would do the trick. His sword cut through the beam, the first attack to actually damage the beam here. The numbers rose until they stopped at 600. The entire field fell into silence. What the hell had they just witnessed? Mission complete, congratulations. Silva got his rewards, but that was not important now. Oh, this must be broken. Can I try again? Silva asked. He didn't wait though, he swung, and this time he got 400. Yeah, I was right, it was broken, he said before walking away, but nobody was really buying that at all. It didn't matter to him. Elias finally broke out of his confusion after seeing Silva's strength, which was more than his own. He managed to gather some composure and finally walked up to the center to talk. Now to announce the 250 people that have passed the exams, Elias said. 250? All the candidates shouted. They hadn't even recovered from the shock Silva gave them, yet they were hit with another one. Like we said, this academy registers 500 people, but we never told all of you how it would be this year. 250 come from the tests, 50 come from the scouts, 100 come from recommendations of the mercenary and adventurer guilds, their young potential students. And the remaining 100 are in combat, taken from recommendations by other guilds. The method changes yearly though, Elias said with a slight smile. The only thing is that they take their exams at different times and in different places, Elias said. Silva already knew this, because Reyes had once asked the Adventurers Guild to suggest Silva to the main guild. But Silva declined. He was more than certain that he could get in with the normal exams, so there was no need. The other candidates couldn't take what just happened. They began yelling and screaming about how unfair it was. But Elias paid no heed, he continued talking. The image above will display the 150 of you that have passed. You will follow me from here. The names shown above along with their images, as some commoners had the same name. To avoid confusion, the images were shown. Sitting at number 1 was, of course, Silva, and second was Leah. Faye came in at number 7, and that was a pretty good number. The third position was, of course, Sage, but she didn't look happy with that. When the 250 people saw their names, they all began celebrating, but the remaining 350 felt like their world had ended. Some couldn't even hold back their rage. They charged at Elias, wanting to harm him at least. But that wasn't possible, because the instructors fought back and sent them flying, causing many injuries as well. When the whole situation had finally calmed down, those who had failed walked away with their heads down. The remaining candidates, who had officially become students, stood there, waiting for their next instructions. You all have proved that you are the best of the best. Out of 5,000, you came out on top. But even among the best of the best, there still exists the best. And that is why the academy has a class system. But you will know your class later on. For now, you will finish your registration and rest for the day, Elias said. He led the students to the next hall and got them registered. They were all handed keys with their room numbers, handbooks, and maps. Silva parted with Leah and Faye to go and find his room. It took him just a few minutes to find the building where the dorms were located. After entering, he went up to the second floor, which was the top floor, and found his room. He inserted the key, opened the door, and went in. The room had 2 beds on opposite sides, as well as 2 of almost everything. This simply meant that he would be sharing the room with someone else. He wasn't against sharing the room, though, as long as his roommate was tolerable. He chose a bed and sat down to rest. He stayed like that for a while, before standing up and going to the door. He locked it and then scanned the room for any foreign objects that might allow people to watch him. When he was certain there was nothing, he used his shadow summoning to call Dawn. As soon as she appeared, she ran into Silva's arms with a bear hug. Silva fell back onto his bed. He wrapped his arm around her and let her get it out of her system. She stayed that way for a while, before letting go of him. This was how she was when she was with Silva, she turned into a complete child. After getting off him and sitting beside him, she finally calmed down and started talking. It's been so long, she said. Yeah, I didn't have an opportunity to just summon you here, so I had to wait until now, Silva explained. So, give me an update on everything you've been doing so far, Silva said. All right. I worked with the three adventurers. We purchased a building in town and registered a mercenary group called the Black Dragon. It has only been established for 2 weeks now, and there are already 100 members. We have trained them and poured a lot of resources into them, and they have started bringing results. All is going well, but if I may ask, Silva, why do you need a mercenary group? Dawn asked. Well, that's simple. In the future, I'll start certain types of businesses to build a solid standing in this kingdom and the world at large. The Black Dragon Mercenary Group stands for 2 reasons. The first is that I'll use them as the force to drive the business throughout the world. The second thing is the name. I want to know if there might be some threats or mysteries out there. If anyone recognizes the name of the Dark Dragon, that means they know something I want or need to know, Silva explained. They spent more time talking about the mercenary group and other things. After an hour or so, it was finally time for her to go. Like the way she came, she hugged him tightly for a while before letting him go, and then he used shadow summoning to send her back. After she left, Silva let out a deep sigh. His body had gotten so heated up when she hugged him. She couldn't keep doing this. He was 13, his puberty was starting, and his body was reacting wildly to such things. He lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. He started thinking about the feeling he got from the hug, and his body started heating up, so he decided to get up and walk around a bit. He packed his things and changed into light clothes for easier movement. He was about to leave the room when he heard a knock on the door. It seemed his dorm mate had arrived. He walked to the door and unlocked it. Immediately, upon seeing the person on the other side, he felt a similar feeling to when he was around Lily. The boy had blonde hair, wore glasses, and had a slim body, but it was filled with mana. Aside from that, Silva could tell that he wasn't fully human. He was probably half fairy, because that was the aura around Lily. Hello, the boy said, forcing Silva to stop staring. You're my dorm mate? Silva asked. He was certain that this guy had not been in the normal exams, so he must have been a special entry, probably a recommendation from one of the guilds. Yes, my name is Aaron, he introduced himself. Silva introduced himself as well and stepped out of the way to allow him to enter. Aaron entered and went to the other bed, while Silva quietly locked the door. When he locked the door, he immediately asked. You're half fairy, right? Silva said. Suddenly, the mana in the room spiked, filled with killing intent. Aaron turned around, his eyes glowing and his mana swirling around him. He stretched out his hand, and an invisible force grabbed Silva by the neck and lifted him off the ground. How did you find out? Talk now, and I'll give you a quick death, Aaron said. His voice and tone were completely different from just a moment ago. Be calm. I'm not an enemy, Silva said. Lies. You humans can't be trusted at all, Aaron said, increasing the force on Silva's neck to stop him from talking. Silva used his arm to grab whatever force was holding his neck. Using some of his mana, he forced it to stop and dropped to the ground. Aaron looked in shock as Silva got out of the grip. This was not something a human of Silva's age should have been capable of. Silva looked at him. He released his aura, and it cancelled out Aaron's aura and killing intent entirely. His eyes glowed and turned into his dragon eyes, causing Aaron to step back in fright. Who said I was human, Aaron? Silva asked. He took a step forward, and the pressure pressed down on Aaron, bringing him to his knees. Why you a DR dragon? Aaron stuttered. Yes, you got it. I'm half dragon, so I'm not human. It was because of this that I knew you were a fairy. So you don't have to be scared about your identity. We both have something to hide, Silva said. He stopped his aura and allowed Aaron to take a breather. He stretched out his hand to help Aaron stand up. He pulled him up and helped him sit on the bed. Sorry about all that, Silva said. No, it was me who jumped the gun. The issue is that I can't get found out. My mom was a fairy, but she died. My father is a mage. He works in a research area in the capital, and he wanted me to live like a normal human. So I had to learn the method he and my mother created before she died. All that led to me coming here and hiding my fairy side. Aaron explained. Silva could tell that there was more to the story, but he didn't dig. Silva ironed things out with Aaron. He told him that he had inherited the legacy, which turned him half-dragon. Silva didn't go into much detail about it, and he also hid a huge chunk of things. As they kept talking, a knock sounded on the door. Aaron walked to the door and opened it. There were 2 boxes outside. On each box, their names were written on it. Aaron carried both boxes inside and handed Silva's box to Silva. Silva opened his box, and inside was his uniform, cleanly folded, a rule book, a card about his classes, a basic storage ring, and a piece of paper with some information written on it. Silva first took out the card and started reading it. As the current highest scorer in all exams combined, you will be part of the S class, the elite class. The class system in the academy was simple. It started from S class all the way to F class. The S class were the elite, the top of the top. They were normally the lowest in number, only having about 25 students out of the 500 that got enrolled. About 10 were taken from the general exams and 15 from other exams. So the top 10 from Silva's exams were in the S class, which meant Faye, Leah, and his real brother and sister would be there as well. "What class are you in?" Aaron asked. "Class S," Silva replied. "Oh, that's cool, we are in the same class then," Aaron said. "If you don't mind me asking, what organization recommended you?" Silva asked. "Oh, mine is the Magical Association. My dad had affiliations there, so they picked me to be a recommendation. I came second in our exam. The first was a girl, she had terrifying magical abilities, and she is only human," Aaron explained. "But the winner of the general exams must be on another level. I heard that he wasn't even in our league. And that his magic and strength were already that of a level 60 or more." "Well, either way, what position did you get?" "It must be high up, considering your strength," Aaron asked. "I was first," Silva said without much care. "Wait, what? You are the one everyone was talking about?" "Well, it does make sense since your magic suppressed mine." "I'm really happy we didn't turn into enemies, that would have been it for me," Aaron said with a laugh. They decided to try on their uniforms, and they were tailored to their size. They also had an extra pair and an ID card. When Silva picked up his ID card, a holographic number flashed from it, 1,500 points. They didn't know what that was, so he picked up the paper inside and read it. According to the paper, purchases and many other things in the academy were handled by points, and points were gained through certain activities or even the buying and selling of items. Points could be transferred from account to account and so on. All students were given 500 points, but those that made S class got 1,000, and those that made first in the different tests, from general to the recommended tests, got 1,500 points. That was why Silva got that amount, while Aaron got 1,000. Silva and Aaron spent the remaining part of the day talking and getting to know each other more. Silva spoke in a free tone. But he kept this aura around him that served as a warning to Aaron to never get too comfortable with him. The next day was the beginning of everything about the academy. All classes were to meet for their first homeroom class. Silva and Aaron got ready, they put what they needed into the storage rings and put them on their fingers. They walked out of the dorm building, and Silva saw Faye and Leah already there waiting for him. "Silva," they called out at the same time. Leah was in front, so she managed to get to him first and hugged Silva, not allowing Faye to get close to him. But even after Leah finally let go, Faye still went in for a hug regardless, and Silva let her, because she would probably get angry if he refused. Aaron, on the other hand, just stood there, confused as to what was happening. Silva noticed that and decided to introduce them. "Aaron, this is my sister Leah, and my friend Faye. Faye is the daughter of the viscount from my town," Silva introduced them. "Yeah, nice to meet you," he said in an awkward way. He shook their hands and glanced at Silva with eyes that said, "Sister and friend? Really? That's all?" Silva looked back at him with eyes that said, "Of course, that's all." After they got acquainted, they headed to the class. They had small maps of the academy, so they knew where their homeroom class was. The door was closed when they got there, so Silva pushed it and walked in. It seemed they were the last to arrive. As soon as they stepped in, all eyes turned to them. Those who didn't know Silva scanned him from head to toe. But those who knew him either just looked away or got pissed at his presence, one of them being Oliver. Michael saw Silva and immediately ran out to meet him. "Hey, Silva," Michael greeted in a casual way. "Yeah, what's up, Michael?" Silva replied. This was just to show everyone that Michael was acquainted with Silva, and since Silva was the strongest here, that made Michael untouchable. A simple logic, but it would prove effective. Silva and the others sat down in an empty space close to Michael, and they waited for class to start. While they waited, Silva had his eyes on a purple-haired girl sitting in front. He could tell from a glance that she was the one Aaron spoke of. The amount of mana flowing through her was absurd, well, for a girl her age, that is. Her mana was almost half that of Silva. Silva's mana right now was way too high, so high that the best mages in this kingdom would beg for it. So for her to have half his mana, her magical abilities were no joke at all. There was definitely something special about her. After a while, the teacher walked into the class. She was a beautiful lady dressed in robes, though it did little to hide her curves. Even though she carried a sexy air around her, she still oozed intelligence. She also looked like someone that would curse at you. Her dark lustrous hair matched her abyss-like eyes. "Good day, crickets. I'm your homeroom teacher," she said. Her voice was insulting. Normally teachers wouldn't talk like that, but no one took offense. "I know most of you feel special that you got into the S class of the academy. You all feel like you have become somewhat important. But I'll burst that little bubble you're in. You aren't special, you aren't important, and any day someone can take your place here. So let me set the ground rules now. It's as simple as this: if you don't do what you were told, you will be punished. That's the logic of life," she said. She hadn't even introduced herself, yet she was talking all around. It wasn't until she was done that she took a piece of chalk and wrote her name. Miss Elizabeth Reinfield. She placed the chalk down, then turned around and faced the class. "Today, after you leave here, you should go around the academy and see what sort of classes they offer, because before the day runs out, you should have selected the courses that you will be taking. Though the first-year classes haven't started, you can audit the second-year classes and get future ideas of what courses will be available when you get there, and that will allow you to make the decision of what you want now. Or you can read the course books and know what course you would be taking from there. Whatever option you choose, it's up to you. Now, the next thing is the rules of the academy. I know some of you have read the rule book, but there will always be idiots who don't. So for their sake, I'll explain the basic rules. All fights are prohibited, only official duels are allowed. You can challenge someone to a duel using your ID card, and the person has to accept it before you can fight. I believe that rankings will be assigned at the end of the day on your ID card. When you get your numbers, duels change shape, because someone lower than you can duel for your position, and you must accept. And if he duels and wins 3 times in a row, he gets your position, and whatever class you're in, he will take your place. But someone higher can't force someone lower into a duel, that isn't allowed. Now there are also some additional rules for duels. You and the person dueling must agree to the type of duel, because not all students are fully combat inclined, so the two of you must make a decision as to what the duel will be. If no decision can be reached, then a teacher will be involved and will make the call through certain methods. These are the basic rules of the duels. Are there any questions? She asked. Silva raised his hand. She looked over at him and chose him. Say your name and then ask your question, she said. Silva got up and spoke. My name is Silva, from Ribist, he replied respectfully. So you're that Silva, the one Elias was yapping about. You scored the highest this academy has ever seen, she said, making all the students turn to look at Silva. I didn't know it was the highest, I just did my best, Silva said. Well, it was. But now is not the time for that, ask your question, she said. My question is simple. If someone attacks me in secret and I defend myself, and that causes me to beat him up, would I get punished? Silva asked. Not really, just a warning or so. As long as there is evidence that it was self-defense. In your case, I doubt that there will be anyone willing to attack you. You have a strength score over 600, even some instructors would struggle to get that. And if they did attack you, I'm sure they wouldn't be attacking anyone else for a while, she said with a giggle. This woman, she's been making sure the class knows that I'm way stronger than them. I don't know what her main plan is, but I can guess what will happen now. These stupid classmates of mine will begin to make plans to knock me down a notch, no matter what it costs them. I think she wants to use me as the catalyst that will induce their growth and make them work harder, just to take me down. I am pissed that she's using me, but I have to say she is a smart woman, no doubt about that, Silva thought as he sat down. He scanned around the class without looking and noticed the purple-haired girl glancing at him from the corners of her eyes. Hoo-hoo, what is this now? Has she registered me as an opponent? Strong people will always take note of strong people. It's like a lion and a tiger. If both of them are found in one place, they will begin to monitor each other. Especially when there is a need to show who comes out on top. I can tell just by looking at her that she craves the top spot, but because of me, it just got a whole lot harder for her to get it. Honestly, I don't plan on leaving this spot, so she will have to suffer in vain. Silva subconsciously let out a smile as he thought about it. Why would he leave? The spot had a lot of benefits. Another student raised his hand to ask a question. She picked him, and he got up to ask. What about duels against different classes? He asked. Well now, that's a good question. Duels like that are allowed, but the lower classman must be the one who accepts the duel. Such duels can't hold if the lower classman refuses. But when the lower classman challenges his seniors to a duel, they must agree to it and duel him. She explained the concept to them. There were no more questions that day, and so, she spoke a little more on the rules and called it a day. Immediately she left the class. Before even the students could get up, the door swung open, and a group of third years, about 6 in number, walked in. Their presence drew all the attention, as this was not where they were supposed to be. Silva, on the other hand, noticed the person he had fought during the exams, and he could tell what this was about from just a glance. His mind ran multiple parallel simulations as to how this would play out, and all ended in a fight one way or the other. The bulky one who seemed to be the leader, came forward and spoke. I'm looking for a white-haired kid. He yelled and peered around. His eyes stopped at Silva, and he headed for him, but before he could even get close, Faye, Leah, Aaron, and Michael were in battle mode and had formed a wall around Silva. The dude was pissed off by this, but even he knew that he couldn't fight here, and even if he did, taking out the elite first years was out of his abilities. One of them, sure, but all 4. That was suicide. He understood that one doesn't become an S-class student by accident. Each one of them would have the power to rival a normal third year. He wasn't a special student and was just a bit above average, so he couldn't take them all. But this time everyone in the class had also turned their attention and had ready to battle. Sure, they didn't know or like each other. But one thing was for certain, in this case, as it stood, they would stand beside the person that was their classmate because that person would be with them for 4 years, and this person was an outsider. When the third year sensed the situation around him, he took a step back and tried to look peaceful and amicable. He hadn't expected this turn of events. He had only planned to come in and scare the living hell out of Silva, but everything had backfired. But when he looked at Silva's nonchalant face, his will to not give up got stronger. He couldn't allow someone that disrespected his underling to go free. I just came to talk. You seem to have done a number on my friend, so I wanted to meet the person that was so strong, he said, but Silva could see how forced those words were. Let's just cut the crap already. Everyone here knows that's bullshit. Look, I didn't even take your friend or dog seriously, yet I defeated him. What makes you think that you can do anything different? Silva asked. He had looked at this guy's stats, and all peaked at 250 at best, yet he was standing here so proud. What was giving him the pride? What Silva said was like a blow to his ego, and he couldn't take it, so he decided that he would handle Silva. Alright, tough guy, I challenge you to a duel, he said and stretched out his ID card with a smug look on his face. Silva glanced at the card to see his name, Ragna, and it seemed Ragna was a commoner. It now made sense as to why he was trying to protect his followers. He had nothing to offer them aside from power, so now that one had come to cry to him, he had to show up for him, or lose a follower. Silva took out his card. Everyone watched closely, because this was getting good. Here are the rules. This is a brawl. All methods go, and the only way to win is by knockout. Do you agree? Silva asked. That's fine by me, Ragna said. Silva agreed to the duel, and a light shined on both cards, before dimming. A notification was sent to all cards in the academy about a duel. Normally, it would only be sent to the first years or the year that was having the duel. But a duel of such a gap was rare, and so it was sent all around. Even teachers got the info in no time. Ragna led the way to an arena, and when they arrived, in less than 5 minutes, those that were free had filled the arena, first years, second years, and third years. The fourth years were too busy for such things, none of them showed up at all. Silva looked up into the seats. He saw his homeroom teacher and some other teachers seated. They had some snacks, in fact, and were waiting for the match to start. Elias was there as well. He looked around again and saw the purple-haired girl, as well as all his classmates. "You'll regret this, kid. You can beg for mercy now, and I might allow you to get away," Ragna said. "Beg for mercy?" Ha 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 ha, Silva let out a resounding evil laugh that made the whole arena keep quiet. "You walked into this arena with the belief that you'd make me pay? I've never seen a being so stupid. I'll make you see that hell can exist up here," Silva said. He pulled out his sword, and the aura around him changed immediately. Ragna took out his massive sword from his ring. He wanted to enter his stance, but then his eyes locked with Silva's. All Ragna could see was a mighty being, one so mighty, there was no end to it. Fear gripped him. He felt like running, but there was no way he could. The fight had begun. Ragna remained frozen, not moving. The crowd began yelling, asking them to start and not waste their time. "They want to fight? Won't you move?" Silva asked. Ragna took a deep breath, gathering all his strength to withstand the pressure. He forced his mind to believe that Silva was just playing tricks on him. When he finally was able to move, he charged at Silva at top speed, swinging his blade to cut Silva in two. Silva kicked the ground lightly and leaped back, dodging the sword by a hair, but then he stepped in and thrust his sword, stopping just as it was about to stab Ragna. Ragna froze when he saw the proximity of the blade, but Silva didn't drive it in. Silva looked at him, smiled, and then launched a punch to Ragna's face, causing a ton of teeth to fly out. Ragna fell to the ground, spitting out blood, but Silva didn't wait for him. He ran up and kicked Ragna in the abdomen, forcing him to cough out more blood. Silva bent down beside him and started talking. "Is this all it takes to bring you down? You overgrown mass of muscle. All you are is a show, nothing else. Don't get cocky." Ragna yelled and tried to swing from down there. Silva reacted faster than Ragna could blink and twisted Ragna's arm. Ragna cried out in pain as his arm was being twisted. "Me? Getting cocky? It was you who got cocky, thinking that you could bully me to look good," Silva said. Ragna wasn't ready to give up yet. He released his mana to try and use magic, but as soon as Silva sensed the mana, he used his own mana to suppress it. He then pushed Ragna's face into the ground with a powerful force, blood dripping from Ragna's face. Silva stood Ragna up and gave him some distance. "Come at me, redeem yourself, Ragna. Your whole class is watching, teachers are watching, and all your juniors are watching. If you don't show them that you can do something, they will lose all respect for you," Silva said, but Ragna didn't move. He had lost the will to fight. Silva saw this and was completely infuriated. "You bloody piece of rotten shit, do you think you can just lose your will to fight like that?" Silva allowed his bloodlust and killing intent to burst out of him. It immediately caused Ragna to fall to his knees and start coughing blood. Silva walked to him and grabbed him by the hair. "You can only lose if you pass out, right? Let's see how long I can keep you before you pass out," Silva said and punched Ragna. Ragna coughed out blood and started begging. "Please, stop, please." When Silva heard the begging, he felt his rage increase. Punch after punch, he kept bashing Ragna. Ragna was now covered in blood and about to faint. But then Silva grabbed him by the head and infused mana into his body to spark him back up. Ragna felt energy course through him, but rather than happiness, he looked at Silva with dread. He started running because he understood what Silva wanted to do. The third years that were watching this felt their blood boil. They all wanted so badly to get Silva. They could all see the game Silva was playing. He wanted to completely and utterly break Ragna. Silva was way too fast for Ragna, so fast that to the likes of Ragna, it looked like flash step. He sent a kick into Ragna's chest, sending him flying. "This is it, today, all by myself, I'll declare war against the third years, and I'll get the first years to follow me to fight against the third years. This on its own will allow me to sweep the plans of most of the nobles away because after this, I'll be the beacon for the commoners," Silva thought. The reason Silva was acting like this and making all these decisions was because he wanted people to know about him. He wanted them to get to know the person named Silva, and that would allow him to attract more influential and stronger people. So he needed to make his name go beyond the walls of the academy. That might be the way to understand the task the goddess Ophelia gave him. He didn't know what path to take exactly, so he chose a path for himself. Silva kicked Ragna up, and for the next 5 minutes, it was a beatdown, and then Silva would use his mana to spark the brain. He kept up the cycle until the whole ground was covered in blood, as if a massacre had happened. Finally, Silva allowed Ragna to faint after the 12th time. He walked away with his bloody fist, leaving Ragna to those who knew what to do with him. There was no cheer. The arena was so quiet. They all looked at Silva as he walked away, some with hatred, some with confusion, and some with admiration. Who was this person called Silva, and why was he this strong at such an age? Before Silva could even get too far from the arena, the news had already started spreading about the battle. He decided to head for his room first, because everyone would keep staring at him if he stayed outside. He lay on his bed, twirling dark magic around his finger. He heard a knock on the door, and the door opened. Aaron, followed by Michael, walked in. He said he wanted to see you, and he wasn't taking a no, Aaron said, and went to his bed to sit. Michael also followed and sat down with Aaron. The question here should be, how did you know I would be here? Silva asked. A calculated guess. By the way, your sister and Faye wanted to see you. I told them I'd tell you if I saw you, Aaron said. Alright, I'll meet them later, Silva said. Now, about that duel, I think you just made the whole third year your enemy, Michael said. Inside a large office with a round table, 10 people sat around it. They wore special robes, but you could still tell they were students. 4 of them were ladies, while 6 were guys. They stayed quiet for a while until the one sitting at the top, who seemed to be the leader, spoke. The first years have just joined the academy, and in fact, they are yet to start classes. Yet, today, I received word that a first year brutally disgraced a third year in a duel. Word says it was a legal duel, with teachers watching as well. Does anyone here have details on that? He asked. He had normal jet black hair, but there were a few strands of white hair coming down the side. He wore glasses that made his entire character pop more. One of the guys stood up, an average-looking dude with no particularly striking features. I heard that the fight was initiated by the third year to avenge his underling, whom the first year had defeated during the entrance examination. The duel took place immediately after they agreed on the terms, and the terms were that the only way to lose was by getting knocked out. So there was no giving up or running away. Immediately after the fight started, the first year dominated, using only his fists to pummel the third year all around. Whenever the third year was about to pass out, the first year would infuse mana into his mind and spark him back up. He did this a total of 12 times until he finally stopped. That was how the duel went, he narrated. The 10 people in the room went silent after this, because there were a few crazy parts to the story. That kid must have wanted to start an issue with the third years. He possessed the ability to win, yet he kept dragging it out to inflict more damage on his opponent and also spite the whole third year, one of the ladies said. She had beautiful blonde hair that was braided into one long knot. Her eyes were sharp and serious, and she carried the air of a warrior. That is probably the reason he acted the way he did, but why would a first year want to stand against third years? Another dude asked. He was a muscular guy with a very low haircut and tan skin. Well, before we talk about the motive, we should look into the person that did it, and see if there will be any motivation for what he did, a slender guy said. He placed his hand on the table as he spoke in a very crisp and confident voice. It has already been compiled. I met with the director of the academy for his information, the girl sitting closer to the leader spoke. But she did instruct me. She said I should read the letter she gave me to all of you first, before we read his file. She took out the file and also a letter. She opened the letter and began reading. Student Council. This is from me directly, the director of the academy, Mrs. Matilda. About the person you are looking into, I advise caution when you try to dive into that path. I know the student council consists of the elite, but when it comes to this person, I am not so sure. His reason for being here at this academy is not the same as the other students. I am trying to cage him up and control him before he becomes a danger. This information will live and die with you 10, the council. Not another soul should hear of this or see this. As I said, exercise caution when it comes to this person. The girl read it out for them all to hear. The council president placed his fists against his chin and let out a sigh. This person is someone that even the director has her eyes on, and she is trying to control him. Zane, read his file out to us. Let us see what it is that is special about him, the president said. The girl opened the file and started reading. Silva from Ribist. He was born and brought up in a normal home. His father was an adventurer, and his mother was a healer. He started reading and talking fluently at a very young age, and also started wielding a sword by the age of 6. Before he was 7, he was made a real adventurer. His activities dwindled over the years until he was 12, but there are records of him still taking quests from time to time, and he had risen all the way to C rank before even reaching the age of 12. He has 3 siblings, Quinn, Mike, and Leah. Leah comes to our academy. She started this year, the same as Silva. Mike is an adventurer, and so is their brother Quinn, who is a B-ranked adventurer. Silva is 13, according to records, and he is a B-ranked adventurer, and also the strongest person in Ribist. She finished what the file said. Again, the place was quiet. The president looked up. Is this even supposed to be possible? Who is this kid that he has so much talent? The president asked the question that was on all their minds. Zane, what about his legacy? Is there any information about his legacy? The president asked. No, his legacy has never been written down. There is no record of the type, and according to what the file says, he barely uses it publicly, she replied. He is that strong without using his legacy? I doubt it, but we don't have much to go on. This person, Silva, he has some sort of plot that may disrupt the academy's normal flow. You all have to keep an eye out for changes. No matter how special he is, we can't let him do what he wants. Our job as the student council is to keep the order, the president said. The first day of official classes began, and Silva went for his first class, which was on basic combat, held in an open field. They had to put on the combat uniform provided for them, as that would allow them to move easier compared to the robes. It was a compulsory class that everyone had to attend, so even when they went to register for their courses, it was already there. The same applied to the basic magic class and some other classes. Silva arrived there with Aaron and saw his sister already there. In this whole class, even though Silva was well-toned and defined, you could tell he was the youngest. His crazy smooth and pale skin didn't help either. Silva was the literal envy of boys, powerful and very handsome, like only a royal elf could compete. Elves were known to be very beautiful, and the purer your blood, the better your looks, so the royal family of elves were world-class beauties. Silva would become as such if he continued looking good the way he was until he grew, but that's not what is important. Combat class was a basic class, and it was still handled by Miss Elizabeth, their homeroom teacher. She wore a combat-type outfit that accentuated her curves, and with every step, they shook like crazy. When all of them were there, she began the class. Most of you have learned many powerful fighting techniques and trained your bodies to become stronger, and that's all good. But then again, most of you skipped the basics and leaped right into advanced techniques. The reason is that you all felt that basic training would do nothing for you and that you could make do with advanced techniques. But that begs the question, how long do you think that will last you before everything goes to shit? Imagine building a house with a very weak foundation. You may make it through the first floor, the second floor, and maybe the third floor. But after that, the house begins to get unstable, shaky, collapsing, and lots more. And when the winds and rains come, it all falls apart, all because of the shitty foundation. That is why you all must know the basics of combat, the life and the punches. You have to get good at them before you start layering them with techniques upon techniques. So to that note, the first phase of the class will be foundation building. You all have to simply repeat. But remember this, it's not all about repeating and completely replicating what I do, but it's for you to understand the movement. Understand what muscles are involved, what tendons are getting stretched. You have to understand the blood flow every time you make the punch. It is about understanding how it feels in your body, because when you do that, you can now edit that punch to fit your body, and you will be able to gain a better result. It is like art, every artist has a unique style. If I asked you to copy my art and try to understand it, over time, your own art will deviate from mine and create your own style. That's all I need from you in this exam, so slave away and follow me. She said and got into position. She started a set of punches and kicks, while the students followed, and they all did as she said, trying to understand the attack. Silva followed the routine, but every punch he threw was perfect because before he even punched, his mind had already run the best simulation that would fit him, and they agreed on it before he punched. So he was already punching in the best possible way. They spent over half an hour going over the routine constantly. When they finally stopped, half of the class fell to the ground, trying to breathe. Not all of the students there were fully combat-oriented, but the Blacklight Academy was one that taught combat compulsorily. Elizabeth gave them 5 minutes to rest before they would start the sparring sessions. Leah wanted to be Silva's sparring partner, but the purple-haired girl came over and asked her. She looked over at Silva's place and saw that Oliver had met Silva and asked him. She sighed internally and agreed to the girl. Yesterday night, the rankings for first years had shown, and of course, Silva was number 1, the purple-haired girl was second, and Leah was third. It made sense that she would meet Leah to spar because to her, Leah was the only real opponent, aside from Silva, that is. Silva looked at Oliver. He nodded in agreement. He didn't know why Oliver had come to meet him, but he could sense that there was a reason, it wasn't just a spar. Alright, time's up. It's time to start. The rules are simple, no magic allowed, no death blows, and no trying to cripple your opponent. You may begin, Elizabeth said. Oliver went in for the attack. He used basic combos of punches, but Silva easily evaded them. He took some steps back and then asked. Aren't you going to start talking? Won't you tell me why you chose me? Oliver heard that and increased the speed of his attacks, trying to hit Silva. I want to warn you, you are walking a thin rope, feeling untouchable. I want to make it clear so that you'll know. I have a feeling that if I defeat you somehow, I'll be able to take over what belongs to me. So this is just a warning to prepare you, we are enemies, Oliver said. Well, I never wanted to be your friend, and also, I don't believe you can take over the inheritance from your sister, Silva said, dodging an attack before stepping in and punching Oliver in the guts. Oliver leaped backward to try and gather himself, but Silva was already approaching. You lack the talent and drive she has. She also sees you as one to protect, she doesn't see you as an opponent, Silva said with a smile. You bloody bastard, Oliver said and tried harder to hit Silva, but that was impossible as Silva kept deflecting the attacks. These were all things Oliver already knew, but hearing them from Silva made him rage. Silva watched him flail about. He got tired of this, so he decided to end it. He grabbed Oliver by the arm and threw him over his shoulder, slamming him into the ground. He squatted beside Oliver and whispered to him. I think you'll have an easier time getting better than your sister, rather than trying to beat me. If you come at me again, you may never live to tell the tale. Silva raised his hand to draw Miss Elizabeth. I'm feeling exhausted. Can I take a break? He asked. She looked at Silva, then at Oliver on the ground. She could tell something had happened, and that it wouldn't be safe for them to continue as things were, so she allowed him. Silva left the field and walked towards the restroom, deciding to use the opportunity to relieve himself. But before he could get there, he saw Matilda walking his way, waving at him with a sly smile. This bitch, what does she want now? Silva, it's nice to see you here. I was thinking about looking for you. I have some things to talk to you about, she said. Silva decided to see the strength of this woman. Back when he was at the Duke's place, he was scared they might notice him using it, but now he was sure he could do it. Matilda. Evolved human. LVL 10. Strength, 5000. Defense, 5400. Speed, 6000. Agility, 6000. Intelligence, 7000. After looking at her stats, Silva could tell she was no joke, her strength was the real deal. From what he had read, after evolving, it becomes 100 times harder to level up, and most humans die before even making it to level 2. But when someone successfully levels up, the increase in power they get is absurd. If I take her in a fight, I'll surely win, but there's no way I can take her down quietly, Silva thought. What is it that you want to talk about? He asked. Oh, it's not something we can speak of now, but come by later during your free time, to my office, and we'll talk, she said and walked away, all the while keeping her smile. Tisk. Silva clicked his tongue and headed back to class, forgetting about even urinating. After the first set of classes, Silva headed back to his room while the others went for lunch. He created a clone and sent it to the director's office. He locked the door and lay on the bed, watching what would happen. His clone was twice as strong as Matilda, so he would be able to handle her easily. Silva had come to underestimate his power, but with his current strength, he would be able to fight even Jade, the second strongest guardian. But until he was sure, he would keep a level head until he understood all there was to this world. The clone made it to the office and knocked on the door before entering. He walked in and saw Matilda seated behind the desk. Come, sit, I'll do my best to keep this short, she said. Silva walked to the chair and sat down. He didn't say anything, he just waited for her to talk. There is a secret that exists in this academy. It's something normal students never get to see. Only the fourth years have access to some of it. The Count has access to all of the information, but even after leaving the academy, you are never to talk about it, because it must never be leaked, she said, trying to get Silva interested. And I'm guessing that what you want to tell me has something to do with that secret. Don't worry, I won't spill anything you say. I don't have the time for that, Silva said. Alright then, under this academy is a labyrinth, one that has existed for many years. The labyrinth is an S-class labyrinth with great difficulty, filled with monsters and traps. But no one has been able to conquer this labyrinth. And before you ask why we, the adults, haven't tried to conquer it, it's because the labyrinth only allows those 17 years and below to enter. That's why we've used fourth years to try and conquer it, but there hasn't been any student to go beyond the 10th floor. Only members of the council have ever made it past floor 10. The details of what they found there are highly classified. Now, about the reason I wanted to talk to you, I feel you already know why, but I want to give you a special pass to enter the labyrinth. I want you to start attempting the labyrinth because I believe that before you make it to fourth year, you would have made a lot of progress into the labyrinth. Normally, we don't believe that the minds of third years and those below can handle what they'll come across in the labyrinth. But I've heard that you easily raided the labyrinth in your hometown and have done some extraordinary things as well. Also, when I look at you, I don't see a kid, I see a sly man, a very crafty person. So, what do you say? Will you do it? There will also be a ton of rewards, like points for everything you sell or discover. There will also be normal rewards that come from time to time. So, will you do it? She asked. Yeah, no doubt. I see no reason not to. You're giving me the opportunity to grow and get stronger, Silva said with a smile that made Matilda feel like she had been played. But at least she finally had some hope of seeing what was at the end of the labyrinth. She was taking a risk in making Silva stronger, but she needed the labyrinth to finally be conquered. Silva decided to agree to the labyrinth because he had been searching for opportunities to get stronger, and one just fell into his lap. So there was no way he would refuse. Besides that, he would also be getting some great rewards, so why not? Later that night, someone came and called him out to hand him the card that would allow him access into the dungeon. The person wore a cloak, covering every part of their body so that they wouldn't be identified, but that was not an issue for Silva. He could already tell it was a male fourth-year student. The person also gave him a map to the labyrinth so that he wouldn't get lost. He decided he would check it out the next night. Classes had been going well for some time now, but oddly, hardly any new person had spoken to Silva. It was as if they were keeping their distance from him. But on this day, the purple-haired girl walked up to Silva after a class they had together. Hello, she said, her face not showing any emotions. Silva looked up at who had called him and then responded. Hey, what's up? He asked. I want to talk to you. Do you mind? She asked. No, not at all. You want to talk here or outside? He asked. Let's go outside, she said and started walking. Silva got up and followed her out of the class. They walked side by side in the hallway. They had walked a small distance from the class before she started talking. My name is Leah Ramini. My father is a marquis, she introduced herself. I guess you already know my name, but I'm Silva from Ribist, Silva said. So you truly are just a commoner, she said. You think I would lie about that? Silva asked. Not quite. I just felt that for someone to be at this level at our age and be a commoner was as rare as finding a black dragon, she said. Silva let out a chuckle after he heard black dragon. Well, I guess I'm just the exception, Silva said. Your sister as well, she is already a monster, and she is just a commoner, Leah said. Hearing a mega monster call someone a monster, that's something, Silva said with a smile. Hearing that from someone who breaks the normal scale of reality is something as well, she countered. I guess that makes sense, Silva replied. Still, you never know, there may be more like you outside. Our kingdom is just one on the continent, there are about 5 more kingdoms. Then there is the Empire and the Holy Kingdom as well. The Empire and the Holy Kingdom are the true powerhouses of humanity. They are the ones that lead humanity and all that they do, we just follow behind. They are also the ones that seek out the heroes, Leah gave Silva a small history throwback. Yeah, but then, what about other races? They must have their own groups, right? And then other continents as well. Silva decided to make use of this opportunity to get the most information he could. Well, there is the Elvish Empire, the Dragon Country, as well as many others, like the fairies and more. Sure, you can also find them on the human side, the same way you can find humans on their side. As for other continents, we have just one mainland. Many people set out to see the other parts of the world, but there has never been a reply from them, and so we believe that there is only one mainland for now, she explained. I have a feeling that there are more, but that is not important for now, Silva thought. I guess teaching me history is not really the reason you came to meet me today, so what made you talk to me? Silva asked. Well, as much as I don't like it, you are the rank one of the class, and that makes you the strongest. But you have made an enemy of the whole third years. You need strong allies that will help you. You may be confident, but there are things you don't know and can't do. Even now, there are heavy plots happening in the first year to take you down. You may be strong, but if you are hit by surprise, you will still fall. And so I wanted to offer a hand to be your ally. I am certain I can be of help, she said, stretching out her hand for a handshake. Silva paused a bit, looked at her, and asked. What's the catch? All you said will only profit me. I find it hard to believe that someone as smart as you will do something where you benefit nothing, Silva said. That's true. What I want is for you to become my sparring partner. I need to get stronger, and aside from your sister, there are few that can match my pace, she explained. I see, she wants to try to unravel me like a ball of yarn, understand my secrets, and use them to get stronger. It's a good plan, to be honest, and even though I don't really need her, having another ally will be helpful. I can also tell that she isn't lying, so there's no harm in accepting. Silva shook her hand in agreement. Fine then, whenever we are free, let's spar. I'd like to see your abilities as well, maybe I can learn a thing or two from you, Silva said. Likewise, she replied. They spoke about when they would have their first spar and then parted ways. Silva decided that since classes were over, he would go check out the labyrinth. He followed the map, and it led him through halls and places that he didn't think existed in the academy. Finally, he arrived underground, at a massive door with 2 guards. Immediately they saw him, they pointed their swords at him. First year, you should not be here, one of them said in a harsh tone. Silva didn't have the time to be stressed, so he immediately took out the card and showed it to both of them. The 2 guards were shocked when they saw it. This was the first time they had seen a first year allowed into the labyrinth. They both looked closely to ensure that it was not fake, and it wasn't. Kid, I don't know how you managed to get this card, but entering this dungeon is a bad idea for a kid like you, one of the guards warned. You don't have to worry, it was the director that asked me to come, so I have to do it, Silva said and walked past them. He pushed the roof open and walked in. Immediately, he scanned the surroundings for any watching device, but there was nothing. Finally I can let loose and level up as fast as possible. I've been stuck in one place for far too long, Silva said. He summoned all his clones, ready for battle, and then split them into teams of 2. He wanted to gain EXP as fast as possible, so each of the groups would go hunting and gather EXP. Silva then summoned Galen, Fong, and Dawn, and as usual, Dawn hugged him when she appeared. It's good to see you again, Master, Galen said. It's been a while, Master, Fong said. I've just been very busy, but today, I need you all to raid this labyrinth. Also, how are things at the labyrinth? How are Elsa and the rest? Silva asked. They are fine, Master, but they are busy. It seems Lily predicted a massive beast wave that is incoming for the kingdom, and they have been looking into it, Galen said. The beast wave will have more than 300,000 beasts in total, and the first place they will pass through is Ribist, he finished. A beast wave, huh? Alright, after this whole thing, I'll follow you guys back to the labyrinth. Let me see what this is about, Silva said before turning and heading into the labyrinth. He chose a path different from the one the clones had chosen, and they started heading that way. As of now, the amount Silva needed to level up was crazy, so he set the system notification to only ring when he got over 500 EXP. His current stats looked like this. Name, Silva. Race, human, 50%, dark dragon, 50%. Legacy, dark dragon legacy, awakened. Magical affinities, summoning, darkness, abyss magic. Mana, 1 million. EXP, 1,000/50,000. SP, 1 million. Level, 60. Strength, 2000. Defense, 2000. Speed, 2000. Agility, 2000. Intelligence, 2200. Free stat points, 100. He needed 50,000 EXP to level up, and that was a crazy high number, but not for him, as long as this place had pretty strong monsters. You have gained 500 EXP 250 SP, x10. You have gained 500 EXP 250 SP, x10. You have gained 500 EXP 250 SP, x10. Notifications started flooding Silva all of a sudden, which meant his clones had started. He had to mute all the EXP notifications this time, because it was distracting. They hadn't gone far before sighting their first opponent. It was a humanoid-looking being with large scales down the center of its back, like a crocodile. It had a greenish body and was slender, yet very ripped. It had a tail that looked like that of a scorpion, but Silva didn't want to find out. When the creature saw Silva, it attacked like a deranged being, extending its blades to almost a foot long. Dawn stepped in and blocked the attack, pushing the creature back, and then Silva fired a dark bullet through the head of the creature. The creature let out a shrill cry and died. The body disintegrated into dust and was absorbed by the labyrinth. You have gained 500 EXP 250 SP, x10. Level up, 61. 2 free SP. Whatever this creature was, it gave good EXP, and Silva welcomed EXP at any time. So they started going deeper. Silva leveled up from all the EXP 3 times, bringing him to level 64. Finally, they came to a massive door. Silva could tell that a stronger beast was inside, so for the sake of safety, he summoned all his clones, and with his summons with him, he pushed the door and entered. To be honest, him alone was already too much, but Silva just liked being cautious. When he got in, he saw the same type of monster, only twice the size and strength. He used his dragon eyes on it, and it had a total strength of just 400, which made sense compared to all they had been fighting today. Alright, I'll take it out. You all just wait, after this, we'll head to the second floor, Silva said and took out his sword. The creature saw Silva and charged at him, running towards him with its mouth open and its razor-sharp teeth showing. It dove at Silva for the first bite, but Silva sidestepped and stabbed it in the gut. However, he didn't kill it, only punctured a lung, and then he drew his blade and leaped away. The creature bled purple. It tried to use one arm to cover the wound, but it wasn't working, so it decided to at least take down the one who stabbed it. It charged at Silva again, drawing a trail of blood. Silva stood, leaping from one foot to another. When the creature got within range of his feet, he sent a kick to the side of its head and sheared half of the head off, but still didn't kill it. The blood of the creature covered the ground. The creature struggled to move, but half its head had been blown off. Finally, the eyes of the creature went red, and Silva smiled. This was what he wanted. This was the berserk mode that monsters enter as a last-ditch effort. If they managed to escape death, they would use this method, which used their life force to give them 2 times more strength, but it shattered their sanity when they did it. This mode increased their stats by double, and that was what Silva wanted. The creature charged at him with twice the speed and strength. But sadly, in the end, it still wasn't impressive. Silva sidestepped and sent a kick into the stomach of the creature, splitting it in 2. You have gained 100 EXP, 500 SP, x10. I'm coming to love this labyrinth, Silva said with a smile. The body of the creature disappeared and left behind what looked like the scale on its back. Silva picked it up to examine it. Scale of the Mangaldon, forging material. So, the name of this creature is a Mangaldon. Silva stored the scale and looked around the room. There was nothing more, so it was time to go to the second floor. But he decided to distribute his stats before he left. Name, Silva. Race, human, 50%, dark dragon, 50%. Legacy, dark dragon legacy, awakened. Magical affinities, summoning, darkness, abyss magic. Mana, 1 million. EXP, 12,000/54,000. SP, 1 million. Level, 64. Strength, 2000. Defense, 2000. Speed, 2000. Agility, 2000. Intelligence, 2200. Free stat points, 180. It wasn't a large amount, but it was something. He decided to add 40 to each and stop wherever it stopped. Strength, 2040. Defense, 2040. Speed, 2040. Agility, 2040. Intelligence, 2220. Free stat points, 0. Alright, let's head to the second floor, Silva said, moving his army of summons and clones to the second floor. When they arrived at the second floor, they were immediately greeted by a large army of Mangaldans. Their number was more than 100, all gathered together like some meeting was happening. When Silva and the others arrived, the Mangaldans all noticed them and turned their attention to Silva. They immediately became hostile and started rushing at them. Rather than be serious, a wide grin was plastered on his face because he was about to farm a massive amount of EXP here. He would most definitely make it to level 70 by the look of things. He decided that he needed to get serious, so he took out the Minotaur's axe, which was still his go-to weapon for more strength. With the buff of the Minotaur's axe, his strength rose, closing up to 20,000 in all stats. He stepped forward and raised his hands. "I'll handle these ones, you all just rest," he said with confidence. Dawn, Galen, and Fong didn't question him, they all stepped back, and so did the clones. Silva entered battle mode. He brought out his dragon wings for added speed, and then he flapped them at the same time as he charged. He also activated Flash Step, basically making him move at teleport-like speed. His body vanished, only to reappear with the heads of several Mangaldans flying in the air. In one step, he had killed over 50, but he didn't stop there. He initiated Gate of Hell. The spell activated and swallowed up all the remaining Mangaldans. He then used Gluttony and absorbed their souls, turning them into EXP. Level up, 2 free stat points. 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 Sadly, he only made it to level 69 and couldn't break into level 70. But it was not all bad because another notification came in. Congratulations, your spell, Gluttony has evolved into Gluttony LV2. Gluttony LV2, consume the souls of your enemies, as well as certain skills and abilities within them. Gluttony must be fed with life at regular intervals. Failure to do so will lead you into starvation, causing you to go berserk, doubling all your abilities and power but losing sanity until you are satisfied, x10. Silva cried and celebrated when he saw this skill. The reason was that his 10 times buff made it so that he would reap the best possible benefit from the skill. But then again, it meant his hunger would be 10 times as strong and come 10 times as fast. It also meant that if he went berserk, he would be 20 times stronger, and even with the current Silva, being 20 times stronger and going berserk did not sound like a good thing. A double-edged sword. This is the first time that I have a skill this terrifying, Silva said. But he didn't need to worry because his mind had already made a solution for him. The Gate of Hell captures souls, and that was what he needed for Gluttony. Even the skills and abilities would be tied to the souls. All he needed to do was continuously store souls in the Gate of Hell. And he had 10 clones, so he could send all of them out secretly to hunt and gather souls. And even if he couldn't find many good ones, he could take some from his labyrinth when the labyrinth was about to make more. He could also take humans there that were at death's doorstep. He didn't really care, his moral code was not human anymore. With all that planned out, he would have a steady supply of souls that his gluttony would feast on. The system also followed up to show Silva the timer before he starved. According to the normal timescale, it would take 30 days, a full month. But for him, it was only 3 days. That was a crazy drop. 2 days, 23 hours, 23 minutes, 10 seconds. Let's gather the crystals and head deeper, Silva said. They gathered all the crystals and put them away before heading deeper into the second floor. Unlike when they first entered, the number of Mangaldans reduced to packs of 2 or 3, at times 5. Silva didn't see the use of the clones for now around him, so he sent them out again, giving them the order to simply store the Mangaldans' souls in the Gate of Hell. Silva also tried to use Gluttony. He activated the spell as he took out a Mangaldan. He was hit with a wave of ecstasy so high that he didn't want it to stop. It felt so good as his body absorbed the souls from this creature. You have gained 1000 EXP. There are 2 skills from this Mangaldan. Choose one. Night Vision. Vibration Sensing. When Silva took a look at the skills, it was a tough choice between the two because one was night vision and the other was vibration sensing. He could only pick one, and that made things difficult, but after running it through all his minds, they decided to choose vibration sensing. Unlike night vision, he could use this both day and night, and that was generally better. After selecting vibration sensing, he started feeling the vibrations around him for close to a kilometer. He could sense the Mangaldans that were around as well. Silva faced his summons and spoke. Fong, Galen, both of you, go ahead and fight, I'll move with Dawn. This is a good place for you to gather more experience. Silva said. Both of them bowed their heads and ran in different directions. Alright, Dawn, let's go. Silva said, but as he took one step, Dawn held his hand, interlocking their fingers. He looked at her, but she looked away immediately, not wanting him to see her face. Dawn, can't this wait for another time? We are currently in a labyrinth, it's dangerous. Silva said. There isn't anything here that is a threat to you, and even if there is, I'd take care of it. She spoke while still looking away. Silva decided to allow it. He tightened his grip around her hand and started walking. They walked quietly for a while, but then Dawn decided to start a conversation. Silva, why do you lay low? It's like you have some sort of plan, and because of that, you don't show your true strength. Dawn said. Yeah, there is a plan, it's something to do with the goddess Ophelia, but even I don't understand it fully yet. That's why I can't rush headfirst into things, or flex my power excessively. I just need to keep growing strong while deceiving my enemies. I allow them to believe that I am strong, but still within a believable range. But I hide the true strength, and that is because if it came down to a fight, an enemy that underestimated you will be easier to take out. Silva said. As they spoke, he sensed a group of Mangaldans headed their way. Dawn, some Mangaldans are headed this way, take them out, you need to gather experience as well. Silva said. She nodded and waited for the enemy. Soon 5 Mangaldans showed up, but the last one in the back was twice as tall and looked devilishly ferocious. But the Mangaldans were nothing to Dawn, she ripped through them easier than cutting through butter. But before she reached the last big one, it started transforming. The transformation caused a massive release of chaotic mana that slammed into Dawn and sent her flying. Silva ran over and caught her so that she didn't hit the ground. He helped her stand. Both of them stood looking at this creature. It was transforming into something, and the energy around it felt very familiar. It was turning into an abomination. I see why no one has ever made it past the 10th floor, this labyrinth is unpredictable as hell. I wonder how many students have actually died here. Silva said. Should I take it down? Dawn asked. No, I want to fight it in its final form. I want to see how strong it gets. Silva said. So both of them watched as this already grotesque-looking creature turned even more hideous. With misproportioned body parts and slimy interior showing on the exterior, it was simply gross. Silva took a look at the stats of this abomination to see what he was up against. The abomination now had a stat of 1,000 all around, aside from intelligence, which had disappeared. This should be fun, but I should fight it in my base strength. Silva said and put away all weapons and everything. He took a boxing stance and waited for the abomination. I don't feel that it's safe to do that. Dawn said with concern. Don't worry, even if something goes wrong, I have you here. Silva flashed an assuring smile. The abomination charged at Silva, squealing madly as it came. The theory that Silva had come up with about this abomination was that it was close to some sort of evolution, but when it saw Dawn take out those other Mangaldans, it panicked. It forced an evolution, and that cost it a lot, turning it into an abomination. The abomination swung its fist at Silva. Silva set his hands on both sides of his face and blocked the attack. The impact sounded like a loud gunshot. Silva acted quickly after that attack. He turned his arm and grabbed the hand of the abomination and pulled it in. The head of the abomination came low as Silva pulled it. Silva followed up with an uppercut that sent the head of the abomination jerking back. Silva didn't follow up after that. He waited for the abomination to reorganize before he went in again. The abomination would attack, Silva would block and counter, and the process repeated until the abomination became enraged and started thrashing about. But Silva still dodged all that and went for the head. He leaped into the air and slammed his fist with all 2,000 worth of strength. The fist passed through the head with a bang. The insides of the head spilled out as the fist made it all the way to the other side. The abomination fell to the ground and died, then disappeared and left behind an actual beating heart. Silva picked up the heart, and the system spoke. Heart of an abomination. A material that can turn anyone into an abomination and increase their strength by several folds, just by drinking the blood it produces. The abominations are loyal to the one that holds the heart. Do you wish to own this item? This was the first time the system asked him if he wanted to own a drop item, but he still said yes. The heart has been bound to you. You can use it to make abominations. The 10 times buff has also been added to the effects of the heart.